방법도 있고요. 디나 선수가 지금 크게 돌아 있는데 레블론 선수가 따로 붙어 있기 때문에 자 요거는 뭐 그래도 나쁘지 않습니다.
그래서 자 대전 일단 레블론 선수가
연달아서 두 번 레블루. 자 근데 아직은 몰라요.
이제 3일차예요. 자 마침 이런 상황에서 와 범수 저거 만약에 잡혔으면 좀 쉽지 않았을 거거든요.
자 이러면은 지금 펠릭스의 궁극기가 그래도 소모가 되어 있는 타이밍이라서 자 이렇게 스킬 피하면서 빠지면은 운석 2등 먹고 근데 우석을 아직 못 했군요.
그렇죠.
자
그리고 심지어 인원이 나눠져 있는 게 좀 많이 위험해 보이거든요.
그렇습니다. 자 지금
그래서
에펜스 정도 지금 스킬이 다 소모가 되어
잡혔-
있었던 거기 때문에
와.
어그로 핑퐁 좋아요. 제천 팔란가스 이러면은 올라갔습니다. 그래서 에펜스의 좀 아직까지도 뭐 사실 밸류가 좋은 편은 아니지만 그래도 어느 정도 살아났고 이거는 영만 위험해요. 근데 하나 버텼어요. 이러면 이게 약간 달라집니다.
한 번 더 버틸 수 있나요?
와 영만 진짜 빨아들일 거 다 빨아들이고
자 그리고 여기서 펜시도 너무나도
이러면 이게
깔끔하게
교환이죠. 섀도우 골든라이트가 조금 더 이득입니다. 문제를 어떻게 보면은 지금 알 수 없게끔 약간
그렇죠.
지운 거죠.
자, 그런데
이거
지금
타이밍이
아니
타이밍이
인사이터
대구
입장에서는
가디언즈를-
아우 왜
오,
우리를
죽을
지금 지금 우리 대구 소속 라디언즈 터트리려고 하기 일보 직전이었는데 라는 소리 나오거든요.
그리고 제천
네.
팔란가스 일단 가드 성공해서
네.
선수 빠져나갔고요.
근데 그건 이제 시야가 없어서 어쩔 수 없던 거였고요.
인사이터 들어와요. 이거 어떻게
싸워보나요?
피하죠?
아 일단은 양각으로 만들어내고 있는데 대구 소속 라디언즈 터트립니다.
인사이터 출동.
제천과 인사이트 함께 이대로는 못 두지.
우리 한 판 더
가자.
왔다 갑니다. 철선
잡아내면서 한 판 더. 그렇죠.
이러면 제천 팔랑크스에게도 기회가 옵니다.
자 대전 오토함즈 일단 결국 도전에 응수를 해주고
오!
있고 근데 이거 자리 바꾸기.
자 이거 펠릭스 배달 한번 시원하게 했었죠.
그렇죠.
자 그래서 체력 많이 깔고
자리 바꾸는 판단 너무
왜
좋은데.
먼저 싸우셨죠가
오,
이러면 돼버리는 겁니다. 폭탄 한번 보냈더니 이제 남은 팀들끼리 싸우니까 오토함즈는 여기서 이득 보면 되는 거예요. 좋습니다. 시간 벌었고요.
자 그렇기 때문에 이제 스택 쌓아두면서 다시 그냥 뒤쪽으로 빠져나가는 판단. 자 근데 이거 오토함즈 아직 좀 부족하거든요.
그렇죠. 아직까지는 조금 더 해볼
자
필요가
오른쪽도 하태 궁극기를 통해서 병 선수에게 물린 걸 한번 막아내긴 합니다.
인사이터가 이쪽으로 왔군요. 그래서 골든라이트와 확실히 좀 호텔 쪽에서 싸워주고 있는데 골든라이트 시간이 없습니다. 그리고 락스 캡텐 선수가 일단 계속 팔라크스 쪽을 좀 노려주고 있는데요.
네, 사태는 시간이 없고요.
자, 두
킬도
명의
없나요?
만들어줬고요.
자 이러면 오토함즈가 만약에 우승을 한다면은 이거 체크포인트 달성도 꿈이 아닙니다. 오토함즈 여기서 진짜 최선을 다해야 돼요.
몇 점 안 남았어요.
자 그런데 이게 세덴 선수가 팔이 짧다 보니까 소방차 뒤쪽으로 뒤를 좀 못 넣긴 했어요.
자, 디나 선수를 그래서 먼저 노려주는 플레이 하지만 잘 빠졌고요. 레볼러 발로 타면서 태그 세이브.
야,
한 점 남았어요. 한 점.
네.
16점이 필요합니다. 찍었어요.
오, 그 기량이 나왔어요.
그래서 마이에게 혈압을 좁혀 주면서 탱커가 앞에 붙는 것 자체도 무시하지 못하게 만들기.
너무 아파요. 지금 지금 잠깐
오,
맞았는데
아우.
시우드론이 빠져버렸어요. 자 이러면은 이제는 영만 선수가 앞쪽으로 들어가면서 조금 더 흔들어줄 수 있습니다.
아 이게 카메라 까는 것도 일부러 이제 드론으로 대체하면서 스택 안 주는 것도 좀 좋긴 했거든요. 최대한 안 주려는 모습. 둘.
자 그래서 일단은 이 포킹들을 뚫고 들어가야 되는데
세워
과연 들어갈 수
나갑니다.
있을까. 일단
블링크
도발까지
썼는데.
됐는데
근데
시네마 한번 버텼어요. 여기서 세덴드 1대1 마무리해야 됩니다. 자 시네마 선수까지는 잡았고요. 세덴드 1대1 교환. 태경 벽공 좋았어요. 세덴드 자 포커싱 해줘야죠.
자,
하지만
여기서-
영만 다
저 띠아는 따라가면 안 되는 띠아였어요.
야 이러면은 세덴드 혼자 할 수 있을까요? 시간이 많이 없습니다. 일단 승전보 받는 것까지는 좋은데 시간이 없어서 저 입구를 무조건 뚫어야만 해요. 하지만 고통스러운 세덴드 손이 너무 짧습니다.
네. 저 정도 일단 50점은 넘어선 상황입니다.
그렇죠.
와하. 김 선수가 그래도 일단은 잡았는데 사이드 와인더는 저걸 막을 방법이 없어요. 부활합니다. 하지만
다시 한 번 더 잡아내고요.
킬사가 됐어요.
플러스 원
오!
되나요?
자 다시 한 번 잡아냈고요.
너무 맛있죠. 이러면은 미체크 포인트 팀을 밀어내는 1대1로 밀어내는 그런 각이 나온다면은 자 더할 나위 없이 좋겠죠. 자 들어갑니다.
자,
레블러 옆쪽으로
근데 이거
택 잡고
에너지 필드를
들어갔는데
따로
에어볼 맞지
쓸 데가
않았어요. 민 잘 빠졌어요. 자 근데 디나 선수
구석으로 올려.
디나 선수가
뒤에서.
프리딜
우와.
디나 프리딜 자 여기서 디나가
자,
해커 선수 잘
그런데
맞췄는데
대쪽
데미가
발라크스.
살짝 부족하네요. 이게
개나 깔았기 때문에
자, 그러면
여기
내려가도 너무
너무나도
많아요.
많은 손해가
일곱.
있는데
야,
서로 똑같은 조합끼리 멸망전 시작했습니다.
자, 지옥도
여기는 똑같은 팀. 그렇죠. 여기 이제
그렇죠. 여기도 마무리되고요.
내친 김에 오토함즈 일단 멈춥니다.
자, 그런데 인사이터와 결국 만나게 되었습니다. 이 교전은 할 수밖에 없죠. 서로 시간 벌어야 되니까요.
락스가 일단은 터졌고.
자, 그러면은 여기서 이거 시간 좀 벌어줄 생각인데, 이거 벨저 선수가 일부러 대전 오토함즈 쪽으로
그렇죠.
나가주면서
이러면
그래도
시드밤에
잘
있는
봤어요?
팀만 잡아내면 돼요.
네, 그런데 세데즈가 너무 잘 먹겠지.
다 이겼어요.
잠깐만요.
4대 3을 이겼어요.
이거 좀 큰.
근데 이렇게까지 안
시간이
하면
없어버리면
그렇죠.
이거는
미안하지만 금지구역 삼아.
이거 오토함즈가
워터클도.
FS 을 먹으면 시간 또 채우고요. 이거 로봇
자,
선수 시간
와,
먹기
이거
먹히면 안 돼요.
시간이
걸렸어요.
자 여기
이러면 싸움을 봐야 됩니다.
자,
일단
태교.
초월러 잘 버텼고 태경 버텼어요. 하지만 로드는 안으로 들어가서 시리만 선수를 먹었는데
자, 세대.
자 2대2
근데 로드가 할 수 있어요. 이건 로드가 돼요.
좋아요.
자,
근데 태경 이거
시간.
마무리 안 됐고요.
이거 시간 어떻게
잠깐만요.
돼?
로드다. 이라면 로드너 선수가 충분히 이겨줄 수 있는 그런 구도.
이거 잡으면 우승인데
자, 언더캐는 시간 버티기 들어가고 있는데요.
이거 시간 태경 선수
진짜 비슷해요.
1초
시간도
1초
부족해요.
2초 부족해요. 네 풀렸고.
자.
근데 그래도 이러면은 어차피 일단 한 명밖에 남지 않기 때문에
그렇죠.
섀도우 골든라이트 팀에게 둘 중에 하나는 무조건 잡힙니다. 자 그러면은 그냥 점수 벌이 한번
자,
해봐야죠.
갑자기 솔로 모드.
자 미리 보는 로는프.
자.
태경 무빙 좋아요. 둘. 하지만 파랑새 버텨줍니다. 무빙.
자, 부산 베스파. 근데 이거 그래도 점수 좀 벌어주면 좋긴 하거든요.
자 이거는 서로
네.
일단 급지구역 갈
체력
생각하지
회복.
말고 멸망전 해야죠. 이게 맞아요. 어차피 넘어가도 잡히기 때문에 그냥 누가 시간 더 많나 한번 해보고 있는 겁니다. 하지만 시간이 더 많은 거는 로드너.
자, 계속 8.
야,
자,
안정
이런-
로브까지 깔끔하게 이러면 변수 없겠네요.
그렇죠. 자, 이렇게 또다시 한번 킬과 함께 점수를 벌어가고 있는 부산 베스파.
자, 부산 베스파 22.5.
네트로 회장님이 말씀하셨죠. 인간의 끝없는 악의를 맛보아라.
안녕하세요. 할 일 하고
자,
왔습니다.
그렇죠. 다음 경기 볼까요? 그렇죠.
자, 이렇게 되면 골든라이트도 체크 포인트를 찍게 됩니다.
이기긴 했지만 어쨌든 그냥 소소하게 좀 기분이 나쁘긴 합니다. 자, 그리고 따라가는 시코 계속해서 유리조각 잡아주면서 지워크. 야, 이거 잡아내죠.
시코 선수 이거 약간 예측도 좀 한 것 같은데요. 샷건폼 들어갈 거를 생각을 하고 했던 것 같은데 대구수성 가디언즈 터미네이트?
아데나 좀 고민할 수밖에 없는 앱센세죠.
자 이쪽에서는 자 인사이터
오.
그리고 인데
잠시만요.
피나
제첫
잡히면-
판랑 끝도 가겠는데요.
잠깐만요. 이거 큐스캐슬로 맞았고
우리 한판
자 병
더
들어가나요?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a couple of weeks, and you know what time it is. If we're starting the stream this early, you're here for one reason and one reason only. It's to hear our voices. Just kidding, you're here to watch Eternal Return Masters. Welcome back, everybody. We are still in Season 8, but this time around, it's Phase number 2. We are here for day number 1, Group Stage A and B. My name is Shuvi Senpai. I'll be one of your casters today. And alongside me, still, is my basement dweller, Superior. How are you doing today, man?
I am doing fantastic. I'm very excited for today because it is a new phase, so that means new meta, maybe even some new teams coming in as well. So we're gonna have a lot of games in store for you guys for today, And yeah, very excited to see, where these teams do end up placing for the group stages.
Yeah, me as well. I've been keeping track actually as of late. I haven't been able to do this too often, but I've seen some clips going around of some of the teams that are going to be playing throughout the course of this weekend. Some fun team compositions that I've been seeing around during KEL. I'm actually pretty excited to see whether or not those kind of compositions are going to come around again for Eternal Return Masters, because for us, it's going to be a little bit of a different system we're going to be running on. We have so many more new teams that we're going to be looking at as well. I just think this entire weekend, as well as Phase 2 in general, is going to be fun. A few changes has come through. A couple of very pivotal items have also been added into the game that a lot of people have been really, really happy about using on a lot of characters. So that is all on the road. But for now, let's take a look at what's actually going to be happening for Phase number 2. On the top left, we got the schedule A, B, C, D for the group stages today and tomorrow. Afterwards, we go into knockout stages 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for days 3, 4, and 5, respectively. Finals next Sunday as well, so do not miss that. That's going to be a fun one. The last day of August to round out a beautiful month.
Yeah, remember, on Fridays, it is 2 hours later. So if you guys are coming back for tomorrow and the day after on Sunday, it will be starting 2 hours earlier. So make sure you guys keep that in mind. Prize pool will still be the same at 10 million Korean won. And the point matrix is gonna be the same as well. If you guys are familiar with how the scoring system works for these tournaments, it's gonna be 10 points for first place, and it's gonna slowly trickle down to 0. So it's 3-point difference between first and second. So definitely gotta make sure you're winning out some of these games, and you get 1 point for a team kill as well.
Indeed, over for the format of what's actually going to be happening, the progression of the entire event of Phase number 2. We're starting on the left side as usual, folks. Groups A and B are what are in store for today. After that, we'll have Group C and D tomorrow to round out which teams are going to get sent into which specific knockout stage first. We unfortunately did not have a Golden Run team during Phase number 1, if you remember that, Super. And for those of you guys in chat, I kind of want one today because you know and I know that points-wise, when it comes to the circuit point, we can see it on that bottom right, it is more than Phase 1.
Yeah, you can see the big difference between Phase 1 and Phase 2. I think Phase 1, the first place was about 500 points, but you could see here Phase 2, first place is 750. So that is almost about 100 to 200 more points than the first phase. So teams definitely got to make sure that they're on their A game for this phase, as it is worth slightly more. So if you go out maybe in 17th place, you might not get enough points to make it into that finals.
For sure. This is going to be a pretty interesting one. Let's take a look at some of the teams that we're going to be looking at for today. Of course, we're going to be starting out with Group A, so let's start from the very far left side. We got Daejeon Auto Arms, Daydream Modern, C&J Esports, Daejeon Phalanx. What the hell is this lobby? Wait a moment. Milky Way and Ninja Narda. Is that MG? Nardara MG, I guess. I don't know what that says, but this is a stacked group. This is a stacked group, Super.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we have a lot of sponsor teams here with a lot of teams from the previous Eternal Return Master Finals already here in Group A. So this is definitely not a group to kind of look over. There is, I think, one team here that I actually don't really know too much about, which is obviously the bottom team, Ninja Null.
It's that end that throws me off.
Yeah, I'm not. But I think they're relatively new, or a lot of these players. I think I've seen 1 or 2 of these players before, but definitely a team that I'm excited for because new teams means new team comps, and maybe we'll have one of those stories like Team Insider, a relatively unknown team from the last season just coming out and proving that they definitely have what it takes to compete with the best players.
Yeah, for sure. And I think today also, as well, as we're going to be starting with Group A in just a moment here, is going to be a day of comeback, I think. A miracle run that Team Daydream definitely needs for Phase number 2. They were a big team that I hyped up during Phase number 1. But as we can see, they actually ended up going 8th during the group stages, had to play in knockout stage 1, and got taken out from the beginning of the tournament. A team that actually went to all the way the season finals for season 7, I apologize, but just did not get the start they wanted in Phase number 1. We're going to be starting to see whether or not they were able to just kind of patch up a bunch of the problems that they were looking like having during phase number 1. Hopefully today is going to be a different story. Another thing to take away from this is that no Golden Road teams did exist. We got pretty close. I think a team managed to make it somewhere to knockout stage 5 or 6, but afterwards, the road was cut short. Today is a whole new phase. That storyline could start once again this phase.
Yeah, and this was our finals as well. It was Team Autoworms taking it home. I think it was in game 9. So we did have quite the amount of games going. You could see how many points these teams end up having. There was 7 teams, I think, at the very end that were in checkpoint. Unfortunately, Signum Ross didn't end up getting there, but it was a really, really tight and close game. So if you guys want to check that out, it is should be in the VODs. If you guys want to see exactly what happened in the previous phase, they did end up taking it home with I think it was 8ㅅ, Tsubame, and Adriana. Very interested to see if these teams are going to stick with that team comp or if they are going to swap it around, because there were a lot of changes in the in between from phase 1 and phase 2. I think Adriana did end up getting hit quite a bit. I think Tsubame ended up getting hit as well. So yeah, we are gonna have to see, what these teams are gonna be swapping over to now.
Yeah, but I think these players are all ready to go as well. This team last time around had such great synergy, some of the best Eternal Return gameplay I've ever seen. All at the helm, the core of this team is Taegyung. So much variety in his gameplay. We saw both the Yan, the 8ㅅ, everything coming out from this player, and every single one of them was able to provide some massive plays during every single one of the games they were playing throughout the entirety of phase number 1. The MVP rightfully deserved for phase 1, going straight over to Taegyung. Very excited to see his performance on whichever compositions he's going to be bringing out, because Super, remember, I said that during KEL, a lot of teams that played in it have been bringing out some pretty interesting team compositions, and I do want to touch upon Team FN Sejong as well, because that's actually a team that struggled massively during phase number 1, right?
Yeah, I mean, in the finals, we saw, they weren't the first team in checkpoint, which is definitely not the norm, I would say, right? We usually see FN Sejong, kind of dominating, but yeah, they just weren't able to find their footing in the previous phase. But you can look at the circuit points here as well. FN Sejong all the way down in 6th place, so they're not going to have a ticket into the finals just yet. But maybe after this phase, they're going to have a good performance. You can also see as well, we saw the point matrix for phase 2, right? It was 750 points for first place, so it's actually a 200-point difference between the first 2 phases.
Yep, you can jump that immediately as FN Sejong, as long as you're able to take away first for phase number 2. That'll all be decided, of course, by next Sunday. But let's forget about all of that, right? Because we still have groups that we need to worry about. We gotta do baby steps, one at a time when it comes to the phases. That's what we are here for today, ladies and gentlemen. Groups A and B are about to be underway. That's gonna be a fun one. Super excited about that. But what patch are we playing on? Well, it's going to be 8.3 Super, as I mentioned earlier as well. And a lot of important changes did come through this one. And I think one of the biggest changes that a lot of people definitely caught on to pretty early in the patch, because I started seeing it being popularized very early on, captains, right? We had a new helmet starting to come through, and that, my friend, just opened up so many opportunities for tank players to find that option instead of going for the smash totem, being forced to use it, and now that arm piece is open for anything that you want.
The raid captain is quite a great item for these tanks, but I mean, most tanks didn't really run that smash totem effect anyways, but maybe with this item, because I do think it's really well statted with that extra passive. I think it's really good for these tanks to probably pick up. So we'll have to see if these teams do end up utilizing it, because there are some characters that utilize it really well, and there's some characters that it's kind of just whatever, right? We're just probably better off maybe playing that getting a tank chest piece, like Ghost Bride, and then having that cooldown still on your headpiece.
Yeah, one of the biggest things that I was personally looking at is that when it comes to the overall item value, when it comes to tanks, is that arm pieces nowadays have a lot of value when it comes to tank players, right? We have things like the Solar System miniature that you could go on the arm piece. I know Mithril Shield, I apologize, has been pretty popular as of late as well on certain tanks here and there. Seen some Alex runs in. We've seen some Alex running around in Korean tournaments as of late. That's going to be pretty fun if we do end up seeing that. But what this does change up is that one pesky helmet piece that a lot of tanks were just kind of really iffy on. It was always decided between things like, I don't know, the commander's helmet. That was a possibility that you could run. Some people were running things like the bunny hat as well. A big popular and cheap item was something like the dwarf's helmet. But all of those items have their ups and downs. It's just that, as you said, the captain has such a really nice stat line. You also get the crushing blow as well that allows you to sustain and also deal bonus damage during the fight as well. I just think there's so many things that can happen throughout that one single patch that a lot of teams are going to be able to exploit today. So I am really excited to see how these games are going to go. But Super, we're going to start diving into game number 1 in just a moment here. Let's see what the character selections are going to look like for these teams to start us off.
Yeah, very excited here. It looks like we are going to have Daydream sitting on the team comp that they're comfortable with. And oh my god, are we gonna have a Luke here? It's gonna be the tank Luke. Whoa. So this is exactly what you were talking about. This is one of the characters that was able to abuse the new headpiece, and I think this might be one of our first Lukes here coming out, debuting in Eternal Return Masters.
Yeah, it's been a very, very long time. This character, not that much hard crowd control, so for a frontliner that's also supposed to be assassinating people, maybe be a good fighter instead if you're building a little bit more on the fighter route, doesn't really have that much leniency in making any of the mistakes. But with something like the captain, maybe he can stay alive a little bit longer in the front line, maybe not get punished as hard with the bonus sustain that comes out from that item. This is going to be a fun one, supported by the Lenny on that backside. Wait a moment, with a very, very fun team comp. But that goes for everybody else as well. Look at Team Milky Way's composition. Look at Team Tetron Phalanx's composition. That is a blast to the past.
Wow, Ekion, Lenny, and the Jenny here. So I think there's actually going to be 2 Jennys in this lobby. So maybe Jenny taking place as sort of the meta for phase 2 here. But I don't think there's any characters that are being banned just of yet. We do have 2 Nickys, 2 Lennys, 2 Jennys, but yeah, I don't think I see a triple pick.
Yeah, very low priority on the Priya as well. It's a character that we actually saw being prioritized a ton during phase number 1. But yeah, because of all of the action that we saw from the Priya, she was also tagged a little bit here and there. Even some small indirect nerfs coming through from some of the items that she preferred using. It does mean that her prioritization gonna drop a little bit as teams are gonna look for other things to run. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of phase number 2 is gonna begin. Let's see how Group A is gonna start us off. Are we gonna see a lot of aggression during day 1, or are we gonna snooze through it and get that action started starting day 3, maybe even day 2?
Yeah, I'm just very excited for this Luke pick. Luke is a character we never see at all in Eternal Return Masters. So seeing it come out here, especially when he's at his peak right now, on this tank build, people are playing him tank with the force field because of that new headpiece that end up getting added into the game, the captain, the raid captain, which is really, really strong on him since he's able to use the passive really well.
Yeah, it's a lot of these cheap items that tend to give these tanks really easy versatility, because especially in places like ERM, where we see a trend, a lot of these frontliners forsaking their own items to make sure their transitions are going for the backliners instead, right? You got to do the damage to kill other people. Might as well sacrifice yourselves some items as a frontline in order to get that damage number up on the backside. Yeah, some of those cheaper items coming into your possibility is just such a nice thing to have in your hand. Sad Hand will begin our game off with the first blood they're going to get as a 1v1 goes in towards Nikki, trying to look for a little bit more of a fight. Nice juice coming across the board. The blink coming in. Can they get the last auto attack? Yes, they can. Doing the damage over onto one more. Can they find anything else? No, they cannot. BTB is going to get the cap punch out to knock that down. An unofficial 1v3, still a 1-for-1 trade. Not that bad of a result for Sandhand, and a great start for their tournament in Group A.
Young could knock into the wall, but it's not going to be enough as Soe is going to be just able to finish it off. But yeah, I mean, great side steps coming out from Sadhands there to dodge out on the, those skills from that Fiora there. And oh, looks like it's going to be... Oh, Gun is going to get cut out here. Is going to be able to live just barely on 1 HP, as they will be able to get themselves into safe. Unfortunately, Daydream not going to be able to pick that one up, but on the bottom side here, Sadhands are going to TP down into Hospital. But oh, that goes over there. It is going to proc for the second inwards tick on that circle there, and they will not be going down. So it will be a nice kill going for the side team Modern.
Yeah, I guess we are seeing a bit of that action in day number 1, but most of the fights that we've seen so far are picks, and this is potentially shaping up to be another one. But the problem is, yeah, Zoe needs to land things. Revolut just needs to right-click people. Okay. Swords coming out, but no one's going to chase any longer. That means we're going to start entering into night number 1 with just a single fight towards the south side of the map, trying to knock down Cadmus, but there is an 8ㅅ. He does end up using his weapon skill to refresh his timer. We'll just have to leave as the Yan is going to give him a little bit of space to work with. A little bit too well aware of what 8ㅅ is, you know, 8ㅅ's potential is, of course, for taking. He played that last time during phase number 1. Not going to fall down to any shenanigans here early.
Yeah, I do love, you know, Auto Arms going back to their, you know, bread and butter team comp with the Mai and John, but they are going to pair it this time with the D-Supami. And Sadhans is going to get caught out here with the parry jump cut. It is just going to go down to the Nikki. Not really much Sadhans can do. Did end up just getting locked up there. And MG on the bottom side here. Still not, actually, I'm surprised they didn't level their passive. I guess maybe not opting for that, finishing their helmet, but it looks like they were able to level it there, but they will end up going down. Young getting caught out again, and Team Auto Arm just in shambles in day 1 here. But, you know, relatively speaking, this early on in the game, you know, most teams are just split farming, right? They're just getting caught out one by one. As long as they group up for the upcoming objective, I think they'll be fine.
Now, I actually wonder about that. I'm seeing a lot of teams actually grouped up. The teams that are falling down one by one, they're actually getting punished for split farming by fully grouped up teams. A lot of these picks that I saw after night number 1 started are all just 1v3 stacks. This actually might be the first team fight that we see for the first time this game. Chica about to get taken down. Down goes the Hyejin. Jenny play dead, also popping as well. Rachan should be able to clean this up. This Yan is also a very solid Yan player in the KR side of things. 2 members down from Team Ninja, and we go down to the south side of the map. KCW trying his best to stay alive. His signature Nikki trying to do what they can, but has to just blink over the wall. 03CU gonna get taken down as well. Not running their signature. Nadine is gonna go down. Pixu also taken down as well. 2 for 0 in favor of Team Wada Meow in this composition with the Lukes starting out strong.
ECW has to be a little careful here because they are going to be the last ones alive, and they all did end up dying on the day 2 cycle. So yeah, just gonna get themselves on out of there. Cadmus is gonna get caught out. Looks like Team Phalanx is gonna be split farming as well. You could see all 3 members relatively split away, but they're all still relatively close to each other, about 1 zone away from each other. So maybe try to look for something if they do end up seeing some pings to maybe look at the group. But yeah, usually at this point, I think most teams are just going to slowly start to split away. And Horrific actually does end up getting one there. Does end up hitting the plant as well to get themselves maybe enough HP. And good dodge out on that dash. And oh my god, Horrific is going to be able to get themselves on out of there with the kill for themselves. So very nicely played by the Fiora.
That's a comfort pick and a half if I've ever seen one. It's been a long time since I've been able to see Horrific play that Fiora, and he plays it like a champ. Nicely done from Horrific, although I think he got sniped down somewhere because I see the Fiora dead. A little unfortunate for Team Milky Way, as Daydream also going to get caught out a little bit here as well. Yeah, Hessel going to go down. They just called an item. Not that good. At least it's just a mithril, but that's still high value, especially for a deal, right?
Losing out on that motorcycle helmet is going to be pretty bad for the side team Daydream. That is an early minus 250, and this early on to the game, especially, you know, at this level of play, that is just going to set Daydream so far behind.
Yeah, absolutely. But they can still catch up, right? This is one of those teams that loves to slow push all the way until the end. Yeah, losing out on that mithril is going to be a little bit annoying. Might have to actually force themselves to play a little bit more aggressive, right? Maybe during night number 2, go for an alpha when they might have wanted to go for something like a rift instead to guarantee that mithril. There's still options left for them. The fact that they lost an item pretty early on is still a bit nicer than losing it way later in the game when your options are a little bit more limited. We'll see what their reactions are going to be. We got about 10 seconds to go until night 2.
I do have, it's going to be a box spotting here in a police station. Cadmus is just going to slowly walk up. Is going to be able to get the knockup actually onto Zoe, but it's still going to get slow focused down. There's because they're going to be dropped down here, and damage is going to go through. Revolo actually getting chunked down. The Felix is going to find an angle in, but not going to be able to actually take the Jenny down. Said it is going to proc, but is going to be able to keep themselves alive, and Phalanx is going to be the one to come out on top. But the item was already secured. over to the side of Team Modern, and I think Team Modern will definitely take that.
Yeah, I like the play from both sides of the coin. Really nice fight over there up in Police Station, but the Rift is not going in favor of Team 8ㅅMeowman. Lenny already goes down, but these are two fighters, right? You cannot let this team just continuously fight on their own single terms. NXA not able to join the fight on the backside. You don't want to leave a Hyejin on the backside by themselves up against the Luke. It's still a 2-for-2, but these people have a decent amount of sustain. The problem is, it's two ranged characters that can pump out a lot of pressure against these melee characters. The heal is just not going to be enough. Down goes Cirilo. NXA has nothing they can do here as well. 3-for-1, I apologize, going in favor of Team Ninja. Matt, Hyejin, and Jenny will be able to finish everything off, as the Abigail taken down pretty early doesn't really mean a thing.
Very nicely played by the side of Team Ninja there. Great focus targeting to just instantly burst down the Lenny. Once the Lenny's gone, that's a lot of your sustain for that team fight there. So 8ㅅMeowman unfortunately is going to lose that one out, and Ninja winning that rift for themselves, and definitely showing that they are here to play. Look at the Abigail getting a lot of value jumping around in this team fight. Here comes the ultimate come out from the Hyejin, but it's not going to be enough. The fear wasn't no stacks were connected just yet, so the fear isn't going to go through, and unfortunately Jenny is going to lose her play dead. So a little unfortunate for the side of Team Ninja. Abigail a little caught out away from their team, and yeah, the Hyejin and the Jenny just wasn't there to follow up just yet.
Yeah, funnily enough, I think Team Ninja hesitated a little bit because the Hyejin was hanging around the outside. The Abigail stayed alive a lot longer, I think, that the team really intended to. So the push that they made for a team fight just seemed a little bit forced, a little bit unnecessary if I really had to call for it. That's why it seemed a little bit messy, but that's alright. It's just a night 2 that they've already gotten all the value out of night number 2 because of that dimensional rift. They just need to make sure they
by
don't
themselves.
die.
I think Abigail spawned on the other side of the map probably because it was free, but now that puts the Hyejin in a really awkward position. You could see there's 4 teams around this Hyejin. I don't know if they will be able to find their ways to a VLS to get to their teammates, but it looks like they're just gonna walk back down into Factory here.
Oh, they might have threaded the needle.
For the side of C&J Esports there. A lot of damage going to NXA. NXA is going to get chunked down to about 30% HP, but looks like it is just going to be 8ㅅMeowman going to be the one to finish off the Lumi here. Get the rest of the credits. You can see their credit counts as well. Definitely going to look, or yeah, definitely going to want to look to get their next buy-ins here. KCW is going to find an angle onto the backside here, but it is going to be Ekiel getting a lot of damage for Daydream here for the third party, and looks like it is just going to be the side of Team C&J Esports just completely booking it. Definitely don't want to take that fight while there is another team. And I didn't even realize, but we do have 2 very similar team comps with the Nikki and Johan on both Daydream and C&J Esports.
Both sitting on the backline damage dealer as well, just at the split difference between a Kadia versus a Theo. The problem is, well, these teams are under pressure quite a lot in this game. Daydream are going to somehow thread the needle as well, trying to get themselves on out of here, but that's a lot of resources invested from that team. Energy Blast Field plus the Soul Stealer used on top of it.
Now they're caught in a really rough spot here. 8ㅅMeowman is coming from the bottom side. Oh no, Phalanx is gonna... Oh no, actually, it looks like they're gonna be okay. Phalanx definitely doesn't want to push into that because I think they do know that there is another team living behind them there. So Auto Arms is gonna get a great taunt there. Huge find from Cadmus. Sadance is getting chunked down on the backside here from this Abigail, but Sadance is going to do so much damage, so much auto tag damage on the Subama, and they will end up going down. So it will actually be 2 kills going to the side of Team Auto Arms there. And on the bottom side here, do have some focus targeting. They're trying to kill the Lenny. Is it going to be enough? Oh no, the Luke actually is going to get so much HP back. NXA is still alive with this Lenny here, and the Luke is getting so much damage, but it's not going to be enough. They've only just able to pump out so much damage on this Jenny, and they will end up going down. Thought the focus targeting just wasn't as good, but they were able to finish off that Luke there. Not just barely not enough sustain to get any knocks.
Yeah, I think Chichen Phalanx actually had a really good split. Do remember that Luke gets more healing the more targets he hits. That final heal there only healed him for 1 target hit. It just wasn't enough to keep him alive. That's a little bit of a problem. A little bit of a catch-out for Team Daydream as well. Hessel going down, Altail also falling down as well. The callouts are just looking a little bit weird. Same thing for Taking, but he has the exclusive on his side. KCW just gets obliterated, and Saturn has access to the back line. This is a to bomb A, but cannot chase any further up against a Johan. It looked a little bit scary for Taegyung, but for Cinema, he's got that press of a button, right? That exclusive all on his axis. Yesel needs to live. They do end up getting the res back over onto Alltail. Doesn't have to spend the minus 200 credits for that. Energy Blast Field out to get them out as well.
Nice.
Team Daydream, I mean, they are just somehow living just by a hair in so many bad situations. Yeah, minus 200 is bad, but you know, compared to all the situations that could have gone worse, I'll take that.
Very lucky for Team Daydream there to actually get both the reses off. So, and yeah, I mean, Team Auto Arms, they just look so strong. I don't know if you saw the items and you know what was under them, but they ended up having the double buff from the Alpha and Omega. And oh, there's a lot of damage, a huge focus coming out for the side of Team Milky Way, but it's not going to be enough. Wait a second, there's a knock into the wall, and they're going to be able to finish off the Tazi here, but wait a second, Tazi's going to be able to live for a little bit longer. There is the totem, but it's not going to be enough, as there is that charm placed right on top of that Tazi, and they will end up going down. Modern are trying to look for something, but I think forced too hard into, you know, this triple melee type team and just immediately get punished for it.
Fight inside of the research center this time around. It's going to be between Team Daydream as well as CNJ Esports. Energy Blast Field use, same thing as the Faith and Wavering, but the first Nikki to go down is going to be the one on the side of Team Daydream. Team Daydream, they just cannot find themselves a break at all. There's the Blitz as well to even pressure further, and they're going to be pushed towards the north side of the map. Are going to be forced to use actually the gadget points here. I don't know if this is the right idea. KCW playing a little bit confident. This is a thin corridor, but remember that the Steel does not have Energy Blast Field. This is not looking good. Hessel taking a ton of punishment. The lasers are there, the auto attacks are there, but this Kadia does way too much damage. Look at the pressure coming in from both sides.
Oh wait, they're looking for another angle back in. Getting a lot of damage this time. Ooh, they do end up getting the Nikki, and the Nikki is going to be able to use a Prairie Uppercut. And I think actually it's going to be CNJ Esports going to be the one to wipe. I actually thought CNJ Esports did end up having the advantage. Their item difference was too big, but the needle finds the angle, especially when you're fighting into this tight corridor, just can't dodge out on any of those auto attacks.
It's the laser spread. Unfortunate for those two teams. They are going to not have that great of a time inside of Research Center. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Trying to duke it out up against Team Modern. It's a 1-for-1 trade between the two right now. Down goes to Priya. Down goes to Lenny. Lenny gets secured, and they're all fighting inside of the red at the moment. Serlo trying to do what they can, but fighting a melee up against a Tazi is not that fun of an experience. He's missing everything, gets stunned by the wall. There's the res coming in. Serlo is so cooked. He's trying his best to stay alive, might be able to do so, but with the Spotted Sword on the ground and the cow jumps coming in, he is dead. Soe just outplays that on a T. So easy for the Tazi as long as you play that right. And another fight inside a pond.
I only have to add in the timer, but I guess use the safety orbs, and there's the charm coming in, but Cinema, or sorry, not Cinema, but that is Cadmus has ended up finding the Jenny on the bottom side here, and looks like Team Ninja, I think they're a little hesitant. The Hyejin was thinking about taking the rift, but did end up not end up going there, and Chica now caught in a rough spot. Do they end up seeing him? I don't think they do. And it looks like Ninja will live just barely on a hair, but yeah, very nicely played from Cadmus there, just getting access to that backline, just doing so much damage with those ultimates, just able to just chunk down both the Hyejin and the Jenny there, able to secure that his team, that team fight. NXA having the blood weapon for themselves, but you can see the items on the side of Team Wade Yama. I think they lost a little too many team fights. Fortunately, they're not looking too strong, but can definitely still look for these third-party angles, I think, and maybe try to win. Try to get a couple more kills, in these final zones.
Yeah, the problem is teams are starting to run out of time to get some of those free objectives, right? It's already night number 4. You're not going to be able to get too many free objectives, especially if you start fighting like this. Wade Yama in a little bit of trouble. The Twins Rush is actually going to get a lot of damage. God just gets obliterated with that Twins Rush. NXA with a beautiful double Twins Rush is going to be able to cancel out that fight beginning. Team Modern gets obliterated just by one fantastic ultimate. Down goes the Hyejin as well. That's going to be Team Ninja falling down. The hesitation cost them massively in Game 1. We'll walk away with Game 1 in 7th place. Yeah, look at that. CNJ Esports gets that 8th place spot, but only 3 points for Game 1. They're going to have to start improving in the next couple to secure their spot a little bit higher up on that leaderboard.
Yeah, I just want to say huge find from NXA there, as you know, Felix is one of those characters that deals a lot of damage, but is relatively squishy for themselves. So, you know, getting locked down in that CC combo there, just immediately great focus coming out for the side of Team Wait to just finish off that. Felix just 100 to 0 in the span of about you know, 1 or 2 seconds. So very nicely played for the side of Team Wait and Zoe almost catching it. And here is a charge off from the PR, but wait a second, Zoe then just dropping the wall down, and Milky Way gets punished for it. They're just gonna lose their IRM.
Why were they so desperate for that kill? I mean, Rachan was looking for a flank. They didn't have to go that hard. Team Modern looking for a little bit more. Remember that these two players still have that wick line available to them. Tetragon goes down, trying to look for a split fight between the two, but Felix just obliterates the Fiora in that 1v1. The Yan needs to do something fast, but he just can't do it fast enough. Down goes Horrific already. Rachan's getting outplayed by Soe as well. The Paradiso goes down, the Blink infested, but what can the Yan do here? Absolutely nothing. Has to jump back into the side, but 3 seconds left. Hold on a second. Can he kill it? Yes, he can, but it's gonna get caught out. Third party comes in. Tetragon Phalanx will be able to find the kill onto Soe, but Team Milky Way taken down as well.
Yeah, a disastrous look for the side Team Milky Way there. They were a little desperate. I think they saw, you know, 3 kills in their eyes. They saw it was a duo, you know, them teleporting away, but immediately Modern is gonna be there to punish them for it. It's very nicely played for the side Team Modern there. And look at the timers. They are going to be forced to go back in here. And there's another team. It's going to be Team
What is going on?
William Yauman coming in at the perfect time for the perfect third party. Dushiman is going to get caught out from the side of Phalanx, and it's going to be Team Modern actually going to be able to keep all of their members back alive. We saw Team Modern on the back foot there, and Phalanx was able to get the res as well. Lumi just barely still sitting in Temple, but yeah, Modern was on the back foot there, but perfect timing. A blessing in disguise for that third party to come, as it did end up deterring Team Phalanx's dive with Yamid coming in with that Twins Rush to basically force them out there, as the Lenny did end up going down. But yeah, Phalanx did end up getting all their members back up, so still not too bad of a, you know, dive in from them, as they're still in this game. They can definitely still look for something here, as I think these two teams definitely want to take this team fight before, you know, these other teams do end up coming into the zone, because a 3-team final zone is definitely going to be a little hard for them to play around.
Not entirely sure what's going on with these Lennys as well. They're just diving into fights and getting obliterated the moment the fight begins. Let's take it a little bit slow. Not everybody in the world has the IGN of Xenophine, right? Xenophine is the only one I've seen with a consistent rate of being able to jump in and get successful fights. Let's take it slow. I haven't really seen a lot of these players on this Lenny before, so I want to see a bit more on that playmaking potential before we start drawing cards out of nowhere and look for plays that are a bit too crazy for players outside of Xenophine. Let's take it slow.
Yeah, I mean, Lenny is one of those characters, though, like, as a support, she does have to dive in to get, you know, that value with the stuns, the shields. You just have to play around, you know, your other players to, you know, kind of, you know, help with, you know, getting peeled off and stuff as well, so
the thing is, though, I think for Tetragon Phalanx, there should almost never be a world where the Lenny ever gets taken down first, because the theoretical fight idea behind that team is just Ekion sends it, and it's a 1v2 as the diver on the other side tries to dive the Jenny and the Lenny. I'm not sure if somebody's supposed to die there. Here's the fight. 2 seconds until the temp zone is going to start. The fight is pretty big. The Paradiso hasn't been popped yet. The timings are just a little bit weird. Down goes the Lenny for the first time again, but it's a trade, as the fighter on the other side is going to get taken down. Gun has been a problem, but the problem is there's 2 fighters on the other side. MG gets tagged with the clean sweep, but I like this thought process from the side of Team Wait Miyamet. Are going to look for the res first, because they have all the time in the world. They can just slow push over in towards a temporary zone. Might as well not waste time trying to get that Lenny back up. Love this play coming out from these guys, but not exactly sure if you were supposed to pop that augment just yet. 8 seconds to go for MG to start walking back in. Can they win this fight is the question. A lot of utilities were just burned, and look at the timers they have. Their TTK is really not that low. Maybe they can find a kill onto the Priya, though she is already dead. 5 seconds left for everybody, and the double knockup comes in. I don't think they're going to have the time to kill anybody. Pop, 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 pop. Down goes a Weasel. Popcorn's everywhere. Pop goes 1, pop goes 2, pop goes 3. Never mind. Wait a second. Nope, never mind. There goes all 3. A 3-for-0. Cleanly done from Tetragon Phalanx. We're going to go into our final zone of Fire Station. Tetragon Arms versus 8ㅅPhalanx.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just so they just force in a little too deep, and yeah, I mean, it's just too much damage coming out from the Jenny. Revolu sitting on that blood weapon. I mean, having that extra armor pen into these fighter, tank type of characters. It's just gonna be able to just rip them to shreds here. And ooh, I do like this play from the side of team Auto Arms here. They're actually gonna push up into their zone to try to maybe look for something to deny maybe any buy-ins coming out from the side of Team Phalanx here. And you can see if Team Phalanx are actually gonna wrap around, wait for this. Oh nope, actually they ended up walking into that recon.
Oh, look at that! Look at where Cinema is.
Oh, I
That's
love
that vision
this play.
play.
Cinema. Here is the engage coming in. Are they gonna be able to get anything here? And there is Taeyong actually gonna be able to two with the roundhouse kick, and I think that is going to be it. There is a lot of damage, I think. Oh my god, Revolu is just gonna go down. There's great focus targeting coming out for the side of Team Auto Arms there, but wait a second, Cadmus ends up getting one. Taeyong does end up going down, but I don't think there's really anything much else left for the side of Cadmus there. Satan's already sitting on about 70% HP and should just seal the deal here, as he just needs to get a couple more auto attacks in. Great dodge out on that dash, and it is going to be Team Auto Arms coming out on top with a 25.5 point game. So that's a great start for the side Team Auto Arms.
Yep, fantastic fight for these teams. It ended up becoming a 1v1 and a 2v2. Usually when it comes to these Ekion, Jenny, and Lenny combinations, you're supposed to split it as a 1v2 and a 1v2, but instead it became a 1v1 and then a 2v2. Ekion is really going to be able to only buy time up against something like a Yan, whereas the Jenny and the Lenny on the flip side, Cinema with a huge double taunt buys enough time for that Tsubami to get the damage in, pops the play that pretty early. Taeyong joins the fight afterwards as well, lands a perfect tomahawk roundhouse straight into that Jenny as soon as she comes out. From there, the fight is just over, right? There is no coming back for Team 8ㅅPhalanx. Daejeon Auto Arms, very reminiscent of the game that we saw from them in phase number 1 group stages. A very well controlled and a very well paced game out from the players of Team Daejeon Auto Arms. Definitely a contender for yet another trophy in phase number 2, similar to how they did it in phase 1.
Yeah, I mean, they just look so clean this whole season, right? So just a great game for them. I really like, the flank angle from Cinema sitting in that little corner that, a lot of teams don't really end up checking. I think, relatively speaking, nowadays, everyone usually checks that corner, but I think in a situation like that, it's kind of hard to spot out that Mai would be sitting in there. And I think Taeyong getting a lot of value, on the Yan before end up going down there, in that 1v2 situation, getting the two roundhouse kicks, or two members, in that roundhouse kick, just able to just chunk them down because he is sitting on that full amp Yan. So just dealing so much damage before he did end up going down. And, Satan's just going to be there to, easily clean up the rest of the members of the side of Team Phalanx.
I think game 1 was a very good telling of which teams have good communication already, because we've had our fair share of chaotic fights already starting off from game number 1. We've actually seen a couple of them as there were tons of third parties that came in. Team Daydream, for what it is, I think, yes, they might have not had that great of a game number 1, but I think their communication is on point. Being able to weasel out of every third party they were able to get around during the mid-game, that really goes to show me that all of them are still playing together. They have the same mindset. They just really couldn't get the lead because of how much shenanigans they were a part of. This sets up a really good precedent, I think, for teams like Daydream. We just saw, as we were talking about, Daejeon Auto Arms having some incredible communication amongst amongst each other. And even for 8ㅅPhalanx as well, I think their communication is still pretty airtight just from how some of their fights went. I think it's all right, but we can kind of contrast that to some of the teams that are having trouble with it, like Team Ninja, right? We talked about how a couple of them were hesitating, a couple of them are not sure, and then as soon as that breaking point of the fight is just gone, that's when they start being confident, but it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, at this level of play, right, I think most teams, right, should have relatively good comps, right? Because it's all about, getting the right targets, knowing when to, look for those engages, look for those dive-ins. But, a team like Team Ninja, right, who, we haven't really seen in the competitive scene, maybe they're still a little new. Definitely you could see, right, their slight faults, in these in those slight hesitations when taking these team fights, and that is what kind of decides and swing these team fights into some of these teams' favors.
Absolutely. We've seen players, like you mentioned earlier, Ike and Chica have been players that we've seen a couple of times in the Eternal Return Masters environment, but a couple of their other players maybe we really haven't seen too far. And when you talk about teams and team rosters, of course, I'm not trying to downplay any specific players here, but your team is only as good as your weakest link, right? And if you don't have the experience as some of these players starting to come into the Eternal Return Masters scene, that's where you start having faults with communications like this. So, of course, for a team that is starting to come in for the first time as this roster, I hope that they're able to solve things pretty quickly, because group stage is definitely not that long. But let's take a look at the leaderboard after game number 1. Of course, this really isn't reminiscent of anything towards the end of Group Stage A. There's still 3 more games that we have to play, but this is what we are starting out with. Tejan Auto Arms, 25.5 points. They're going to be walking away with from game number 1. 8ㅅPhase as well, a very aggressive game from this team despite ending up in 3rd place, 17 points to round out 2nd place spot. Tejan Failings with 16 in 3rd and 13 points for Team Modern. Everybody else on the bottom side of the leaderboard, sub 10.
Yeah, I mean, a pretty solid game for 8ㅅPhase despite them going down in 3rd place there. 17 points, for a team comp like theirs, right? Luke, Dema, and Lenny. I think, unfortunately, just at the very end, they just didn't have enough items, I would say. And were just, forced in, right? Because they ended up having to take that team fight outside of the temporary zone, which allowed Team Failings to just able to just have so much more time into them. And they're just able to play the team fight a lot more easier because Team 8ㅅPhase was forced inwards into them instead.
Absolutely. Here we go, though. Game number 2 character selection is now underway. No bans, which is actually quite certainly surprising for a Group A star, right? We saw quite a fair number of bans during phase number 1 in Group A from the beginning of the series, but this time around it's going to be a little bit of a different case, as not that many teams are opting to run the same thing, but that might change this time.
Yeah.
I do see the triple Priya being hovered, but it's going to swap back over onto the Lenny. I do see MG hopping over onto the Priya. I do like this pick still for this team. Rami going to swap back over onto the Johan as well. I guess we're just kind of keeping things consistent for the most part. Although, is there anything that changes here? Not really.
It's just
I think it's just everything the same.
No, to see you swapped from Tadia to Subame.
Yeah, that's about it. Everybody else just keeping the same thing. So I don't think, just from looking at the pacing as well as the pattern, Ike is also swapped over onto something else as well here. Ike going to swap over onto the Heart instead of the Jenny. But for the most part, the team composition identities for all of these teams are still going to be pretty similar for the remainder of the series.
Yeah, but maybe we'll have some slight adjustments after round 2 because we do have that substitution, for the break. So maybe these teams that aren't, in the top 4 spot, maybe they think, something needs to change here, and they do end up maybe swapping in one of their members. But yeah, for this game, no bans. So relatively speaking, we could just have, all these teams playing their comfort picks and playing what they know for the rest of the series here.
Here we go, though, Super. Game number 2 is now underway for Group Stage A. After this one, of course, as you just mentioned, Super, we are going to have the possibility of some of these teams looking for that substitution. And I think this could go one of 2 ways, right? Some of these teams are definitely going to struggle. We already saw that from game number 1. If that kind of performance does continue, of course, you can start swapping out players because of that reason. But there's another team that I do want to see a player starting to play for them. Tejan Auto Arms, I do kind of want to see Loken. He has been dominating the leaderboard throughout this entire season. The fact that we aren't really able to see it in ERM, why he's able to do that with his micro, it's just a little bit sad, right? I love watching Sadhan, do not get me wrong, but I want to see why Loken has just been able to single-handedly overtake the solos leaderboard, the ranked leaderboard. That man has been on top by like 2,000 to 3,000 RP for months now.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Loken, he's a great player, but yeah, I mean, when you have players like Sadhands, Taeyong, and Cinema, you have such a insane roster that even a player like Loken doesn't even get any time to play. So it just goes to show you, how good these players are. And it looks like Taeyong got a great roundhouse kick there to actually secure that kill on the side of Team Auto Arms. And looks like there's going to be Lenny end up getting caught out here by the Nikki here, a great period jumper cut. And, oh, there's the auto attack subbing in and a great blink away. But it's not going to be enough, as looks like it is going to be Nikki going to be the one to come out on top. A great blink to actually dodge out on that knockup from the Yon, and we'll be able to secure them an extra kill.
Still a little bit too early for in the game for the Yan to be able to rotate through his skills a little bit fast enough for him to survive that. A little bit unfortunate for him, but we do still have some of these players. It's similar to game number 1 where they're grouping up pretty early, are able to actually find kills off on some of these stragglers. It's going to be the same case here for MG on top of it. Clean sweep's going to land and everything from Serlo will land as well. Nice cleanup coming from that roster. Rachan going to get taken down. It's not looking good for the Abigail. She is completely isolated.
No.
The trade is there, but it's a 1 for 2. As you can see, Chica's down and Ike. It actually might have been a 1 for 3 overall.
Yeah, I saw the vision there. Unfortunately, did end up getting hit by that charm. You know, the charm just ended up blocking up that Abigail. Not going to be... not going to have enough damage here. And Sad, unfortunately, is going to get caught out. Great blink away to dodge out on that spring trap, but is just going to go down and is going to get tagged up. And it will be Ekion going to be the one to pick that one up for the side of Team Phalanx. Ike getting caught out on the other side here as Team Milky Way is looking for an angle in. Does end up missing that Q, but Ike is actually just going to turn it now. The auto attacks from the heart are just going to be there. Both of them going down, so it will be a nice kill going to the side of Team Ninja.
I will say, I really do like this heart pick from Team Ninja, because this actually opens them a little bit more time to be undecisive, right? When these guys are able to actually make the decisions, I think their team fight has been looking pretty solid. The heart actually buys them that time. Rachan actually opting to go back in on this fight, absolutely psychotic on that front. I think the rest of his team is going to join in, but one just fell down again. Down goes the Fiora, down goes the Yan. I think that Iram just has to book it. That is really funny. A couple of free kills going into the hands of Team Ninja on the south side of on the west side of the map. I apologize. Whereas individual fights are still occurring across the board. Sadhand about to take the speed game. Nice juke away from Cecil, and he's just going to get away, trying to fight back in on this. He is. Yeah, we are going psycho in game number 2 for a bunch of people across the board. What are we doing?
I mean, he does know that the Nikki doesn't have pure jump cut anymore because they ended up buffering it. And Sadhand, I like the reaction there coming out from Sadhand. This is gonna dash away, and there's a damage coming out from Zoe. But here is the jump in coming out from 0-3 there, and is just gonna find the angle onto the backside, and Gun is gonna go down, walking into that wall there, and look at the auto attack damage is gonna be there, and there's the stun coming out from the Nikki once again, and this could be way too much CC, and it's gonna be Demod getting completely wiped here. It's gonna be a break. Very, very nicely played by the side of Team CNG Esports. 0-3CU able to just find so much on the Subame there, and there's the damage. There's the ultimate coming in from the no! The walls are just there to just block out on the charms, and Cinema is actually going to be able to get themselves out alive there, and there comes Engage coming out from the Abigail's going to be enough damage. It's not going to be enough, but it is going to be too. Santa is going to jump in.
All right, dude.
Finish off the yard. Oh my god.
Okay. All right. So everybody is just Sadhands is in rhythm today, man. This man is in tune. He is locked the heck in tonight. We are about to see some good games of VR from Tej and the Auto Arms. I thought their performance from Phase 1 wasn't gonna be even possible to overcome, but they are already showing us that it is a possibility. This is shaping up to be a great phase already from this team again, Super.
That's just so unfortunate for Ninja, because I mean the Mai should have died so early into that team fight, but because the wolves were there, the wolves were there to dodge out the charms. Cinema didn't end up going away. They're all sitting at 1 HP, and the Abigail just didn't have any cooldowns left after jumping in, so just didn't have enough damage there. And here comes the ultimate coming out from the Theodore. They will be able to find Ike here. Ike is going to go down. There's the ultimate though. Peacemaker is going to be able to keep themselves alive. Here comes the Abigail jumping on forward as well. There's the ultimate from the Gym. And no, they get stunned up by the Nikki here. But wait a second, the damage is going to be way too much as they find angle. And no, Daydream. Gonna go down. Wait a second.
Where's the cameras? Where's the camera?
Oh my god, the Theodore is gonna be past them with that bush. The Sapphire Protocol, the passive able to keep themselves alive.
No!
He gets two! He gets two! We're chasing into a Theodore and it immediately gets spark nated and punished. You cannot eat those as a squishy character, and it's going to be Daydream actually keeping themselves alive and getting 2 kills here. Oh wait a second, Chica now gonna be caught out here. The sniper skills are coming out. Is gonna be able to slow.
Oh
Blake
my
invested.
god, man.
He should have ultimate here, and Darius gonna be able to rip it. And I think the Nikki's gonna go down. Oh, okay, it is gonna be able to use the jump to get themselves to safety, but. Daydream, they should have wiped. You're right. Where is the cameras? Didn't place any cameras down, and they just get juked.
Yep, that is welcome to the big leagues, Team Ninja. Well, here's another fight as Night 2 is going to begin. It's between 8ㅅPhalanx as well as Team 8ㅅMeowmit. The fight is going a long time, and this actually works in favor of Team 8ㅅMeowmit, but the damage output from 8ㅅPhalanx is also looking really solid. Well, you got 2 fighters on one side, but on the other side as well, you got a Jenny that you have to deal with. That thing is lethal in long fights.
Yeah, that Jenny just provides so much damage. I don't think there's really much Team Milky Way can do because it's, or sorry, not Milky Way, but Team 8ㅅMeowmit can do because the Jenny also having that play dead. It's just so much damage output coming out for the side of that Jenny. And oh, it is going to be Team Ninja actually able to win out on that Rift for themselves. So really nice pickup for them. But yeah, you can see Revolu already sitting on 2 4-square items for themselves. So they're just able to provide so much damage. You know, and to kill these brawler type characters, right? Like the Luke and the Dema. There's just not really much they can do. NXA gonna get caught out here by themselves. Is gonna try looking for Dushimon, but the members of Team Phalanx are gonna be here very shortly. There is Cadmus. Cadmus is gonna be able to jump on in. Revolu is going to be here as well, and they will end up going down. So nice pickup for the side Team Phalanx.
Yeah, that was pretty evil from Dushi, man. He knew that the rest of his team was coming, so all he was just doing was biding time. You run this way. This is a little bit problematic. CNG Esports a little bit hesitant on this fight, but they do have that Nikki. Senhands needs to get out, and I think he will just by a hair. Yeah, he gets the execution technique to get out of there. Gun's not going to be able to chase this as well. Very lucky for Team Titan Auto Arms. We'll be back up in about 5 seconds, but Night 2 not looking too hot for our star team. Another fight inside of Hotel. Look at the damage output over onto Raja, looking pretty solid, but the exchange damage over on towards the Nikki. Maybe it's the wrong target that they're going for. Immediately burst it down is going to be horrific. BTB looks for the cap punch, but has to blink himself on out of there. Still can't further chase the IRM, but that's already the 1-for-0 that Team Daydream was looking for. Great start to the mid game for that team. 6 points already in that mid game.
Yeah, Milky Way just looking a little confused here, you know, not knowing exactly who to really target. They end up picking the Nikki at the very end, but, you know, missing out on that Fiora Ultimate 3, not getting that stun. Just, I think ended up costing them the team fight there. Milky Way, yeah, they're looking a little, you know, unorganized on their dive because they need to all pick the right target and all pick the same target to try to one-shot, but yeah, just not able to find anything there, especially with a side Team Daydream, you know, having that Johan ultimate to keep you know, all their teammates alive for that dive. Just yeah, they just weren't able to find it. So a little unfortunate for Milky Way, but they didn't get into res, but an early -200 for that team. Definitely not what you're looking for.
Yeah, and I think Team Daydream has found out something real interesting, because typically when Daydream runs this composition, Hessel on the Nikki will run near full tank so that he can be that really solid frontline for the rest of his team. He's got Cabana on the Nikki with the Iron Fist. That is all the transitions he has. He is a very, very squishy Nikki right now. Maybe Team Daydream said, hey, something didn't work out in phase number 1. Maybe what we need is just more damage. They just decided to slap Nikki with a ton more damage and might be working out. Altail in a little bit of trouble himself. The Twins Rush is going to look to get a little bit of spacing in, but they need to get out of this tight corridor. Altail is looking for it. The lasers are doing some pretty good stuff. They do end up knocking the Luke down. Hessel has the damage to actually kill him because he's not a tank this time around. He's a fighter punching his way to victory. Down goes NXA as well. 2-for-0 in favor of Team Daydream. I think they've got it figured out.
Yeah, very nicely played by Altail there, just able to use the ultimate to get themselves in a good position to get the Spark Nade down with that wall and chip in a couple more auto attacks to get that Luke. Very, very nicely played from the side of Team Daydream to finish off that Luke. And once the Luke goes down, that is a lot of your damage for the side of Team 8ㅅMeowmit. And
what is this? What is this?
Rough here, but Modern is simply split away. Sad Hands is getting chunked down to about 30% HP. They do end up dropping the The shuriken skill here. No, Modern is completely split away, and so is gonna get caught here. There's the fear, and there's the follow-up from the Abigail. And Team Modern, unfortunately, gonna lose their one member here. It's gonna be the Tazi end up going down, and the side of Team Ninja, they're just gonna completely book it here. Team Autoworms was able to get that box completely uncontested, it looks like, on the other side. CNJ is here for the
water.
They're gonna try to lock up the Tazi. Tazi is getting chunked down to 1 HP, but there is the Exit of the Earth is gonna be used for the side of Team Modern. They're gonna try to look when they do end up knocking the Tsubame, and that is gonna be it. Team Modern actually gonna be the one to come out on top. A great split away and a disastrous engage for the side of Team CNJ Esports. Just weren't there in time to follow up on that Peerage Uppercut, and it's going to be 2 members going down.
Messy fights everywhere. I'm not entirely sure what is going on. Daydream All-Tail caught out once again, but he just merely manages to get out. There is a push to the right. He can't use the Sapphire Protocol. He's not using the shield just yet. Yojin taking a whole lot of damage. Damage exchange, and on the other side, Rami does go down, and that is it. Hessel is going to get taken down as well. Wait a minute, I'm finally finding that revenge. I don't think Luke can chase down the Theo. Yep, he was just going to leave it. But what is going on, Super? I feel like this game has just been a lot of weird mispositionings and a lot of weird opportunities taken from teams that they quite really shouldn't be taking. Rightfully so, getting punished for it as well. It's just so weird. What happened to these teams in the span of a game?
Yeah, I don't know. KCW is going to look for an angle in, but shouldn't be able to find anything. The Priya is still there for the side of Team Modern. Can't really dive in, you know, to the Echoes of the Earth, as it is just going to completely isolate the Nikki on the front side. So I'll be a little careful because, yeah, Tsubame is that short range ADC as well, so not going to be able to really provide any real utility once that does end up coming down. Modern is just going to slowly hover here. The item difference is definitely to the side of Team CNJ Esports, so it's definitely looking.
Look at the flank.
Definitely the reason why they're trying to maybe look for this team fight. But here comes the angle in. You get a lot of damage. The totem is going to be used, but actually the Earth is just going to completely split away. But a huge find coming out from the Tsubame, able to get onto the Felix, but it's not going to be enough. As the third party is going to be here. Team Autoworms have the perfect angle, and they're going to be able to clean up a couple of these skills.
I mean, you gotta know, right? Especially for the team that just grabbed the vision. Team Digital Autoworms walk from that south side in, from pawn straight up. You gotta know something's going on. They took the animals over there. The ping started popping, but they still started to fight regardless. Not entirely sure, man. We gotta look at the map, guys. You have the vision, play around it. You got the information, play around it. Rightfully punished again is going to be a couple of those teams for making small mistakes here and there. It is starting to add up for some of these guys. The recovery is there for some of these players. CNG Esports going to be down 2 players probably for the rest of this game as well. Look at their credit count, not looking that great, as we are starting to prep for the Wicca line. 30 seconds to go. Team Digital Autoworms looking for something against Team Modern, but this is the game sense that we need to see, right? Great check with the recon drone.
It's not actually like too strong this game. You can see both Taeyong and Saturn are missing items here. Cinema is sitting on 2 as well, so definitely gonna look. Tsubame is gonna be able to get themselves on out of there. CNJ Esports still able to keep themselves alive just barely. Gonna try looking for those Lumi reses as here comes Engage. Actually, a lot of damage coming for the side of Gun. Here comes Engage in from Taeyong. A lot of damage in. Exterior is gonna be invested, and a great double stun into the wall from that Yan, and Sadan is gonna be able to be there to get locked down. But a huge double knockup coming out from Felix is gonna be enough. But Taeyong is gonna be able to deny any opportunity to finish Sad Hands there, and that is going to be it. There's the ultimate. Wait a second, a huge find from Felix, but no, Taeyong is just too clean on this Yan, just able to just get these knockups time and time again, and Autoworm is going to be the one to come out on top.
How cool would that have been if Gun had something more left after that kill over onto Taeyong? Because that prediction was fantastic. He was waiting for that execution technique, and he responded in kind, was able to kill the Tsubame with the Shadow Step, but couldn't handle the Yan afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, that was so well played from Gun, but yeah, just unfortunately, Autoworms just able to respond in kind there. Taeyong just playing that fight just insanely well.
Would have been really cool, and quite frankly, it still was, right? I'm not gonna short play what Gun was able to do there, because he was in a really bad situation to begin with. But again, I think you mentioned it perfectly. Taegyung, what a play! That double kick into that right wall near the CCTV with that tomahawk roundhouse, slightly delayed by the way for the Felix as well. He actually ended up walking into the upgraded tomahawk roundhouse. He pushed himself into the wall, quite frankly, with that one. But man, Taegyung saving the fight once again, because I think Sadhands could have gotten taken down if it wasn't for that tomahawk roundhouse, but he just always finds the angle. It is incredible what that player is able to do.
100%. CNG Esports, unfortunately, is just going to be forced to red it out here down in Chapel. Probably going to have to wait one more rotation to get enough credits, and maybe for Lumi to rotate all the way around. You can see it in Temple already. It looks like Phalanx is just going to send it onto the side of Team Auto Arms there. The roundhouse kick is actually going to go wide this time. Look at the item difference for the side of Team Phalanx. They're already sitting on 2 bloods. Helmet on Cadmus and Revolution on that blood weapon. Cadmus is going to get a lot of damage, and knockup is going to go through, but huge charge from here to be able to find Revola. Revola going to be in that play dead, and are they able to find him? No. Is sitting on 1 HP. Lenny's able to keep himself. Lenny's able to keep the Jenny alive for so long. Great stun, but a huge roundhouse kick coming out once again from Taeyong. Can they finally hear they're isolated in the 2v2? But the damage coming out from Revola is way too much on this Jenny, and they will end up shutting down Auto Arms this time. Huge play coming out from the side of Team Phalanx. The Lenny is just able to keep this Jenny up for so long. The sustain and the peel coming out. You know, these stuns and these shields is just a little too much for the side of Team Auto Arms to really go through.
They let the Jenny keep that adrenaline stack maxed out the entire fight. And what did we say about extended fights? Jenny, she is an absolute monster when it comes to these. And the problem with Team Auto Arms with what they did there is they walked in one by one, right? The first Mai walking in way too far, trying to finish out the Jenny with like maybe 200 HP, but she wasn't in range. The Lenny heals are there too. So she ends up taking a huge amount of punishments, forces the exclusive out on herself, has to back away, and then Taegyung thought he could do something, but he is very squishy running a full amp build as that Yan. Not exactly the greatest of looks for Team Taejan Auto Arms. They still have a lot of points, not that bad of a result, especially after game number 1, but this is looking to be a Taejan Phalanx show. They are looking really good, but they still have a few teams they need to get through if they want to win game number 2.
Oh, wait a second. Auto Arms is going to be able to get the res here. Maybe they're going to start taking off some items to get to the extra revives, but there is Phalanx here to actually intercept any more revives on this Lumi. So Auto Arms is just going to be up. Is just going to have only 2 members alive, unfortunately, here, as they are going to use the VLS system. Maybe they're going to try to catch Lumi here once again and sell some items. I mean, they could take some items off here, and I think that's probably what they're going to do. Oh, no!
They went the wrong way!
They didn't catch Lumi! Look at the steer. Unfortunately, not able to stop Lumi in time, and they're gonna have to be forced to walk in. I think they probably just, I mean, even if they did end up getting the reses here, they would just get intercepted on at hospital. And you can see their items, they're not really in a good position. So Cadmus is gonna be there to probably finish off the Yan here. The Yan does end up using the roundhouse kick. Gonna try to find something, not gonna be able to find anything. As Cinema is gonna use the VLS system to get themselves to safety, maybe try to get a couple more placement points. It does end up getting an extra placement point here, as it will be the Nikki gonna go down for the side of Team CNG Esports.
Yeah, good sacrifice from Team Taejan Auto Arms. At least let one person get out, right? In this kind of situation, it's pretty cooked anyways to begin with. Nice check from Taejan Phalanx to make sure they are denying Taejan Auto Arms any possibility of getting out. Bit of a mistake from them for miscalculating and misjudging the angle in which Lumi is going to try to run. Cinema in a little bit of trouble himself will walk back into Chapel, but with only single-digit seconds remaining, 30 seconds to go until the temp zones pop, that Mai is in trouble.
You can see the Mai not having full boots because I think they took it off to sell.
Are they on green?
They're on green shoes, yeah. I think they took it off to sell to get their yacht back in, but...
Oh no, they don't even have credits to buy up from there.
And I'm getting caught out here in the middle between 3 teams, and oh no, there's a lot of damage though. The Mai is really tanky, and maybe look to maybe try to king make here. Is just gonna walk straight into the members of the side of Team Milky Way, but Team don't want to send it. Oh, actually, it's just gonna send it onto the side of Team Milky Way there. And there's the engage, and oh my god, Cinema is gonna be the one to get the king make, and oh, Milky Way is actually gonna be able to use Safety trying to get themselves out of the way.
Again, the Lenny, what are we
The
doing?
Lenny jumping on forward and gets punished. A huge run coming out from Milky Way, but the third party is going to be here. This is going to be Team
What is
Ninja. They're
this?
going to be able to secure this zone for themselves, it looks like. I think they could just get the easiest third party here. Serio is going to go down. They do end up getting one. They hedge in. They get the fears, and oh my god, Team Wait. Oh, the engage. Oh, this is going to go completely wide from the Yan. And Team Ninja coming out, winning out this temporary zone for themselves. NXA, the last member alive, is just going to go down in this 1v3 as Team Ninja getting a great game so far. Can they close it out here? It is going to be Team Phalanx going to be the ones to try to deny them this win.
Yeah, let's be real here though. Nice trade for NXA is going to be able to knock down Chica. I think this entire temp zone was absurdly messy from every team. We're splitting here. Lenny's jumping in by herself again. By the way, right?
Yeah,
the Lenny dying before her frontliners. Like, what's going on?
I don't know what's happening there, but great punish for the side of Team Milky Way. Just immediately recognizing the Lenny, jumping in a little too far forward, and just gets immediately bursted down from that Fiora ultimate. Just way too much. And I might be a little far forward here, but is just going to back away. The item difference is definitely on the side of Team Phalanx. You can see they're sitting on 3 bloods for themselves, and probably a couple more, extra items. Attack skills definitely going to be upgraded for the side of Team Phalanx. And Ninja, they do have that blood. They didn't just find that blood shuriken on this Hyejin, so if Chica can maybe make something happen here, they do have to find an angle onto Revolu, or Revolu is just going to deal way too much with the side of Team Ninja. There comes engage in. Here is the find in. They're going to try to get a lot of damage. The Abigail is going to look for something, not able to find anything there, and Cadmus is just going to be able to keep themselves alive for so long. There is the damage, there is the Peacemaker already invested, but look at the HP bars of the side of Team Phalanx. But wait a second, Revolu actually going to get taken down into the playdead here. This is going to be enough. The card doesn't going down, but no, the damage from this Jenny just way too much, and it will be a nice clean 20-point game for the side of Team Phalanx and 20 points for Ninja as well. So both these teams gonna have a great game number 2.
Fantastic plays across the board from Team Titchem Phalanx. I think they juggled the aggro very well as well. Lenny and Jenny was basically never under any threat the entire fight. It was always the Ekion up in the front line, Cadmus, who was eating all of that aggression pretty much the entire fight as well. Very well played from Titchem Phalanx. Nice try from Team Ninja, but as I said, I think Titchem Phalanx just really played that fight well. Ninja always looked for the opportunity, but that one time Abigail ever had an angle on the Jenny and the Lenny, way too much for her to deal with, right? You got the spring trap that you have to deal with, you got the acceptance speech to deal with, you got the red carpet to deal with. You have to do that multiple times as Team Ninja if you ever want to get threat to the backside. Because let's be real here, I don't think that team ever really kills Ekion in a reasonable amount of time, even with the hearts. So you have to try killing their backline, but the only one that can really do that is the Abigail. But she's also locked by cooldowns, while Jenny has cooldown reset. She's got so much survivability. She's got the playdead and the Lenny. I just think that was team composition rock, paper, scissors going the wrong way for Team Ninja.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have to look for an angle onto that Jenny, but, playdead was there. Yeah. I mean, they were able to get the playdead to proc, but it just barely wasn't enough, right? They just weren't able to get the Jenny once they ended up coming out, because the Jenny, like you said, has that acceptance speech, can just dash away. And yeah, once the Jenny is able to get to a safe spot, it's just going to be lights out from there.
Really good attempt from Team Ninja. At least they were able to stay alive until the end. They also managed to pick up a bunch of points from the scattered remains of a bunch of teams inside of Chapel. I think they were able to recover here. The team fight seemed a little bit nice. I think their third-party coordination was pretty nice as well. Nobody splitting too far and getting caught out for no reason inside of Chapel. They're all grouped together, just is able to pick out players one after another, get all the way to second place, get as many points as possible. I think they have a very solid fighting chance to land on a good knockout stage as long as they continue this pattern.
100%. I mean, Team Ninja, 20 points. It's a team that's, I mean, they kind of did end up getting gifted, right? That's that temporary zone, I would say, but still a really good game for them, right? So they almost had that fight onto Team Phalanx there. If they just, we just had a couple more maybe auto attacks, a couple extra skills landed onto that Jenny to knock them down. Because once your Jenny goes down, it should be a relatively easy team fight for the side of Team Ninja to win. But still pretty solid game for them. 20 points. Phalanx also 20 points. So both our teams here in the top two having the same amount of points is definitely going to put a wrench into these other teams that are trying to get into this top 4 spot.
Indeed. Every team should probably take this break that's going to be upcoming in just a moment to take a breather, right? Calm ourselves, because game number 2 was a little bit hectic. I'm not going to sugarcoat it at all. Very fun to watch, but a little bit messy from several of our teams, even the National League ones. So with the break that's going to be coming up in just a moment after the scores, let's take a breather, make sure we know what we're doing, make sure we know what our plans are, and we'll continue on from there. But let's take a look at the scores. Daejeon Auto still in first place with 37.5, but Daejeon Phalanx with a second place and then the first place finish to round out the first half of Group A will be in second place, a direct competitor for that first place spot as well. 36 points, just a point and a half away from Team Daejeon Auto Arms.
Team William Yama in third place with 29, and Ninja jumping all the way to fourth with 23. Modern fifth with 18.5, Milky Way in sixth with 16.5, Daydream in seventh with 15.5. Fortunately, CNJ Esports not really finding their footing in the series so far with 10.5 points. So still a relatively, I would say, close group, right? At least our top 4 is only about like a 14-point difference. So it's still really anyone's game here. Maybe even to make it into the first place spot. CNJ Esports, has 2 pop-off games. Maybe 2 20-point games, they could definitely still make it in there.
Yeah, for CNG Esports, I still think they have a really good possibility. They've been trying to manage some of these plays as much as they can, but it's just not working out in their favor. And this is where the break is going to have to come in clutch for that team as well. It's going to have to work for a lot of teams because we got 2 more games left now for Group A. That's all going to be decided on what ends up happening. Where these teams go are going to decide on these last 2 games. We're going to take a break here in just a moment. Oh, actually, there it is. There's the replay starting to come through. So grab some water, grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for the latter half of Group A.
Take care.
안전지대를 활성화합니다.
ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black. Performance storage. Purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이지 않나? 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리. 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가니? 안에 들어. 어디를 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제? 기분 째지는데.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 으이, 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
락스, 오, 이거 부활을 하고 나가더라도 이거 받아치는 그림이 굉장히 좋은 골든라이트라서.
자, 사태 시간 없어요.
사태 터져요. 아, 안전오브 깔긴 깔았는데 이거 나가는 거 붙잡을 만합니다. 골든라이트.
자, 이거 커리 선수도 지금 부족하기 때문에 무조건 싸워줘야 되고요.
영만 선수 빨간색은 맞히지 못했지만 지금 노란색
자,
맞춰놓은
못
상태. 이거 진짜 기회였는데. 그리고 영만 버텼어요, 심지어.
자,
이러면
터졌고요.
무기스킬 이후에 락스
락스.
그대로 마무리됩니까? 슬로우 평타.
이거는 미래가 조금 예견이 되는
자,
것
노란색
같긴
슬로우.
한데.
이 맞지 않았으면은 이건 도망갈 만한데요.
자, 펜시 일단 끝까지
유키.
따라가고요.
이가
아, 이거
평
위쪽에
넘고
키오스크
아!
때문에.
리오가 밴되는 타이밍이면은 자신들이 원하는 이 리오의 조합을 사용할 수 없기 때문에 좀 고민이 많을 것으로 예상이 되고요. 자, 그리고 여기 상자 싸움. 일단 테오도르의 궁극기가 좀 잘 적중할 수 있는 어느 정도의 좁은 길입니다. 근데 뚜시면 선수가 옆을 살짝 돌아보려고 건물 뒤쪽으로 무빙을 해주고 있는 게 좀 보이거든요.
네. 자, 이게 결국에는 넓게 써야만 말씀해주셨던 스크린과 함께 나오는 에너지 필드를 피해줄 수 있기 때문에 계속해서 각을 보고 있는데요. 자, 근데 이거 정면 돌파.
오, 이거 스크린 지금 소모됐으니까 앞으로 한번 뚫어본 거죠.
자, 에너지 필드 안쪽으로.
자, 뚜시면 선수가 얼마나 버텨주는지 봐야 되는데 버텨주는 순간 북거 선수를 먼저 잡아버린 디나.
자, 익스클루시브로 빼오기까지 성공을 합니다. 이게 때렸는데 하필이면 탱커 라인이다 보니까 이거 생각보다 프리딜이었음에도 불구하고 잡지 못했고요.
그래도 여기서 로즈너 선수, 자, 침착하게 Q 스킬을 뚜시면 선수에게 맞춰주면서
자, 그렇죠.
마무리를 해야지.
속박
스프레이 좋아요. 와.
자,
앞으로 들어가는데,
피하고.
오, 이거는 약간 그림 이상할 수 있어요.
자.
자, 이거 벽 끼고서는 디나 선수가 카이팅 해주면은 살짝 그림이 이상해집니다. 로즈너 비상이에요.
그렇다,
그리고
여기서
세그스
태그가.
가디언즈의 등장.
자, 근데 이거 골든라이트 지금 보시면 아시겠지만은 이 뭐 VF 혈액팩 아이템이 3개나 나와 있습니다. 교전 피할 이유가
Welcome back, folks. From the break, hope you guys had a good one. We just finished games 1 and 2 of Group Stage A, which means we got 3 and 4 that is upcoming in just a moment here. Games 1 and 2, pretty solid across the board. If you even it out, it's been pretty okay so far. Tejan Auto Arms taking away game number 1. Tejan unfortunately failing to get that first place during that game, but was able to turn it around in game 2 with a first place finish of their own, which only puts them 1.5 points behind Team Tejan Auto Arms. We still have 2 more games going on, which means Tejan Phalanx and Tejan Auto Arms duking it out for the first and second place spot, whereas everybody else starting to scramble their way up on the leaderboard should still be able to make a showing. 2 games is still a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that surprises me is there's no bans, for the first group here, but I think maybe it's just because, a lot of these teams are playing on the comfort picks later. Usually what happens is later into, the knockout stages. Once we get into the higher knockout stages, we do end up seeing, a sort of meta start to take place. But right now, I think teams are just playing what they're comfortable with, just sticking with what they know. And yeah, maybe for the next group, we'll see, more teams shifting over to, what they think is, on the stronger side of the patch.
For sure. Here we go, folks, though. Now with game 3, let's see if there's any actually substitutions coming through first, right? That's something we can take a look for ourselves. Do see Pixu actually coming in for CNJ Esports, so they might start swapping things around. He is already hovering that lead island, who's been making some pretty decent showings across the board so far for both Nunchaku as well as Glove. It's going to be pretty fun if that does end up getting locked in. Wait a minute, still running the same thing. Phalanx, no swaps there.
Well.
I think Milky Way. No, they didn't swap anyone, but they are hovering. Nope, never mind. Okay.
Oh, no.
Whoa! Tejan Auto Arms, they're having fun. Alright, look at that one.
Well, Lenny is going to be banned off the table. It's going to be our first ban here for phase 2. They are going to be swapping into this double frontline plus Lenny. I have seen them actually play this team comp, I think, in scrims before.
Yeah.
So they're excited to see them pulling it out here. They're playing that Hyunwoo. I mean, Hyunwoo and Lenny, it is a pretty old team comp that we saw, I think, in previous seasons before, where they were playing, I think it was my Lenny plus Hyunwoo, and
the bane
that
of
Hyunwoo was unkillable. So
why did you have to bring up the team comp? I knew it was in the back of my head, but why did you actually have to say it? Now you're bringing up some bad memories for me. You're absolutely correct. It was the time when Hyunwoo all of a sudden just randomly started making an appearance all across the globe, right? It wasn't just in KR, but we actually started seeing it a little bit more in NA first, as we saw, I think it was Eclipse starting to bring it out over on the North American scene. Then we started Korean teams started bringing it out, but in their own specific flavor, just all tank items. Over on the North American side, we saw something like maybe even Smash Totem coming out. We saw some Cube Watch coming out here and there as well. But over on the KR side of things, they ran that Centipede's Pauldron and just never die.
And they paired it with the Lenny and the Mai as well, right? So with the Lenny and the Mai, you just have so much sustain, and you're just all in on the Hyunwoo there to try to let them, deal all the damage for your team. And when you're sitting on, even when you're sitting on all these tank items, you still have, that Smolder Glove.
Yep.
You have all the item damage coming out from, your items as well, right? With the, I think they're running that tac ops as well. So, having that extra, auto attack damage is the reason why, the pick did end up working so well.
Yeah, looking at the setup that they're bringing, I think it's gonna be a bit catered towards the tank version of the Hyunwoo again. I see the Bitter Retribution plus the Protocol Violation. This is gonna be a funny one. Let's see how that ends up working out. But for game number 3, we're already starting out with some teams looking for some picks, right? We saw one inside the Gymnasium. People are still looking for aggression early on. That's what's gonna get taken down by the 2-stack of Team Wait-A Meowment, and XA is gonna be able to finish that one off as that Debbie and Marlene. Dushiman trying his best to run away, but that is BTB on the Lenny. Can't really run away from this one, even as that Lenny early on. Surlo trying to do what he can. Doesn't end up getting the full swing, but this is pretty early game. Yeah, he doesn't have the cooldowns or the sustain just yet. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, probably not fully stacked up just yet, so it doesn't have the evolve points on all their abilities. So a lot unfortunate. Revolu is going to get cut out though by the Jackie here. He's going to try to cut back the damage. Just isn't going to be there for that Jenny just yet. And Dushiman actually going to be able, or going to be spawning on forward, and Dasu gonna be able to get that as well. So very nicely played by CG Sports. Gonna be able to pick up a nice 2 kills. And one thing I do want to talk about is I like the variety for this lobby. You can see that there's only 3 Soul Stealers, so it looks like there's definitely a lot of augments that are pretty good in the meta right now that you know, a lot of teams can utilize. And looks like Taeyong is gonna get the perfect teleport right onto the side of Team William, and Team Auto Arms are gonna be able to pick up one up. Yeah, Team Auto Arms, they're gonna be sitting on the Protocol and Heal Witch. They're gonna have a lot of combat power to keep their all of those members alive, but you know, like some of these other teams that has that Soul Steal option, you're not going to be able to have that escape that these other teams are going to have relatively easily. Their gun is going to be able to find Cadmus here. There is the Force Field keeping themselves up just a little bit longer, but this is going to get cut out by that is a finish. Doesn't do enough damage to kill him, but wait a second, Horrific actually able to get the full combo on the ultimate. Very nicely played. Is able to connect all their skills onto the Felix there, and I think MG should end up going down in wait a second, so he's going to be here at the perfect time. And there is the full combo from Titazia. Is going to be able to finish off the Fiora there, and Rachin is going to get the disease knockup. So he's actually just going to be able to actually fend off both of the members of the side of the Milky Way, as looks like the IREP did end up getting caught by the wall, but does have that willing to get themselves to safety.
That's the power of the Tazia, right? Even early game up against melees, as long as you're able to land those crystal swords pretty well for yourself, you can get the resets, and it's still a bit of an annoyance that people are going to have to deal with. Nice plays across the board, all across the map, and the thing in Hotel, it's still going on. The shenanigans are still going as, yeah, Team Modern, the Milky Way, looking for more fights. The trade is there, but it's a 1-for-2. Gun has to run away. We got about 15 seconds to go until day number 2, but, I don't think you want to rest there. Does Rachan have the range for this? I don't think he does.
Yeah, he looked.
Yeah. Okay.
Good roundhouse.
That was like a pixel perfect land on the wall, though. My goodness. Yeah, Rachan, I don't think he even expected that. Double Twins was coming in once again from NXA. The fight's going to start bleeding into day number 2. These death timers are going to be long. It's a tight corridor up against a bunch of fighters. Down goes the Dicky. That is one. All-Tail stuck in the middle of everybody. Can't do the damage just yet. Down he goes as well. A 2-for-0 in favor of Team William inside of Warehouse.
Daedream just Theodore just not having any items just yet, so not having the damage to really go through that Lenny double bruiser team comp there. A little unfortunate, as yeah, it looks like I think the Theodore Blink just got invested a little too early. It was a great spring trap coming out for the side of Team William Yamet, and I think that ended up sealing the deal. So William Yamet is going to be able to get a nice 2 kills on the day 2 swap, so nice 2 full points coming from the side of that team, and you can see they're in that 3rd place spot, so it's going to be a huge tempo swing for them.
Across the board, we actually see quite a lot of kills from a ton of our teams. Look at Team 3, 6, 7, and 8. They were all sitting above 3 points for themselves right now. Very active day number 1, and now with day 2 starting, they're still continuing to be active. The pull timer is there. Actually, the fear is going to be there first, so he just gets obliterated. That means Team Modern has to run away. MG not in a good spot, but they can just waddle away as they are a Priya. Got the flowers alongside them to boost their movement speed. Is going to be able to join back up with the Felix, but down goes the Tazia with 0 retaliation options. Nicely played from Team Ninja to knock down Soe on the Tazia.
Ninja actually getting a lot of early game kills and a lot of points in, the early game here, so it's really, really nice for them. They're going to be able to get their 4-score buy-ins as well. You can see on this timer as well, this is when these teams slowly start to get their buy-ins to make sure they're as strong as possible for the next upcoming objective here. There is going to be a alpha spawning down here in Beach. It's definitely a high priority area here, and a great Spark Nade, and a blink forward with the Peerage uppercut is going to be able to lock down the Yana. Great parry there to actually, they're actually going to be able to trade 1-for-1, but no, the Theodore actually getting caught out here, going to be forced to jump on forward. It will end up going down. Very nicely played for the side of Team Milky Way.
For how bad of a start that fight was, I think Team Milky Way was able to recover extremely well, especially with Rachan. He actually ended up getting caught out and outplayed by Hessel on the Nikki, but the outplay of the outplay from the side of Team Milky Way, the response was just perfect. Well played from those guys. It's going to be a 1-for-2 exchange, I think. Yeah, with the Theo going down, it's a 1-for-2. Rami has to be a little bit careful. He's going to wait out for the information before he gets that. And there is the freebie. Yeah, that north side is easily taken by Team Daedream. Nicely done on the play, despite losing out on a little bit of timer. That's fine.
And there is going to be... Ooh, it's just going to be a duo actually for the side team Milky Way. It looks like the Irem actually going to end up coming forward here. There is because there it is going to go down. And will they be able to get at least the Priya here? Can the Yon get a yes? They will be able to get half a point for themselves as they do end up falling here down in the Rift. And on the other side, it looks like it's going to be Auto Arms actually going to be able to jump on in, and they're going to be able to get a clean 3 kills on the side team CG Sports. Irem gonna be the last member alive. Has to stay alive here for the side of Team Milky Way, but looks like the members of Team Milky Way were able to spawn back in, so they should be relatively safe now. Terrific. And the Irem are just gonna TP on over, and Bobo gonna get caught out by the Yon here. Looks like CG Esports teleports were a little split on their respawn. It's KCW on the top side here. Looks like actually just gonna completely be split farming here to try to get a couple more credits. Losing out on that Rift, you definitely have to, you know, find something to get yourselves, you know, back into shape here for this lobby. KCW is gonna get caught here though. I think Cinema should be able to lock this Yon down with the side of Taeyong, but a great roundhouse kick actually gonna be there to actually force the Kenneth away. And Daydream getting a lot of damage there. Look at this Theodore damage, is way too much to play this swap. But wait a second, Zoe gonna charge up on then does end up getting does end up missing a lot of those shards. Isn't gonna be able to finish them off just in time.
This
there.
is dangerous. This is risky.
There is the Sapphire Protocol. It's a little tough for this Kazi here. I'm surprised the Neki isn't helping. But there is the jump back in. They're going to get a lot of damage here. They should be able to get this Kazi, but it's just going to be able to jump around. So much damage and so much sustain. The shielding is going to be there. And it's going to be Team Modern going down in 8th place.
Why did we... okay. You know, I'm not even going to ask because Zoe still had the possibility of turning things around. It looked really cool for a second, but Team Modern will get wiped. Another potential fight starting out in Pond as Team Daejeon Auto Arms considering the fight up against 8ㅅPhalanx. Although, this is one of those fights where Cadmus is actually the one in a little bit of trouble here, right? Taeyong ends up using the blink on in to get the jump into the back line. Flame Crusher is pretty decent. Dushiman in a little bit of trouble himself, but he's going to be able to get themselves on out of here. But look at the damage exchange. Down goes to Kenneth. On the other side, there's a stun over on the Cadmus, but he has the force field. He's still alive, and he gets the healing off from every single source inside of that zone. And yeah, that's going to be it. 1-for-0 exchange in favor of Team 8ㅅPhalanx. Sad Hands is going to have to book it into the red. Same thing for the Lenny, but she just escapes over to the left side. Maybe look for a res inside of Fire Station. They do have the credits for it, but that's just not a fight. Daejeon Auto Arms probably had an advantage in as soon as the blink from Taking was gone. Sad Hands up stuck across the wall, is just going to be able to walk on out. Whew, let's take a breather.
It was a good spring trap from Cinema, but unfortunately just they weren't able to get the Lenny down in time. The damage just isn't there for the side team Auto Arms. And it's just that Jenny coming out once again in the backside, just way too much damage. And there's a triple spark nade, but nothing is really going to connect out of that there. But they're actually going to send it on forward. The damage is a superior jump cut. The damage is going to be insane here. There's playing into this Theodore, but damage exchange, the healing is coming out for the side of Team Auto Arms. Not going to be enough, and a great double spring trap to actually deter Team Daydream from chasing any farther, as Team Auto Arms should be able to get the safety there. A blink on forward, but the spark nade going completely wide. Or it didn't end up connecting, but no real follow-up there to actually proc the spark nade. Taeyong actually going to jump back in with the Revenant, gonna be procced, but not gonna be able to get the value out of this, as looks like Team Daydream are gonna be the ones on the back foot now.
Daydream looking a little bit desperate on their own front too. Another fight on the eastern side of the map. Revolut played the pop actually pretty early. This could be the opportunity they're looking for. It's going to be a double tag with the Abigail ultimate, and the Peacemaker comes alive to save everybody from Team Ninja, but they're just so split. The decisions are just not there. What is going on? The miscommunication again. They just had such a good fight, but where is the comms? They tried to knock down the Jenny, but they can't get enough. Knocks down the Lenny first. Yeah, they get something out of it, but hold on a second. Abigail just gets res. Can they get the kill over on towards the Lenny? Yes, they can. Chica lives. What is the communication between everybody just looking like? What is that? What is going on? Down goes Ike, and the Abigail's gonna fall down again. Guys, what the heck is going on?
He gets it! He gets one!
But Chica can't stop this.
Chica's gonna be forced to reel us out.
What is this?
That is such a messy team fight there. I mean, Ninja had it, and then they lost it, and then they had it again, and they lost it again. I don't know what was going on there. Just a little, yeah, a little,
oh no.
kind of split on their decision making. We had Ike going in, getting completely soloed by Revolu as well at the very end there. A great carpet coming out for the side of Team Phalanx. I mean, Revolu just playing that fight immaculately there to keep themselves alive on this Jenny. We did see at the very start of the team fight in Hospital, he did end up proccing that heal plant to keep themselves up. And yeah, I mean, just able to win out on these isolated 1v1s. Just very, very nicely played.
Very strange trend where these team fights are starting and the fight just splits apart with everybody just kind of doing their own stuff. Nice combo over onto Cinema, but unfortunately the full combo isn't there. There it is to knock down the Lenny, but the damage exchange is still pretty good. Remember, these guys are fighters. KCW doesn't really have that much left in his kit to get himself out of there. Down he goes, but the body is already cleared up for Cinema.
I mean, you can't really kill this Hyunwoo, I think, on the comp of Team CNJ Esports, so
yeah,
it's gonna be
maybe Jackie? Maybe
Jackie can have a decent 1v1, and then, you know, the Yan and the Emma can be there to maybe lock them up, but yeah, just so tanky, and looks like it is going to be Lumi, going to be able to get the res for the Lenny there. They were able to get a nice priority target, but they just weren't able to get themselves on out after. A little unfortunate. Reses are going to come through for both teams, though. There's going to be a box there up in gas station as well that they should be able to get. And look at the side of Team Wade and Miyama. They are looking so strong. This Luke sitting on that blood chest beats already. NXA on that weapon as well. They're looking so strong here with the double buff as well. They have the Alpha and Omega buff, so they have that extra damage going to be coming in. Ooh, we do have Team Daydream going to be forced to use their Theater ultimate to get themselves on out of there, and there's a chase coming out from Dushiman. Trap is going to be there, but a great parry coming out from the side of the Nikki, and a huge jump over the wall. Very nicely played from the Nikki to get themselves on out.
But they need to reorganize because they just saw the camera being placed from a different team. There is Team Tejan Auto Arms also sitting inside this area, so you still have to be a little bit careful. Will group themselves in towards the research center, has about 40 seconds before that closes. Should be enough time for Team Daydream to reorganize, get those ultimates back up. Maybe not the cooldown on the blink, that is also important for Altail. But they should be ready in a few moments here for whatever ends up coming to match against them. The only problem is it's Tejan Auto Arms. Can they actually stop that unstoppable force before they get ransacked over? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, it's going to be a little tough here. Team CNJ Esports looks like they're setting up to maybe take this team fight here. Phalanx is just going to back on out. I think they know there's a little too many teams nearby, so they play a little safe here. You can see the bottom side here, Beach and Uptown and Hotel. There's about 5 teams in these 3 zones, so these teams have to be a little careful. Don't want to be in that third-party situation. Phalanx might be caught in the middle here. There's engage coming out from KCW. Cadmus already getting chunked down to half HP. He's up, unfortunately, actually gonna miss their knockups on the Jenny. It's gonna go completely wide as here comes the third-party. Milky Way is gonna be here. They do end up just getting the box completely uncontested as both teams just have to get themselves on out. And so the Team Auto Arms getting Wickline completely uncontested on that team comp, so they're gonna be looking pretty strong here on this double bruiser with this Lenny team comp on the backside. Looks like Rift was drawn by the side of Team Ninja. They did end up getting it for free, so 4 score gonna go to the side of Team Ninja. Is gonna be that Dragon skill on that Hyejin.
That's a really risky Rift, though. It's a night number 4 Rift. Pretty crazy that we still have teams that are taking it. Which, now that I remember, I think even in phase number 1, it was also one of our newer teams that came in that decided to take those day 4 Rifts. A little bit of a thing to consider, but the fight, the damage output is just way too good. KCW obliterated. They're trying to get the res, but the third party from MW comes in. They're a little bit too split, though. Look at this. Fiora about to get taken down. The fadeaway auto attack will be enough to do so, but Pixu a little bit low. Same thing for Paul. The cat bomb not going to be in time to at least stop that res. It's everybody's still alive. This is very risky and very hectic inside of school over on the right side. Everybody's trying to rest in the opportunities that they are given. Pixu, they will actually just have to go into the research center instead, look for a little bit more space to breathe with, and I think that's the right decision too.
Yeah, I think definitely gotta get themselves on out. It is gonna turn red, but you can just jump back into school. But I just want to talk about, you know, the previous team fight. Cadmus just on this Ekyon, just jumping on in 1v3, just half HP. All of the members of the side of Team CNJ Esports, as they're all sitting on top of the Ekyon. Ekyon has that burn. I think he is on that Black Mamba. So just so much burn damage coming out, able to hit those ultimates as well. It's just so much damage. for the side of Team Felix.
Yeah, he can definitely play aggro right now too, because we are back to the meta where Ikeons are playing the force field. He has so much more survivability in comparison to the small smidge of time that we had. That's the Quake coming in, but another fight up over on the south side. Yeojun about to get taken down, and the Lenny falls again first compared to everybody else on this team. The Peacemaker comes through at the right time, but look at the health disadvantage coming in for the side of Team Ninja. Can they actually stay alive is the question. Yes, they can. The problem is everybody's so split apart that it's just 1v1s everywhere. Ike goes down. Surlo also falls down as well. NXA, they cannot fight this just one-on-one. Remember, this character is pretty good at staying alive in 1v1 fights, especially if she has that vampiric bloodline. She doesn't, but the sustainability might still be there. NXA not going to be able to stop this. Rez walks in and is probably going to get taken down. Does find the trade, gets a parry, but straight into the Caltrops.
Very nicely played. Very, very nicely played from Ninja. They were the ones on the back at the beginning of the fight, but a great turnaround, just able to find the priority targets. You can see the item difference for the side of Team Ninja. They were playing down almost like 2 or 3 bloods, but just able to turn it there. But Ninja are splitting here.
Thank you.
Wait, is it duo? They do end up checking the bush. Very nice. And here comes the Engagers, the ultimate coming out from the Hyejin. Can they get the fear here? They do end up getting it with the full combo with the Caltrop. It's going to be enough. No, Rachin is going to be able to get themselves out. Just barely with only about 2 or 3 seconds left of their timer. And Milky Way is just going to have to rat it out here. Try to get a couple more placement points to see if they can really get anything at all. Oh my god. CNG Esports jumping straight to the IRM, and BTB on 1 second of timer left. Can't really go into red anymore. And no, they don't have enough credits either to get their gear back into this game, so it's just a little unfortunate for the side team Milky Way.
Can I just mention real quick, by the way, while right before maybe a fight's about to explode, Team Widowman might need to consider at least that Lenny, because this is not the first, second, or even third time that we've seen Yeojun falling down first before his frontliners fall down. This Lenny consistently gets picked, and I can't tell if that's because he's playing too aggressive, or if it's all the other teams responding to the Lenny pretty well. But we can't have in a composition like this Lenny falling down in the first 2 seconds of the fight consistently. That's the word there. It's consistently this Lenny falling down early on over and over and over again. I think this needs to be fixed. Either you change the third character or you just completely change your roster. Something's not working, because without that Lenny, the survivability goes significantly lower throughout the course of the fight. They need that Lenny to stay alive. We're not running any vampirics here either. Something needs to change.
The problem with a team like Team Wit and Meowmint is, the Luke and the Demo, they just want to go straight forward, so the Lenny has to play a little far up, and if the Lenny's playing a little far up, they're just going to get caught out over and over again. Here comes Engage, a great ultimate coming out. There is the ultimate out from the Jenny. Playdead is going to be popped already. They're going to try looking for Revolo, and a great find, and a huge double roundhouse kick coming out from KCW, and it will be a clean fight from the side of TNJ Esports there. Great targeting there to actually get the Jenny down into the Playdead, and just able to kill him once again. Here comes the damage coming out from the side of the Model Arms, but the Theodore is going to be able to keep themselves alive. Is it going to be enough? The Jenny or the Nikki is already going to go down, but the sustain coming out from the side of the Model Arms is way too much. The Lenny heals, the Protocol, the Heal Wind, it's able to just keep them all up. The Hyun Woo sustain, the Mark, the Kenneth sustain, they're just taking no damage. They just took so much auto attacks from the Theodore, but they just were like, yeah, I'm just gonna tank it all.
Yeah, we have the bluff coming through from the Hyunwoo as well. He's actually able to shrug off so much damage as long as he's continuing to auto stuff. Yeah, he just really doesn't care about anything. As Sparkney flies in, all he has to do is just press a button. He's CC immune for a few seconds as well. Roger the bottom fall down, down he goes. CNJ Esports actually picks up that kill, which means they get a bit of timer in exchange. Maybe a little bit more time to reconsider the angle they want to start fighting this out in. Explosion drone starting to come out through. KCW jumps in early, gets taken way too low, gets obliterated before anything happens. Team Ninja with another beautiful fight coming through. We should have Bubba falling down in just a moment here. We're again going to see Team Ninja going into that second place spot. Daydream going to fall down. Yeah, go ahead.
They're playing these games really well. I mean, like, we saw at the very end there, just able to just completely solo basically 2 teams, right? We saw them getting the win onto Team Wait Meowments, and at the very end they're onto the side of Team TNJ Esports, and yeah, that is a good point. They do have that heart for that ADC to maybe do enough damage, and they're gonna try to kind of go off the cinema here. Zahan's unfortunately gonna go wide, and he's just gonna go down here. Wait a second. Oh no, this is just gonna keep them alive for just a little bit more. The heel win is able to keep them off with the bluff, and it's gonna be Team Autoworms coming out on top on this the double blue team cup, and there is the blood drop for the cannons, and that is going to be it. It's very nicely played from Autoworms as he does end up getting dunked.
Really unfortunate for Team Ninja. Nice try, but isolating an Abigail up against something like the Lenny Kenneth is never going to work out. You cannot kill that. You saw how much value the heart had, but you need to do that on everybody in that team, not just one.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't look too bad because both of them had the isolated, 1v2s. But the problem is an isolated Abigail is a lot more squishy than an isolated Hyunwoo. And Hyunwoo is just able to live for just a little bit longer. And that is what, sealed the deal for the side of Team Autoworms to win that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a good try from Team Ninja, and quite frankly, this is still a very successful game from them, because while Daejeon Autoworms might have played this team composition to get rid of the Lenny and got 19 points out of it, Team Ninja actually ended up getting 22. They were, I think 4th place off of game number 2. So this might actually end up pushing them above that threshold to start actually threatening even 8ㅅPhaselings, who really didn't have that great of a game, out of that maybe even 2nd place spot. There's still a lot of possibilities for Team Ninja, and in comparison to game number 1 that we saw from them, this is a completely different team, so much more confident in their plays and making decisions on the spot more so than hesitating on them and sitting on those choices. This is a really good turnaround for Team Ninja, and I think their conversion from games 1 and 2 onwards has been absolutely incredible. Looking forward to what they can do in game 4.
I actually really like this hard pick for the side of Team Ninja here, because not only does it give them that the sustained damage from that that ADC pick with that heart, but having that ultimate as well to kind of swing their team fights into their favor, I think is really, really strong and a tool that they desperately needed.
Yeah, it's all good though, because once again, for everybody, there's still one more game left. If you're still in the bottom side of the leaderboard, obviously it's going to be a little bit rough, but even CNJ Esports found themselves a little bit of grounds to work with in our final game here during game 3. It's going to be a funny one. I can't wait to see the leaderboard to see what it actually looks like, because we actually might have that middle to the bottom of the pack actually contending for maybe 3rd, maybe 4th, maybe even 5th place spots at this point. It still could be close, but each of those individual placements, remember, Super, means that you don't have to play an entire set of 4, starting from that 7th place spot. If you can play 4 less games to make yourself go all the way into the finals, I would take that any day, especially in ERM.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you definitely want to try getting as high on the leaderboard as possible, so you don't have to play, as many games. Because, yeah, I mean, every placement starting from I think 7th place is an extra 4 games that these players will have to play, or it's going to be 4 less games that they'll have to play. So, you want to try getting into that top 4 spot. Maybe even, I mean, I think if you get into that top 3 or 2 spot, you're guaranteed already circuit points. So getting into the top echelon of the leaderboard is definitely what these teams are going to be looking for. But here's the leaderboard for you guys. You can see Autoworms having a pretty big lead for themselves here with 56.5 points. Ninja 2nd place, 45 points. They had 2 great games, and they're all the way up here now.
Yeah, this is insane. It might just be by a 0.5 point lead, but you can definitely tell that this team has had some kind of revelation after game number 1. 8ㅅPhaselings and Daejeon Autoworms seemed almost untouchable after games 1 and 2, but with a result like this, you can definitely tell one of our newer teams in ERM might actually have a fighting chance to go even into the season finals, right? If you're going to make a showing like this, a once-in-a-lifetime showing like this, it is phase 2's time for you to do it. You get so many phase points and circuit points out of this as long as you're able to place well. If you go straight from maybe the group stages into knockout stage 6, maybe straight into the finals, you're already guaranteeing yourselves a decent amount of points. Give yourself some foundation to work with going into the season finals. Ninja might actually be able to pull off something miraculous here with the composition like they're running. This could be really fun.
Yeah, 100%. And I think with this as well, they're in a really good spot here, right? They're in second place, 45 points. I think a 10-point lead over second and fourth place. So I mean, even getting into the top 3 spot, I think is going to be a great start for them for phase 2.
Absolutely. We still have one more game left now for Group A, and then after that we have the interview with the winner, which will most likely be Team Dead and Auto Arms. They've still been playing extremely well today, and now that they got the Lenny ban, which has been such a thorn on their side for the first couple of games, they're probably just going to go back to their bread and butter, right? So let's see what they end up doing. The weather is going to be a little bit dusty with the chance of lightning that's going to be striking around here and there. Modern thinking to swap things around. MG considering the Charlotte. I do like this decision, if I'm going to be honest with you. The Priya seems to have been a little bit iffy. She's been very less mobile in comparison to some of our other picks so far today. I think the Charlotte is a really good idea, especially if you're going to still stick onto the Tazia. Same thing for Wait and Meowment. They can't run the Lenny anymore anyways. Might as well go for something else. I'm hoping this Charlotte works out for Team Wait and Meowman. If they consider running this Lenny again later down into the tournament for phase 2, either they need to figure something out or they need to figure out another character. For this game, it will be the Charlotte, as it will be forced out. Tejan Auto Arms back into their bread and butter, as I said. For all the other teams, a Darko.
Yocean also on Charlotte here. And yeah, you're right. Darko from Roger going from side of Milky Way. So frontline, probably the Darko probably gonna be a little more tanky because they do have the double backline under Rio and the Haze. 2, picks that we see pretty often, I would say, on the backside there. So playing that typical front to back. We do have another My Subame team. It is going to be the side of Team Phalanx here. It's going to be Revolu and Dushimon. So very excited to see how the Yumin will round out their team comp than the side of Team Auto Worms, playing that Yon.
It's going to be pretty interesting. Let's see how this goes. The first ban we're going to see throughout the entirety of Group A. We'll already swap things around. But here we go, folks. Loading into the last game of Group A. This one right here. The result of this game and the final leaderboard will tell us where each of these teams are going to be placed in which specific knockout stage they're going to go into. That'll decide their fate for the remainder of this tournament. Let's see how it goes. Is it going to be another aggressive start to the early game, or with these character change-ups that kind of aim a little bit more towards scaling towards the later stages of the game? Is it going to change around? Are these teams going to play it a bit slower in the early game? Not sure.
And Team Daydream, they're actually going to be picking the Suwa over the Nikki, it looks like. So very excited to see, how this is end up working. And I think they have the I don't think they always had the Priya, right? It was the Johan instead. So swapping over to more damage type of or more damage type of characters instead of the Johan to try to support the Theodore and that Nikki. I think Suwa is definitely, I would say, a little better here for them, just because they do have a lot more damage and a little more sustain. And Sad Hands is able to get the one up onto the Jackie, but the third party is going to be there at the perfect time. There's going to be Ike, and he's going to be able to get one auto attack to finish off the Subame there. KCW coming on in, does end up getting knocked up with the roundhouse kick with the ultimate there, and is going to be able to lock up the Heart. Can the Heart get one? No, it's going to be Heart going to go down there, and there's going to be 3 different teams here. As I don't know who ended up getting that. I think it was Dushima. No, Dushima didn't end up getting that. So we'll be 2 kills going to the side of Team Ninja. And they're sitting on 1.5 points already for themselves. A huge start from them.
That's actually kind of hilarious. So many people are just getting ransacked by 3-4 different people all at once. Right, because remember what happened to the Heart inside a gas station. She was just kind of chilling after knocking down the little bit of health that Sad Hands had. All of a sudden, she just gets ransacked by 3 people from the same team from all different sides. Pops the Peacemaker, but who cares? You're still dead. Same thing happening to multiple people across the board. Look at how many people are surrounding these players one by one by one. This Abigail is in trouble. There's 3 people right around her as well. There is the heal coming in from the storm, but look at what is going on right now. Rami about to get taken down. Nice clear coming in from Sad Hands. Will he be able to finish out the rest of this Abigail's health bar? I think she can. Yes, just barely. See it on the bottom side of our screen. Sad Hands trying to run away, but it's the Heart again. Never mind! Never mind! Execution! Taken down. No chance to retaliate. Your reaction speed too slow, even with the non-existent ping. My goodness, Sad Hands, good decision making.
Auto Arms just claim it all for themselves. 3 points already at 6 kills in day 1 here. A huge start for the side of Team Auto Arms. They don't even need it, but they're just, you know, running laps on these teams here. So very nicely played by them. It looks like, yeah, unfortunately for everyone else, you know, they ended up not getting any of the kills and it ended up losing out on all the farm as well. So they're going to be set pretty far behind here. Looks like Team Ninja Warriors were able to get Cadmus here on the Human on the bottom side in factory here, and Taeyong does end up finding Rami here to end up going down. So Auto or Daydream a little split away as Auto Orbs does end up getting another kill. So 7 kills already this early on in the game. It is quite the snowball for the side of Auto Orbs. These other teams are definitely going to have to watch out. Here comes the ultimate come out from Dema. It's going to be a 2-man, but the totem actually was used for Soe to keep themselves safe. The damage is it going to be there? And the Kazi is going to be forced down to 1 HP. The Heart Peacemaker was used, and Zoe is going to be able to jump in to keep themselves alive for just a little bit longer. But NXT is going to be able to get a lot of damage on this demo.
What is this?
Is it going to be enough? The Heart is still alive, and the Heart is just doing so much damage to these bruisers. As they do end up going down, I think Yojin is going to go down as well here very shortly. Gun doesn't end up getting the slow, but there is a way to keep themselves safe. But
I wasn't looking at the screen.
I don't think they saw. I don't think they saw them. So because of the nighttime vision.
It's either that or he was looking at a different menu, right? There's a specific game out there in the world when you're trying to go back to your base, you have your menu open to buy something, you don't check someone there, and then you die for it. Yeah, we've had that time before. This time around, you just really can't find a kill that's in your favor. Regardless, it doesn't really matter. It's fights across the board. Charlotte's living all over the place. Day number 1 just kind of shows me that I think at this point we are fighting for that second place spot. CNG Esports looking for a fight up against Daydream. They already knocked down Hessel. That's 1. KCW going in aggressive against Rami. Will end up getting taken down in exchange for it because Priya can do damage. Pablo just needs to land a couple of skills, but it's up against somebody who's just going to be waddling back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. If all tail die. No! Team Daydream! It's a tragedy again. They're going to be put into knockout stage number 1 again if the other team is on the bottom 2, just get enough points to deny them. They're sitting at 28 for Team Modern and CAG Esports. They're just looking for anything above 28. If that happens, it's another knockout stage 1 run for Team Daydream.
Yeah, look at the side of Team Auto Arms here. There's Cinema coming in very late, but look at the damage coming off the side. It's just going to be way too much, and a huge taunt there coming out from Cinema to make sure so it has no access onto the backside. Very nicely played. No, wait a second. Sadans is looking to get the wipe here as Charlotte is gonna be caught out, I think. And the White Lily is gonna be proc. Wait a second. There's the slow come out from Charlotte. This is gonna be enough. Sadans does have the movement speed from their W. Is it gonna be enough? I think Charlotte should be able to get themselves to safety here. Does Sadans have the ultimate again? There's a slow coming out.
She's alive!
Altia is gonna come out just barely in time, but I think Sadans should be able to finish this one off. Oh, wait a second. This is gonna be able to jump away, and Zoe is gonna be here at the perfect time, and Sadans chasing a little too deep, trying to get the wipe, but is gonna get punished.
I love this game. I love Eternal Return, man. Unfortunate for Sad Hands. Nice attempt. I like the idea from Team Tej and Auto Arms, but in the end, the person that died pretty early was Soe. The damage exchange is pretty good. Overall, it's a 1-for-2 change in favor of Team Tej and Auto Arms, but for Sad Hands, that's gotta feel a little bit annoying. Team Milky Way looking to fight up against Team Wait a Meowmint. Can they actually get anything done? That's a beautiful Divine Intervention, but nothing really gained out of it as the damage exchange not in favor of Wait a Meowmint at all. Just gonna look for the fight regardless, but the health bar differences are just looking way too big. Take it down before the Twins Rush can even go. Nice kill from Horrific, and the SMG burst just rips those 2 melees into pieces.
Yeah, great kite back there from the side of Team Milky Way. Actually playing this front to back really nicely on that dive. So yeah, Luke, one of those characters that, you know, once you get on in there, you can't really get on out. So just getting completely bursted down and was taken out of the fight a little too early. That Rio just able to deal a lot of damage onto this on the backside here for the side of Team Milky Way. Sad Hands. Looks like it's a little split away from their team, but will end up keeping on over. You could see the credits on the side of the Tsubame. 500 credits for them. I think they definitely want to look for a buy here, but yeah, because definitely can't get that blood sample anytime soon. There's still about 3 cycles for them to go through.
Let me just say really quickly, now that I think about it as well, it has been a very long time since I saw like Darko, Rio, and a Haze. This comp was honestly the strat back in like season 3. I don't know if you remember way far back then, but there were Darkos like everywhere.
Yeah. Darko is one of the core picks, I think, back then, but I think recently people have obviously just opted to just play tanks instead, because you know tanks do a lot more. But
because that was
you know, when Darko,
that was when Alonso was good.
Yeah. When Darko, you know, has you know, high numbers, he's usually picked up a lot. But he seems to have a huge double stun coming out from Taeyong, and Sadhan's just gonna be there to just clean up any auto attack damage. Just gonna be, oh my god, yeah. Taeyong finding that double knock, that double roundhouse kick into the wall once again for their team. Ottawa's gonna be able to pick up a nice 2 kills. Here's the third party though, come out for the side of Team Modern, but definitely don't want to take any chances here, as they're just gonna play for this box down here in Pond.
I just checked. Daydream is going to knockout stage 1, man. Modern already has enough points to overcome Team Daydream. They're sitting on 30 in comparison to Daydream's 28. This is going to be another long tournament for Team Daydream, unless they get knocked out on Sunday too, right? In which case, unfortunately, it'd be a short run for them one more time. But I don't know where BTB is sitting at the moment. Team Milky Way, they're just chilling at this point. I'm not sure why. Ends up getting 1 taken out. Pixu is on the chase, got the blink, got the slows, got the chase down. The slows there for the Darko, but...
Oh, Rez is coming through, okay. Yeah, it looks like they're okay, but Milky Way will be an early minus 200 for the side. But people unfortunately Revolt actually getting chunked down by the side of Modern. Zoe is going to be able to get a lot of damage. There is the spot is going to get so much damage here. Cadmus won't try to deter any more chasing, but Cadmus is going to be the one to sacrifice himself. Revolt going down. The charge passive is going to be there for the Tazia. A lot of shards are connecting here. I don't think Dushman can get away from a Tazia, but the White Lily is going to be there to maybe keep themselves
wrong time
on out. And there is Phalanx going to be able to get themselves to safety. Wait a second though, the Violet is in, and they're going to try taking the team fight. The res already did come through, but Rivolo getting chunked down to half HP as he tried walking on forward by Gun, and they're going to lose another member. It is going to be Dushman going to go down. I think Cadmus might fall here as well, but there is the White Lily to keep himself. Oh, Cadmus is end up just whiffing that Q, and that is going to be another minus 200. It's going to be a minus 400 this time for the side of Team Phalanx. That is a disastrous day 3 swap for the side of Team Phalanx there. 600 credits already down the drain, and they are going to be on the back foot this game.
Yeah, with this, Team Ninja, they might not know it yet, but I think they genuinely may have secured themselves their place in knockout stage number 6. This team is pretty undisturbed at the moment. Ever since their pretty successful early game start, they haven't really dealt with anything and just played their own game, which is the right choice as Team Tetum Phalanx gets taken down. And this, for the most part, unless we see some crazy stuff from my 30-point teams, this should give Team Ninja the ticket straight into knockout stage number 6. We'll see how that continues to go as Team Wayne are still trying to do something. KCW goes down first. Pexu trying his best to run away, but it just doesn't do anything. As this Jackie, it's still too early in the game, strangely enough, for him to cut through all the healing that the Charlotte provides, that the Dema gets herself, that the Luke gets himself. It's crazy the amount of sustain they have. Jackie's not able to outdo everything just yet.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the HP bars from the side of Team Wade and Miami didn't really go down. You know, the Luke having that sustain, the damage is being taken, the Charlotte just were able to just top them all off there. So a little unfortunate for the side of Team CNJ Esports, but I mean, I think target selection definitely matters a lot as well for the side of Team Wade and Miami. You have to all target the same guy. If you're spreading your damage away or spreading your damage out onto the side of Team Wade and Miami, they just have so much AoE healing, AoE sustain to keep themselves on. To keep themselves all relatively healthy.
Yep, indeed. Okay, Team Modern looking to position themselves up against Titan Auto Arms. There is a red box about to drop on towards the Mai, but they see some pings over on the left and is being a bit vigilant about it, which is the right choice. Taking inside a pond has been, in stream, could be absolutely insane. You're right, he has full stacks and is about to go in. That's a double tag again into the wall. How does he do it every single time? But the timing on the Divine Intervention is good. For the first time I see in this game, Sadham's trying to do the damage that he can, but the sustain is still there. But the auto attacks from this Tsubame is just way too good. Taegyung again is just cementing his position as that MVP in phase 1, man. Like, come on.
It's just double roundhouse kick into double roundhouse kick. Like, he's just...
bruh. But come on, man. Yeah, Sadhans might be having a little bit fun. Honestly, rightfully deserved at this point, but Taegyung, this kid, bro. Like, what is this? How does he do it every time? He just never stops being cool.
Like, yeah, he's like... I mean, he's one of the players, and one of the reasons why I think Yan is just so good, right? He's just able to just use his character so well, and it's just such a treat to watch every time. You know, these roundhouse kicks is able to just completely dominate these teams and just lock them down here. There's a divine intervention from the Charlotte. It was used a little early, so maybe they might have enough damage here. The Heart is able to deal so much here, and there's the Charlotte going down. The Demo going down, and I don't think this loop can get away. That is going to be Wei to Meowmate going to go down, and that's going to secure Team Ninja's spot into knockout stage 6. This should secure themselves in that second place position. Already having 8 points, so this is a huge game for the side of Team Team Ninja.
Yeah, at this point, the only team that is really a threat to these guys is Team Milky Way, but I genuinely don't think there's enough points left in the game for Milky Way to ever be a threat at this point for Team Ninja. So genuine congratulations for this team, like a premature one. Even if it's not knockout stage number 6, they're at least going to go to 5 at the worst. That is a very, very monumental achievement to be proud of, especially during your first debut tournament with this specific roster. What a great way to begin your phase number 2, especially with a composition like this too, right? How do you look at this comp and ERM and is like, that's knockout stage 6 worthy, yeah, that's season finals worthy? No, you don't, right? You look at it from the start.
100%. You know, everyone doubts Abigail, but you know, Abigail coming out and you know, looking pretty strong here in this phase for this group, and KCW getting chunked down to 1 HP, and that's just gonna give the green light for the side of Team Modern to just run forward here and just try to get any of these kills. And Bubba gonna go down, and Gun may be able to find this Yan as well. I think Yan does have the ability to get themselves to safety, but a lot of time is gonna be burned for KCW. The Jackie, fortunately, is in a really tough position here, not really sure where to go. Gonna go down into Cemetery, but there is gonna be another team, Milky Way, getting that weak line completely uncontested down in Cemetery. Should have a lot of access to probably spot out this Jackie coming in very, very shortly.
Yeah, you know what's actually crazy? I hate to make this comparison again because I actually did it before, but KCW and Taegyung's Yan is just way too different, right? I know KCW has had some incredible plays as the Yan. Ever since he made the change from Nikki to Yan, the moment he did that, he had so many plays that could be considered clip-worthy. But at this point, with Taegyung starting to come into the fray, I feel like every play KCW tries to do, it just gets overshadowed by everything Taegyung does. We just saw what he tried to do, right? Jumping onto people who were trying to take the rip, but he couldn't capitalize on it, didn't get the crowd control onto anybody. He ends up actually losing his teammate's life over that crucial mistake on top of it. Just really rough for Team CNJ Esports.
Jose Dawson's gonna teleport down into Uptown, but he's completely by himself. Yeah, it looks like they will end up getting caught by Ninja here. There is the jump over from the Hyejin, and it will end up going down. I mean, their timer was low, so they probably didn't want to TP onto their teammates, but I think you just TP and then you try to use the VLS system with your team to get them to get your team to safety. But now we're just the Jackie is just gonna go down here. Team Auto Arms gonna come in from the top side of Pond down into Cemetery here. We're going to try to look for a fight onto the side of Team Modern. Team Modern was looking pretty strong. You could see Gon already sitting on that blood weapon with Sohei as well. Here comes engage from Cinema. Isn't even going to be able to land a taunt at anyone, but Taeyong not going to be able to hit anything as well. Great peel back coming out from the side Team Modern. Blink on forward from Taeyong here. Going to try getting onto the Heart, but a great blink away. Great reaction coming out from the Heart to actually keep themselves safety. Cinema going to get chunked down to about half HP, and a full reset is going to be called for the side of Team Auto Arms, but great engage. Great slows coming out from Gun. Fortunately, that slow from the Charlotte's not going to hit, and the ultimate coming down as well from the toss. He's not going to connect, and Team Auto Arms is going to be able to get the full reset.
good reactions from Team Modern. I think everything Taking tried to set up, everything was recepted pretty well from Team Modern. They actually end up getting an opportunity up against Sad Hands, trying to dash all over the place. They can't focus. What is going on? Why did Sad Hands not die? Why did Sad Hands not die? It looked so good for a split second, but Team Modern just couldn't focus. That's the potential of Tsubame. You put your mouse in one spot, you move your camera in one spot. The Tsubame is all of a sudden on the other side, blinks up all over the place. Wooden totem poles everywhere. Like,
yeah, he just navigated that fight like perfectly. And then unfortunately, the ultimate just barely not coming out in time. The divine intervention, because Sad Hands was still alive, auto attacking that Charlotte down. And then the Heart also not able to use the ultimate because they ended up getting locked down from that Yan. The Yan hitting that roundhouse kick again. It was a double roundhouse kick from Taeyong, and this ended up sealing the deal. A disastrous team fight coming out for the side of Team Modern. They definitely had it there. If they just they caught out Sad Hands, but just weren't able to finish the job.
Very unfortunate. They still have a decent amount of points. Let's see if they're able to at least get out of that maybe sixth place spot, even with the amount of points they have, or if it's just cooked for the remainder of this game. Could look for a couple of placement spots, maybe to try to secure that, or anything above what their placement could be. But for now, we are down to, what is that, 4 full teams? Yeah, 4 full teams. CNJ Esports still looking to get out of that bottom 7th and 8th place spot for themselves. The minus couple of credits they had to spend earlier with the ammo falling down, not really going to help here. Their positioning inside the map looking a little bit rough too. Items wise, definitely behind KCW running that tankier build, but of course does do a bit of damage, but not going to help in a situation like this. Spirit Arrow going to completely whiff, but the control inside the building just going in favor of Team Milky Way. CNJ Esports is just running all over the place. They have no control over any spot in the map right now.
Yeah, you see the timer as well. KCW already sitting on 6 seconds, and they're going to get engaged on here by Team Auto Arms, and a huge find from Taeyong, able to get the roundhouse kick into the wall, but a great roundhouse kick in response from KCW. But look at the HP bar already. It's just way too low from that Jackie to really look for an angle in. KCW is going to get engaged on. Taeyong going to be able to find Bebo, and oh, wait a second, the roundhouse kick in response from KCW is going to be able to lock Taeyong down, but it's not going to be enough as Auto Arms can be able to completely run over the side of Team CJ Esports.
Yeah, that's the problem with running the tankier Yan build, especially when you're up against another Yan that's building full damage. He's actually going to have a lot more value than you. This kind of build that KCW runs is much more meant for extended fights. Yeah, it was an extended fight, but I don't think it was really even at all, quite as a matter of fact. That's just really unfortunate for CNJ Esports. We'll also probably end up seeing them in Knockout Stage 1 on Sunday. Very rough start for Daydream and CNJ Esports.
It's a little awkward for the side Team Milky Way because there's a random just Tazia that is poking their head out, and whoever the Tazia engages on is going to be in a rough spot. So both these teams are just letting the Tazia do whatever they want because they don't want to be the one to pull the trigger onto this random Tazia that is definitely going to be the X factor in this
oh boy,
final zone here, and they're going to actually send it onto the side of Team Milky Way.
Oh,
and
that
look at the value, look at the damage for the side of Team Milky Way. It's going to be way too much. There's the ultimate from the Abigail, and it's going to be a nice clean
wait a second.
Wait a second.
No
so
way.
He's going to find Mangalin. Does actually end up getting one, and now it's a 1v1v2. But the Rio is going to be the last member alive, and I don't think this Rio can win this here. Look at the timer. 3, 2, 1, and they're just going to go down here. Great combo coming out from the Hyejin, and Ninja going to be able to win out that team fight. A little unfortunate for the side Team Milky Way. They're definitely the strongest in the lobby, but Taz is just putting a wrench in their game plan.
It's all good though. I think Team Milky Way were still able to at least keep themselves in that fourth, maybe fifth place spot. They shouldn't have to deal with too much shenanigans. Nice kill over onto Taken pretty early on into the fight. They actually do end up getting Sad Hands as well. What a fight from Team Ninja. They're actually going to be able to finish out Group A with a victory on their hands. Might not be able to overtake Team Tejan Auto Arms in terms of overall points from Group A, but they are going to go straight into Knockout Stage 6 with a victory under their belt up against the Tejan Auto Arms. Congratulations and GG's to Team Ninja.
A huge find there, just instantly bursting down that Yan, who's a little out of position there. Something you usually don't see for the side of Team Auto Arms, but Taeyong going to go down really early on in the team fight, and it's just an easy 3v2 from there. So very nicely played for the side of Team Ninja there. So yeah, I mean, rounding it off with the win is definitely something that they have to be feeling pretty good about.
Yeah, I think this was actually the first time we ever saw Team Ninja walking towards the final zone with pretty decent items. Up until now, when they got second place in games 2 as well as game 3, they actually walked into the final zone sitting on a couple of purple items for most likely all 3 of them. I can't remember off the top of my head. But this time they actually walked into the final zone with a decent amount of transitions pretty much across the board. With a composition like Hyejin and Abigail, the amount of burst damage you have is actually insane as long as you're keeping pace with the entire game. We saw the example of that. Taekyung, somebody with incredible reaction time, just got completely obliterated before he was able to react to anything. Sadhands also getting caught out in a tight corridor. 5 Omens landing onto every single member of Team Daejeon Auto Arms. This has got to feel real good for Team Ninja, right? That game 1, they can forget about it at this point. Games 2, 3, and 4 are going to remain in the minds of everybody who watched Group A.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it was just really, really well played. Really good games from the side of Team Ninja there. Weren't able to close out the first 2 games, but in that last game there, just where it was able to find that catch. I mean, Hyejin, one of those characters that if you get caught by that fear combo, you're probably as good as dead, as long as the teammates are there to help you follow up and finish the job. So very nicely played by the side of Team Ninja. Should definitely secure themselves that second place spot into knockout stage 6. So they have to be feeling pretty good about that. As Team Auto Arms, I think still it ended up outscoring them that game by just 1 point. So yeah, I don't think. I think Team Auto Arms definitely had the best performance today, but a great performance from a team that we really haven't seen before, right? I mean, we've seen some of these players, but this is a completely new roster, and a second place performance is a fantastic showing.
Mm-hmm. Very surprising with the composition they were running. It's not common to see teams like this be able to make a running this good. Right, that's why we were surprised even during phase 1 when we had that one team that was running something like the Elena, Daniel, and Yan, was it, or something like that? Very strange teams that are able to succeed in Season 8 really throws a wrench in the side of a lot of teams who are more used to fighting up against standard team competitions, right? But that's not what you have to prepare up against when you're going in ERM. In comparison to KEL, where everything tends to be streamlined because you're facing up against the same teams over and over and over again, we actually have new faces that we're seeing in ERM. Those kind of results come through and give us things like this. The leaderboard is going to look really funny when we see it in just a moment. And that's all because of these new faces that are coming around, throwing a real curveball when it comes to the comps that we actually get to see. So let's see what it actually ended up being like. Super, take it away for this one.
And Team Auto Arms coming out in first place with 79.5 points, a dominating performance, about a 20 points average points per game for the side Team Auto Arms. Ninja in second with 67 points. Phalanx in third with 47. William Yamin in fourth with 40.5. Modern in fifth with 39. Milky Way, that's a 0.5 point difference. A little unfortunate. But they're going to have to play 4 more games in 6th place with 38.5 points. And CG Sports and Daydream going to be our teams in knockout stage 1 on Sunday. Not unfortunate here, but definitely can still make that miracle run that we usually always like to see.
Mm-hmm. What a shame for Team CNJ Esports. Obviously for Daydream, this is giving them PTSD pretty much of what ended up happening during phase number 1. They had to play through knockout stage 1, and we actually gave them a pretty good fighting chance, you and I, just because of what they were able to pull off during season 7, but got completely decimated and denied in phase number 1 for knockout stage 1. Now they're going to have to do it again for phase 2.
I don't know what's happening.
After game 1, I mean, they looked fine. Even in game 1, they looked okay. As we said, they navigated through those third parties really well, but they just never found the kills, and I can't tell what's the reason. The Nikki seems okay. The Theo seems okay. They tried running a damaged version of Nikki, and it looked to do fine. What is the difference for Team Daydream that they're struggling so much compared to before? I really don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening for the side Team Daydream. I mean, this is a seeded team, right, from season 7, and they're just struggling here in phase 2. I think maybe some adjustments to some of their characters. Maybe people have figured out, how to play this Theodore, because it's not looking as strong as and they're not looking as dominant as they did in the previous season. So definitely gonna have to maybe adjust their game plan going forward.
The strategy with trying to lock down one single player with the Nikki while having that Theo as the sole DPS source just doesn't seem to be enough. And as I said, the swapping over with the Nikki over onto DPS seemed to be a bit of a solution, especially during game number 2, because what are you able to do with the DPS Nikki? You still have the guard in reverse, but you have that damage threat. She was actually able to 1v1 a Luke a couple of times during game number 2. But the results of it just don't really show. I think that's the big part there, right? We can figure out what the jigsaw pieces are. We can try to piece them together. But if they don't all match together to complete a coherent puzzle piece, well, you just gathered up a bunch of puzzles from different sets. They don't result in anything good. So I'm not sure what Team Daydream has to do. They're going to have to figure it out by Sunday if they want to have a fighting chance to get seeded into season finals. Otherwise, it's LCQ for those guys. And LCQ is also not a fun place to be, even if you are Team Daydream.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like their chances. But, if any team can do it, I would say it's Team Daydream, right? We saw how much of a monstrous performance they could have, right, in the previous season. Maybe it's just not their day today. Maybe they just, weren't playing as well. But that's something definitely needs to change going into knockout stage 1 for them.
Yep, 100%. Another team that I also want to talk about super while the KR side is doing their interview, CNJ Esports, as well as another team that I actually had really high prospects for during phase number 1. They actually showed us some really aggressive early game to mid game and actually use that to win out on some of these games here and there. They actually pushed themselves, I think it was to knockout stage 3 or 4 from group stages in phase 1. This time around, 8th place is something else. I thought they were going to do good because their knockouts... Well, not knockouts, but qualifier results were actually pretty good. I think they got second in their group. I remember seeing a tweet about this. I was expecting a lot of good things from these guys, but is it just the lobby itself being really bad? We talked about that at the beginning. Or is it just their strategies, maybe their gameplay style? What do you think about that one?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I really like to see. I always like to see this team do good because of their story, right?
Yes.
Them always being, sort of the bottom of the barrel for, the National League teams. But them coming out, I think they ended up winning one of the week for the National League teams. And then last phase, I had a pretty good run, right? Making all the way, I think, to knockout stage 3 or 4. But yeah, I don't know what's going on for this stage. I think maybe they just weren't on their game today. They tried swapping over to that Lead Island team comp for that more Divus type of gameplay, but it just didn't really work out for them. I think, maybe these teams just had an answer to, this, I would say, this yawn for KCW. KCW tried to look for those angles in, but couldn't really make much of it for these or for their team.
Yeah, now that I think about it, they actually did end up playing the dial-in in game number 2, game number 3, huh? I completely forgot that they actually locked that in. I think they died off camera before doing anything impressive. A little bit unfortunate for CNJ Esports. It's going to be a rough one for them. Same thing, very similar to Team Daydream. They're going to have a pretty rough road ahead, especially considering the teams that are most likely going to be somewhere towards the middle to later stages of the knockout stages. I took a look earlier at the teams that are going to be playing for groups B, C, and D. It is not going to be an easy run for anybody remaining. There's a lot of good teams. And what's going to happen with a lot of good teams, maybe one of them goes into the finals, but everybody else gets sorted out into the knockout stages. You have to fight against them eventually. It's not going to be an easy run for CNJ Esports and Daydream. With the way that they started here today, I want to give them good hopes. I want to give them good prospects, good chances going into them because I know what they're capable of. But I'll be honest with you, it just looks shaky. I don't see it.
Yeah, but you have to keep in mind that the other teams that are gonna be meeting them in knockout stage 1 are also gonna be the 7th and 8th place teams.
True.
So
Yeah.
I do think Team Auto Arms, or sorry, not Team Auto Arms, Team Daydream and Senior Esports are definitely some still pretty solid teams, right? So I think they'll have a pretty good shot, at least making it maybe into knockout stage 2, and then who knows, maybe we'll have that Miracle Run coming out again for one of these teams.
Yeah, ever since we changed the format of ERM, we've had some really weird formats for teams being distributed in each of the knockout stages. I think in every single knockout stages that we've had so far in ERM, ever since we swapped over to this format, we've always had at least one National League team being placed in knockout stage 1.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like maybe there might be an exception for a phase or two, but
no, I think you're right. I think you're right, because always Incheon making that miracle run. It's always no. They always go knockout stage 1 somehow because they like flunk out the group stages, and they always make it to the finals, or they always make it to like at least knockout stage like 5 or 6. So
yeah, they could do it again if they are playing today. I actually forgot if they're playing in. They probably are. Let's be real here. Whether it's Bear or Luminal playing, I'm sure they're going to be playing at least either today or tomorrow. We'll have to take a look at what the teams playing for Group B is when we come back from the break. The KR side did end their interview, so as soon as they go to the break, it will be our moment to catch ourselves a breather. But a good result for Team Titan Auto Arms, the continuing champions from phase number 1, still showing us that they have what it takes to be a dominant force in phase number 2. Very excited to see them in the finals next Sunday. We won't be able to see them until then, but still, we got to see a very, very good showing from those guys today. Guys, that was all the games for Group 8, which means we are going to start moving on into Group B, but that also means we're going to have a bit of a longer break. So go grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here in about 10 to 15 minutes for the start of Group B.
take care.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black. Performance storage. Purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이지 않나? 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리. 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가. 안에 들어. 어디를 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제? 기분 째지는데.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 브이 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black. Performance storage. Purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이지 않나? 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리. 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가. 안에 들어. 어디를 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제? 기분 째지는데.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 브이 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이잖아. 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리. 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가니? 안 힘들어? 어디를 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제? 기분 째지는데.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠! 으이, 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이잖아. 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨.
Welcome back from the break, everybody. Hope you guys had a good one. A little bit of a longer break just because we're swapping over from Group A to Group B. That's right, we are now here for Group B, which means games 1 and 2 are about to begin. Man, oh man, oh man, Group A ended with an absolute banger as well. One of our newcomer teams actually making it all the way to knockout stage number 6 was a great way to start out phase number 2.
100%. It's great to see, new talent. Well, not really new talent because, some of the players we have seen before, but, a new roster coming out and really showing that, they have what it takes to play with the best here. Making it all the way to knockout stage number 6, like you said, in that second place position is a great showing. I think this group as well, we actually have a lot of new teams, I think, or new rosters coming out as well. So very excited to see some of these teams coming out here. I think Team Mystic and Overlord are 2 teams I have never really seen before. So
yeah, me neither. Not really that many players on both of those teams. Not so familiar for me either. For somebody that's been watching ERM for a long time now, that genuinely does mean something. So the best of luck to them. Let's go over some of the rest of the teams that are here. For Group B, DS Guardians, New Rise Kangwon, Freya, Order, Ready to Die, Mystic as we just talked about, Gyeonggi Innate, and last but not least, Team Overlord. Those 8 teams will be fighting it out in a best of 4 to determine where each of these teams are going to be placed in which respective knockout stage. Remember, the higher they place, the less number of games they have to go. And if you're above, I think in that 3rd or 2nd place spot, you're guaranteed circuit points going into the season finals. And with this being phase number 2, these placements and points matter.
yeah, you definitely want to get into that top 3 spot because the amount of points you get in phase 2 is a lot more obviously than in phase 1. So want to make sure you get secure as many as possible here. This group seems pretty interesting, I would say. I mean, we do have Team Guardians here. They had a really good performance last phase as well. And Team Nearest Gangwon, another really solid team. Innate, looks like they actually had to play in from the qualifiers. So they're also here as well. Team Freya, Ready to Die. So a lot of teams that we have seen, and are pretty familiar with already. In the previous seasons and in the previous phase.
Absolutely. This is going to be a pretty interesting one. Another lobby where we actually have a pretty stacked one as well, right? We were talking about the teams in Group A. Absolutely stacked over there it was for the first 4 games we saw this weekend and for this phase as well. It's going to be the same case for Group B. A ton of teams that you and I know about, a ton of teams that definitely people in the chat are going to know about as well. These 4 games are going to be a banger, so let's get that character select started right away and go straight in to game number 1's character select for Group B and see where it goes.
Very excited to see if we will see any bans coming into this group or if all these teams are just going to play, what they're sort of comfortable with here. We do have, it looks like 2 team comps, so meta is slowly starting to take place here with the Estelle, Kadia, and Haze picked by both of these teams, Nira Gangwon and Innate. Are they going to lock it in is the question here. We do have another Kadia hovered from the side of Team Freya to maybe get this Kadia pick off the table here. Oh, it looks like we're gonna swap last second maybe. Kadia hovered. Oh, Subame and Nadine are gonna be swapped over for the side of Team Freya and the side of Team NA. But the Haze and the Estelle will be locked in for both of those teams.
Yeah, very interesting that we are going to go with this for Gyeonggi Innate. Bread and butter, right? This is a team composition we see every now and then nowadays for this team. Every single time they're in trouble, they seem to bust us out and have a good time with it. But this used to be their old bread and butter. Always the default composition this team was always comfortable on. Jino on the Nadine, Zerojin on that Haze, as well as Ingu on that Estelle. Not that difficult of a composition to operate, especially when it's in the hands of this team. But it's going to be up against Team Uri's Kangwon. That's also a team that's been doing some really good work as of late. Nodanao, Riori, as well as Insane. We'll see which one is able to operate this kind of composition better in this game.
Yeah, and these other team comps are really interesting. We have 2 Alina team comps here, both playing this Divers type of team. One with the Jackie and Priya, and the other with the Alex, which we haven't really seen too much of, I would say, in ERM, and that Kathy as well. So very excited to see, these dive teams and how they end up pairing into, these straight front to backs.
Absolutely. Here we go, folks. Game number 1 now underway for Group Stage B. This is going to be the second group that we watch for today, and the last one we get to watch for today as well. But that does not mean the action is over because we still have 3 more games after this to determine where these teams are are going to be placed. And you're absolutely correct. Just looking at the prospects of what this looks like in game number 1, I think we can set ourselves and expect ourselves a very, very interesting set of compositions in the next couple of few games. The Alex, as you were mentioning before we started the game, absolutely a pick that is pretty interesting, but this character has genuinely started to become a little bit more popular than before, right? A long time ago, we had very, very specific players like Subak only being the ones playing this Alex, but with the changes in Season 8, as well as even in Season 7, this character has found a lot more interest, and so many more players are starting to play him now.
And what's interesting as well is we do have 2 Arda picks from this lobby, and we also have a double backline support team comp with Team Order. So, looks like we are going to have a team fight though. A lot of damage is going to be exchanged with the ultimate coming out from the Jackie. There's the kill and the movement speed bonus, but it looks like G-Work is just going to be able to get themselves on out of there. Guardians is going to lose 1, as Team Overlord is going to be able to pick up 1 for themselves. And for Team Freya, unfortunately going to lose 2 members. Looks like Yara did end up dying on a different side of the minimap there. Will end up going down as G-Work is going to try taking this 1v1, but the members of the side of Team Overlord are going to be there to intercept, and G-Work is going to go down. So nice 2 early game kills for the side of Team Overlord as they actually find the Catty just walking straight into the hands of the side of Team Overlord, but the rest of the members of Team Ready to Die are here. They're going to try looking for an angle in. Ooh, that Suture is actually going to connect onto 2 members there. Does end up getting a lot of damage, as Alina is already chunked down to about 10% HP, but very much that can be done more there for the side of Team Ready to Die.
I'm actually liking the start for Team, what is that, for which team is it? The one with the jacket, for Team Overlord, because Trid is playing extremely aggressive at the moment. Double Suture into the emergency surgery is good. This is going to clean up 2 members of Team Overlord, but I'm going to continue on the fact that, I can't tell if that's Trio or if that's Trid. I think that's Trio. Trio is playing very aggressive on the Jackie, and that's what you really like to see, right? A lot of times on this character, because of how much sustain she has nowadays, you just constantly need to be auto-attacking, and the problem that we saw with Team CNJ Esports during Group A is that they were very cautious about what kind of fights to take. For Team Overlord, they're just full sending it. They got the Elena up in the front line, they have the Priya on the back line, the bonus movement speed, plus the damage that you can compound on towards a Jackie. I think they can definitely play aggro. They are doing that correctly. Team MT in a little bit of trouble. Mystic trying to run away. It's a 2v3 at the moment up against Team DS Guardians. I don't think they're going to let this go through too easily. There's the kill onto 1. There's the kill onto 2. 0 for 2. Easily taken from Team TSG.
Yeah, Nikki Adela, a tale as old as time, with the Peerage Uppercut into the full combo from the pieces on the Adela. Not very much you can do when you are getting locked down for about 2 to 3 seconds there, and it's a lot of damage coming out from the Adela as well, so a little unfortunate for the side team Mystic, but yeah, I mean, the Kenneth just not really there to really help, so yeah, 2v3, easy pickup for the side of Team Guardians, as we do have the objectives spawn in very shortly here in about 45 seconds. You can see these teams slowly starting to group up and slowly starting to make their ways over to make sure they can lock these objectives down.
Okay. Well, even if that's gonna happen, it's all about the timing too, right? You can position all you want, but if there's multiple teams around the area, we saw a ton of third parties happening in Group A. That happens again here as well. We do have some better answers and responses to that, right? Arda does exist, especially in this tree. I see Team DS Guardians starting to walk up from the south side. If they do want to contest this, they absolutely can. Fight up on the north side is gonna start though. Gyeonggi and A in a little bit of trouble as the Estelle taking pretty low. Cho does get a really nice magnetic field, but no kills have come out of it just yet. Monkey Wire investor from Jino, Zerojin pretty healthy for himself as well, but with the start of day number 2, gonna make their mad dash straight over on towards the Tree of Life, try to deny any additional initiations from Team Freya. They have the Nimrod's Gate starting to go on in. The tree has been picked up, and I think that's gonna be it. Freya does not want to over push, and I think that's also the right idea. Nice play from both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, the Alonzo tried jumping on in, but just getting chunked down by that haze with that grenade. So a little unfortunate for the side of Team Freya. Can't really push into them any longer there. You know, is gonna find Char on the bottom side here, but not gonna be able to really get this Alonzo down, as it looks like Team Freya They slowly start to split away to try to get as much farm as possible. So definitely a slower day 2 here, as the teams were just able to get their objectives, and you can slowly start to see these teams just slowly starting to farm up to get these early game 4 score buy-ins.
This is pretty much the way that you're just supposed to be playing right now. Are there any teams that are behind? Ooh, Team Freya. I don't know what happened to that Alonso's credits, but maybe he had to call in a couple of items. A little bit of an unfortunate situation, whereas we're going to have a fight between two teams. Ready to Die versus Team Order, looking for a fight right now. Shinome play that was popped. They cannot get a trade. Clean 2 for 0 in favor of Team Ready to Die. A team composition like this also being able to find some fun kills like this. That is not something I expected.
I think Shinome just jumping a little too far forward there, tried to get the knock onto the Alina, but just didn't end up finding it, just didn't have enough damage. And once you're a little far forward there, just easy pickings for Ready to Die to just jump on and pop your play dead, and once you come out in the play dead, you can just you just get bursted down on the come out there. Team Overlord gonna try to look for an angle onto Freya, but they do have that Arda to maybe get themselves to safety. There's the engage coming on in, try to get a lot of damage here. The Jackie's gonna get a lot, but it's not gonna be enough, as looks like the Freya is gonna go down here very shortly, but they do actually get it. Yeah, they do actually get the Subaba on the other side, so we'll be a 1-for-1 trade. The Alonso and the Arda are gonna be completely isolated from each other now, as Team Overlord is gonna be able to pick up one.
But this is only possible because the Jackie is allowed to play aggressive, right? If the Jackie wasn't allowed to play aggressive, you don't get those trades going. So nicely done from Team Overlord. I think they understand how their team composition is supposed to be played. These fights have been evidence of that. Nicely done for those guys. Same thing for Team Freya. The responses just have been exceptional from these teams across the board. Very clean fights for pretty much every single one that we've seen so far, going all the way into night number 2. I have zero qualms so far with game 1 whatsoever for Group Stage B. Of course, that can always change, as now the game's going to start to get a little bit hectic. Map's going to close a little bit. We have objectives that teams are going to be fighting over. There's an Estelle who's going to have to fight against 3 people inside of a rift right now. That should end very, very quickly in just a few moments here. But another potential fight between Gyeonggi N8 versus Team Freya. This could be the repeat of what happened up on the northern side, but they don't have the haze. Yeah, you're right, correct.
Oh, they're here now.
She is finally going to join on in, but the Alonso shield is finally just going to get popped now. Damage exchange is looking pretty good. Dice and Cube combo going straight over onto the Nadine. This is Gyeonggi N8 in a little bit of trouble up for themselves. Does this Arda want to continue the chase? These rocket launchers try to deny it, and I don't think they can.
They can't really push into this haze here, and you can see the item difference already going to the side of Team N8, so it looks like A9 is going to look to take the re-engage here. Freya already down to about half HP, so all members are just going to be slowly forced to back on out of there, but again, N8 definitely wants some more. I think they know they have the item advantage in this fight, so try looking for something insane. Is going to get a triple in a blitz here. Is going to get a lot of damage. Jackie getting chunked down to about a third of her HP, but nothing's really going to come out of that. So it looks like Team Mystic is actually here in the fray as well, but the Arda is going to be able to use the Emerald Skate to get themselves to safety.
Yeah, Team Mystic a little bit split apart, but finally will group back up inside of archery range. Hyunji looking for an initiation. They will give themselves an in with the Nimrod's Gate to begin the fight. Arda decides to take it all of a sudden because on the flank side, Tsubame tried to find something. Pong obliterated first. Arda, the mirror matchup just doesn't go in favor of Team Freya. Down goes 2, and now Kyokbo needs to run.
Yeah, the IRM just was able to just completely solo this Tsubame. I think this Tsubame tried to look for an angle in, but it did end up just getting completely locked down by that IRM. Just 100 to 0, just not really able to find anything. A little unfortunate for the side Team Freya, but it's still day 2, so looks like, you know, they're not gonna lose any credits just yet, and they'll be able to come back into the game, but yeah, gotta be a little careful here. It's insane using that electric chip on forward aggressively to try to get as much damage, but look at damage from this Nadine is way too much, and the Estelle is gonna go down for the side of Team New Rise first, and when you're playing this front to back, once your tank goes down, it's a little hard to play as those backliners, so it looks like it will be an early minus order for the side of Team New Rise, as Gang and 8 will be able to pick up one.
Yeah, I see what the idea was, right? You don't really want to give them the free objective, but I think Noda now pushed in a little bit too far considering how much of the duration he had left of his shield, right?
They definitely just get DPS race because Nadine does more damage in the shorter range, right? With the ultimates, and but obviously the upside for the Kadia is that you have more range. So if you want to play the fights more slow when you're playing Team New Rise, and Team N8 knew that, and they just immediately forced it in because they want to play the fights fast with that Nadine with the ultimates. So very nicely played from N8 to actually win that that DPS race onto there Estelle.
Yeah, again, I don't really have any qualms so far in game number 1. Most of our teams seem to understand what their win conditions are inside of these fights. They're operating based on those win conditions as well. It really becomes a fight between who has better endurance at this point, right? A lot of our teams have just been kind of front lines who can take out the other one faster, and then as soon as that happens, the other team runs away, which are also good decision makings as well from these guys, right? No hesitation when somebody needs to run, immediately just books it. Good decisions across the board from every single one of our teams. But another potential fight could start brewing inside of school. We know this team loves to play aggressive. Will Trio decide to jump in against this? It's inside of school, so the zone's a little bit finicky. There is the shotgun going through, but the freeze is absolutely incredible. Out goes the Elena. Jackie is in, trying to get the damage over onto Riori. Can they get the kill before the slam down? Yes, they can with the auto attack. Nicely done. Trio trying to go for a little bit more. Can they find the kill up against Akaya? Yes, they can! The aggro from the Jackie will be able to find Team New Rise Kangwon, and then a beautiful fight from Team Overlord. This is what I wanted to see from a Jackie in Group A. I see it in Group B.
Yeah, I thought it was looking a little dicey for them. The Alina didn't really find anything, but I think just the Soul Stealer plus the Priya movement speed is just so much for the side of Team Overlord. With that Jackie, the Jackie is able to just run down the backliners on the side Team Rise. And yeah, it was just very nicely played. Look. And the Shenny is just able to get so much damage on the side of Team Order. Ready to die, unfortunately. Gonna lose 2 members, so it's gonna be an early minus 400. Look at the credit counts. It's not looking too good for the side Team Ready to Die. The Rift was or has already expired, I think, on this cycle, so it's gonna be an early minus 400 for the side of Team Ready to Die.
Really rough because the Kathy is the one that has all of the items, but the emergency surgery actually ended up going the other way to get themselves out, so no damage there. Another fight inside of school. This time the Kenneth is actually going to start it. Furze gets the damage in, gets the crowd control, and just completely books it. The damage output is insane, so they all decide to run away. Team Overlord say, nah, we don't want to fight this one. Trio is isolated by himself. Hyunji is on the chase, so this is going to be a really rough escape for the Jackie, but she just turns around and says, no, I don't want to go that way. She's still stuck in the middle of nowhere. I think this is pretty doomed for the Jackie. I mean, I'm seeing it, but look at the other side. The Elena is still popping in. The Priya is also going to join in on the fray. The Jackie needs to come back in. I think the Priya walked up too far. Down she goes first, and this should also mean the Elena is going to go down. The idea was there, but the timing was just off.
Yeah, I think just a miscommunication there because we saw the Alina and the Priya come back in, but the Jackie was already walking away. But if the Jackie came back in, maybe they could have looked for a turn there, but just nothing really there as they're just playing an isolated 2v3. So a little unfortunate for the side Team Overlord. The Jackie is actually going to use the VLS system and land straight onto a Demo. Looks like they're going to be able to get themselves a safety. Use that ultimate for that Wisdom Robe's movement speed. And they're going to have to use the VLS system once again. I'm surprised they didn't VLS over to Alina because they're a little split away from their team, but it looks like they're going to try looking now. But there is another team. It's going to be Team Ready to Die. It looks like this Alina might get caught here, but Alina is one of those characters that has a lot of ability to get themselves to safety. And yes, they will just be able to use their bar to get them out. But oh no, they're spotted out by the Arda. You know what happens when you get spotted out by an Arda. They just have infinite chase. So I don't think Sicily can get away. There's the huge ultimate. But there's another team. And oh, looks like it's the perfect setup for the perfect third party at the side.
Going?
Team Mystic, and they're gonna lose the IRAM. Looks like Team Overlord are actually gonna be able to get themselves on out to safety, and the Resident end up coming through as well.
Yeah, that's a really weird communication, I think, from that team. And for the first time, I can find gripes with a team because if the call for the Nimrod gate is there, I mean, Irem was in perfect position to just right-click it, but she just didn't walk towards the gate. Instead, she walked up toward the top right, top left, I apologize. Didn't end up taking the gate. That's a minus 200 that could have easily avoided. What is going on here? Hwang just deciding to jump in by himself. He is juking all over the place, but he is so isolated away from everybody else. Tsubame has run out of util, but she's still alive? How is she still alive? What is going on here? Overlord still opting to fight it out. Cho is just completely stuck in the middle of nowhere, but there's another Nimrod gate. He's trying to take it. He's not trying to take it. What is going on? Can he take it? No, he cannot. What is going on with these Nimrod gates, man?
What? Oh no, and another Nimrod gate to steal the deal for Freya there as a duo going down. Still unfortunate. I think the Tsubame actually ended up going down to, I think, a Hex from the Priya, so that's a little unfortunate because they were able to get themselves to safety, but just barely not enough. as it will be Team Freya going down in 7th place here. Wickline is going to be spawning down in school here, and it looks like it's going to be Team Mystic going to be the one to start it up, but here is Team NA here to third party. They are looking pretty strong here. You see Zerogen already sitting on that blood weapon as well, and it looks like they are just going to book it. Looks like NA is going to get this Wickline completely uncontested here. That is going to be pretty good for the side of Team NA. Another blood sample, and you can see the credit counts as well. Going to be able to get another one very shortly on that Nadine. So we're sitting on almost 3 bloods here for the side of Team NA. And when you have bloods, 2 or 3 bloods on your backliners here, they are going to be doing a lot of damage.
I actually have a strange feeling the next blood is actually going to be going over onto the Estelle at this point. We've actually seen an uprising in Estelle's running Scarlet side, so that'd be fun if they do decide to run something like that. Overlord getting contested up against Team Ready to Die. A lot of good damage coming out from Ready to Die as well. There is the execution with the emergency surgery and the suture. Down goes the Jackie. Let's see what happens when you hesitate as a Jackie. You just die unless you try to chase this down, but the freeze is there chasing an Elena, as an Elena is just a little bit annoying, but the damage is done. Overlord down 2 members, but for Team Ready to Die, stuck in a little bit of an awkward spot. They need to fight up against this. They need to get something done. Their timer is just not good at all. Alex can run all the way he wants, but he needs to somehow walk back into school. Can he get out is the question. He is trying what he can, but Arda is behind him. His entire team split away, cannot get away. Down goes... Is his name I Love Subak? What the?
Oh, wait a second. Oh, did they go?
Can they go? Can they go? Yes, they can.
I mean, it was a very nice, well-played team fight for Ready to Die onto the side, I think, of Team Overlord, right? It's a huge find from... And just great CC chain coming out for the side of like the Alex, Alina, and then the Catty just there, and then hit set up a suture, was able to secure 2 members. But looks like the Alina ended up getting caught once again. This time it's going to be the side of Team Order here. Team Mania, unfortunately, not able to find any kills for themselves. They are definitely the strongest in the lobby, but you can see they only have 4 points in this game so far. All these other teams are slowly starting to just build their points up with all these skills. Guardians in the same boat as well. We haven't really seen that team much this whole game. So these teams relatively quiet, just not able to really find any teams or any other teams that are just running around here. And it looks like it was the Burgundy going to the side of that Nadine. So Nadine sitting on 2 bloods here. Definitely do want to take this fight into the side of Team Order, but Team Order also looking pretty strong for themselves as well. You could see 2 blood samples on the side of their backline carries on the Sella and that Jenny. So gotta be a little careful, as there is definitely going to be a lot of teams in these zones. Still 6 teams alive, and we are going to go down to our final 3 teams. Or final 3 zones.
Okay, with that, Chapel is also going to be our final zone as well. If Gyeonggi NA makes it in towards that final zone, any other team needs to immediately book it for that final zone the moment it opens up, because you do not want to fight a Nadine, a Haze inside of all of these tight corridors when they have the setup, when they have the tight corridors to fight with. So where is the most advantageous spot? I would have to say it's Dock. I don't think Uptown gives you any really good favorable positions when the final zone is Chapel.
There's the blink away from the Jackie. The Jackie just needs to get themselves a safety trio, trying to get themselves out. 6 seconds left. Should have barely enough timer to make it in, but should be seen. 1 second left. Oh, wait a second.
Oh my god, that squirrel trap doesn't
see them, and here comes Guardians, going to be able to get a good angle onto the side. Team Order. Team Order going to be forced to use their safety drones to get themselves into Uptown here. I like this play because you don't really want to be back in that quarter when you are eyeing down a Nikki Adela team. They are just going to sit back down here in Uptown here. Looks like Team Ready to Die looking for the side of Team NA, but NA is looking so strong here. It's going to be a little hard to really contest them, and I don't know what Team Ready to Die's game plan is going to be, if they want to contest Guardians or if they're just going to go back into the 3-team final zone up in Uptown.
Yeah, I would be surprised that Kyunggi is actually considering Uptown. If you're looking at the map as a whole, it genuinely would be my strategy to try making my way down towards that bottom right side of the map. But maybe there's just way too many unknowns for Team Kyunggi, right? They couldn't really get that much vision control over to the right side of Chapel. Maybe he doesn't want to risk it at this point, since you never know what's going to happen, especially in tight corridors like that.
Putting themselves in a really awkward spot here as you know, if they get engaged on, looks like Trio is gonna go down. As NA is gonna be the ones to find them, so they're gonna have some extra time to really work with here. Engage gonna be used onto G-Work. That quick cut is already down onto this Alina, so they can probably try to find an angle in. There's a glove skill as well. Gonna tag the Alina to get some extra damage here, but look at the Nikki. Nikki's sitting on double blood here. They're looking really strong. Here comes engage from Hyde, but a huge engage and a huge lockup coming in from the Nikki. There's a period uppercut, and that is going to seal the deal, I think, for this team fight. There's the triple ultimate coming out from the Alina, but it's not going to be enough. As, yeah, unfortunately, Hyde tried to look for an angle, but gets immediately punished there. A huge period uppercut in response. And the full combo from the Adela. We see it time and time again. It's no surprise that the Cathy is just gonna get one shot in CC there.
I just realized this also. That Cathy is running Dagger with Ironclad. That's an interesting one, because usually you see Ironclad stack with the Duels blades on the Cathy, but I guess not this time around. Well, it is what it is for Team Ready to Die. 11 points, definitely not a bad start to Group B for those guys. Fight inside of Uptown will finally begin. We have single-digit timers for a couple of these players. For Team Mystic, they're in trouble now. Do they have any of those safety drones to buy themselves a little bit more extra time? I don't think so. Down goes one, down goes two, pop goes a Weasel, and down goes three. All the kills going in favor of Kyunggi, but the health bars are just not looking that good. 8-9 gonna have to sacrifice himself. It's Team Order that has control now. Can they find the kills to finish out this temporary zone? Down goes Shinonome, the ready to... The play dead has been popped, but it is exchanged for the life of Gino. Down goes Zero Jin. That means Order goes into our final zone, likely against Team DS Guardians, who is already starting to take position. This is not going to look good for a team that has triple backline when you're dealing with someone who can obliterate quite literally anybody on your team.
No play dead either. Is going to be rough for Team Order, but yeah, that's a lot unfortunate for Team Innate there. They were able to get the 3 kills and get some timer back, but just ended up taking too much damage trying to fight Team Mystic there. So they ended up just going down to the side of Team Order as they are playing this double backline team. It's going to be easy cleanup for the side Team Order, but yeah, I think any one of these members can get one shot here, especially with no play dead on Shinonome. It's gonna be a little rough. I think they should just wait for it to come back up. I think it's back up now, so they can slowly start to push on in, but
I think you just aim for the Cicilla here.
Cicilla, Lenny, I think any... Oh, here's the engage coming out. What? It's gonna get targeted, but nothing really gonna come out of that. But there is the combo as well. The Peacemaker is gonna come down. What? Look at the damage coming out. G-Work is gonna try to find an angle in. It's not gonna be enough, and that is going to be it. Team Order gonna be the one to come out on top. Yeah, I didn't really like the target selection either, because Shinonome was just able to dash away and drop the acceptance speech down, so there's going to be no follow-up on the side of Team Guardians.
Like, anybody but the Jenny would have been fine, but they went for the Jenny. By the time the Nikki already presses the button, it's too late. They try to make best with what they could, but the damage output from Jenny is just way too consistent in comparison to the Heart, right? I think the idea of the Peacemaker going down was absolutely fantastic, because you kind of have to at that point, but Jenny attacks faster than Heart this late into the game. She just has better she just has better attack speed. She has the adrenaline max stacked. As long as she's right clicking on the ground or auto attacking, she will probably be able to get the damage in the moment Peacemaker ends to kill you before anything happens. So the trade actually happens towards the Heart first instead of the Jenny, and by then she also still has the play that the timing was just weird. Really unfortunate for Team DS Guardians. They didn't really get too many points out of this one. I was hoping they get the target selection correct and get the win bonus, but they couldn't do that. This game's going to feel a little lackluster for those guys.
It's going to be really close in terms of points. I think a lot of these teams just didn't really have, too many kills for themselves. So I think this lobby is going to be relatively close. But yeah, a little unfortunate for the side of Team Guardians there. I think the target selection was definitely off, but Yeah, I think the idea was probably to get the Jenny out of the team fight, but there's just not really much else that Team Guardians can do, right? If they're trying to play for that one shot, I know Cicella is probably not too good of a target either because Cicella can't bubble the full combo, and Lenny can also sort of jump away. But I think going for the Jenny there was a little ambitious, especially Team Guardians just wasn't in position to really follow up on that Jenny on that Jenny engage.
Yeah, that seemed more of an on-the-spot decision from the Nikki to just send it, which is fine because of how Team DS Guardians tends to operate this team composition. You have a lot of leeway in operating it because it's G-Work on the Adela. He's really good at kind of continuing fights, even though he's super far away. He can calculate the Night Forks really well to just send pieces straight to other people to knock them up from very, very far range. But up against something like a Jenny, that's a very, very tough task. And the reason why I said Cicilla is because even if you can go in the bubble, you can still lock her in crowd control long enough that she comes out of her bubble when your main burst damage is starting to come through. Lenny, she jumps away and she repositions herself when you use the pure age uppercut. The Cicilla, she has to pick between play with us or the bubble, right? So if you're gonna bubble, you're still probably dead. Regardless, whatever they did, just not that. It has to be something else, not the Jenny.
I mean, the Jenny also
you called it, I called it.
Yeah, the Jenny also just dashed away, so she was a little too split, or dashed back into their team. So the Nikki was a little too far away, for Adele to really follow up on. I think going for the Jenny isn't that bad though, if they're in position to follow up, because if you proc the play dead, you can kill her right when she gets out of the play dead, right, with the Nikki to lock down, or maybe the checkmate coming down from the Adela. But yeah, it just wasn't really there for the side of Team Guardians. But you can see the leaderboard here, 21 points for the side of Order, and 12, 11, 10 for Guardians, Ready to Die in 8. So it's definitely a relatively close lobby. 5th and 6th place is also sitting on 9 points.
Not a bad game at all for pretty much this entire lobby, if I'm going to be honest with you. And for Team New Rise Gangwon, just a little bit unfortunate. Let's be real here, right? The timing in which they died was just a little bit unfortunate. The fight they were also forced into was a little bit unfortunate. But it's New Rise Gangwon. I don't think they're really going to be too troubled by it. It's just a game 1 mishap. As long as they're able to bounce back from games 2, 3, 4, they should be fine. We saw the example of that in Group A. This time, it's a stable team. It's a staple team that plays in KEL. They know what they're doing. They know how to operate team compositions. I'm sure, with an asterisk, they'll be fine. That asterisk is there in case I accidentally curse them.
Yeah. 100%. It's just like an unfortunate, I think, team fight that they ended up having. Probably just wasn't expecting the Jackie to do that much damage and have that much mobility, right? But the Soul Stealer and the Priya movement speed was just so much for the side of Team New Rise to really handle there, as the Jackie was just able to just get onto the backliners. And once the Jackie's onto your backliners and gets those resets, it's just lights out.
Now you know, right? Now you know that a Jackie's going to be in play. Now you're not going to get caught off guard by that. Your communication, because Team New Rise Gangwon has been together as this roster for quite a hefty amount of time now too, you should be able to figure out how you're going to actually communicate these kind of fights. They had a long time in between games 1 and 2 to talk about things. It's almost a tactical timeout if you want to consider it that way.
I think they are going to be locking it in. Team Freya is also going to be on the Estelle and the Haze. So we are going to see a double ban here, as 3 teams are going to be playing the exact same. It's going to be 2 teams playing the exact same team comp, but 3 teams playing, the Estelle Haze here. So we can definitely start to see the meta slowly start to take place and or shape up in phase 2.
Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting because I wouldn't consider this necessarily the meta according to what I've seen around. The Haze has also been a character that's been on the down low as of late. She was really dominant after post-release, but because of how dominant she was, Nimble Neuron did a lot of things to just kind of neuter her for a long time now, and she still in a way is, in my personal opinion. They've been buffing her numbers very slowly throughout the past couple of seasons, but she's still in a state where something's lacking. She's good, don't get me wrong. If you play her in solo queue, she's perfectly fine being a DPS, but something just feels like it's lacking. It's not the same as it was way back in the day, so I'm actually quite surprised that we are seeing this many hazes, but it's still a very solid composition, right? The Estelle haze, nothing that we've been too surprised about. It's been a stable composition for a long time in the competitive pro scene, so let's see how it goes.
Haze is one of those characters that usually just bounces in and out of the meta, right? Like, she gets buffed up enough, and then we start to see her more in the competitive scene. So for me, I'm not too surprised to see Haze make a return, just because you know, we haven't seen Haze for too long, or we haven't seen Haze in so long. So you know, she has definitely gotten like a lot of adjustments to, you know, try to get her back up into the spotlight. And then Estelle, one of those tanks that I mean, we've even seen in phase 1, or yeah, in phase 1, see a lot of play. So I'm not surprised that we are gonna have the Estelle ban, and Estelle being our premier tank coming out in phase 2 once again.
Yeah, a lot of times when I do see the haze being a little bit more popular, by the way, is when a lot of people are more inclined to fight close combat with the haze. You typically are going to do like the grenade launcher into the dash-in SMG burst, and then, or well, I guess it's more shotgun into the SMG burst immediately. You can't do that with the haze right now. Her damage again is a little bit on the lacking side for that entire combo. It's mostly the rockets that are gonna come in. It's been a little bit interesting, but here we go. More fights happening as we've seen constant action already in day number 1. A lot of teams actually grouped up this time around, right?
There are all
2 members
on a hair here.
Yep. Does the Elena have enough this early to kill anybody? NCMB's trying to run.
He's still sitting on 2 green items.
Does he have white boots for Rumex?
Yeah, all these players are still sitting on not full builds. Eugen gonna be able to find the Nikki here. There is the SMG burst. Still, I mean, dealing a decent amount of damage, but yeah, looks like it is gonna slowly start to slow down here. Guardians did end up picking up 4 kills. Georg's still on that green chest piece as well, so Guardians just trying to take these team fights, but not having their full items just about yet.
I think he's missing something too, because he has the graphite, he has the hammer. I think he needs something else. He's trying to build up into Cabana most likely. I think he needs one more item. Might be a gemstone. I forget the build route into Cabana. This is actually kind of funny, if I'm going to be honest with you. He does have his purple item. Probably had to end up calling an item for it. But here we go. More fight. Zero-Jin trying to do what he can. Can he stay alive? No, he cannot. There's the crash line with the heli-tag stat, but a third party coming in this time from Team Ready to Die. Nice suture to lock down trio. Can this Jackie sustain long enough? Absolutely not. A little bit too hard on the execution damage from the Kathy this early on. Will not be enough, as a Priya also still sitting on the cloth.
Full combo. Is it going to be enough? It is going to be enough with that checkmate there.
Nice.
And the cannon is going to go down, and there's the catch from Riori there with that shotgun stun, and looks like it is going to be New Rise going to be able to pick up a kill for themselves on the bottom side in Cemetery here. And yeah, I mean, I can definitely see why, you know, Haze is being picked being picked up a lot more. I think your damage is actually a lot better now. In the past, I think, you know, she slowly started to trickle away, because, you know, we saw her have such a dominant performance, and then they slowly started to nerf her down. But then I think because
slowly, I could have sworn they just gutted her in like one big patch a while ago, and then we just stopped seeing her altogether.
Yeah, but I think because we haven't really seen her much is obviously, you know, they've been slowly starting to buff her back up. And now I think her damage is good enough to be played, you know, as the premier backline mage once again. But we'll have to see, right? Because this is just Group B. Maybe Group C and D are gonna have, you know, a different story. Maybe we'll see, you know, Celine coming out from the side team Meth and Sejong once again. There is the ultimate coming out, but it's not gonna be enough. The combo just wasn't there. The Jackie just has free reign here, but there is the stun coming out from the Nikki as they get a lot of damage.
Oh, the confidence
is gonna go down, but it's not gonna be enough. Gearwork is gonna go down. Wait a second.
It's so cooked.
It's gonna go down. They get wiped by Overlord.
Yes. You just right click in as a Jackie, you just keep going in, you jump on in. Who cares if they're doing damage to you? Who cares if they're stunning you? You just keep right clicking on in. DS Guardians did not have to feel the pain that team, what is it, New Rise Column felt in game number 1. Well, now they get a face full of it as well. DS Guardians taken down early by Team Overlord, knocking down these KEL teams one by one.
Yeah, Overlord is getting the one up. I think what's happening is these other teams, they think they have an angle in, but the sustain coming out from the side of Team Overlord with that Priya and the Jackie healing is just a little too much, and they just get caught out. Once the Jackie gets that one reset, it's just really easy for the Jackie to just clean up the rest of the team fight, and Guardians just wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane, man. DS Guardians are gonna have a long talk about this, because think about it like this. At least for Team New Rise Kangwon, as soon as the long quote-unquote tactical timeout is done, they at least go straight into game 2. For Team DS Guardians, they get the quote-unquote tactical timeout, and then they have a break. Because this is game number 2. After this one, we get ourselves a break. It's going to be a long time that DS Guardians is going to be kind of dwelling on what just happened. They're going to have to focus back up, though. As soon as game 3 begins, they're going to have to really focus back up. Their game 1 performance also was kind of lukewarm, just because of how little of KSs they had, right? The kill scores they had. It's going to be a rough ride for Team DS Guardians. There's a possibility if this kind of trend continues, we might actually end up seeing them in one of our earlier halves of the knockout stages, which would be a pretty interesting result for Team DS Guardians. But we still have 7 teams remaining for this one. We cannot count out these guys at all. Hayes pumping out a decent amount of damage with the rocket launchers, looking pretty good. Team Mystic cannot really look for an initiation. Still pretty early game that the Arda doesn't have sufficient amount of range on that Nimrod skates. And I think I could have sworn this was the patch. We're playing on 8.3 that Arda got a buff on that Unleashed Power cooldown, so...
It's the full combo coming out from the Estelle. The Estelle should be able to just completely solo out this Kadia, but the Kadia is actually able to live with the Estelle as well. The Kadia's going to be able to come out with some more damage, and they will actually be able to turn this team fight there. A huge Estelle off. At the perfect time to keep the Kadia just barely alive, and only the Kadia made it, and... I think the Kadia is gonna go down now. It's a little unfortunate that the rest of the team members just couldn't make it in time. So now the side of Team Freya are definitely gonna be on the back foot, as looks like they're getting caught out by a different team. It's gonna be Team New Rise, as Troll is gonna go down here very shortly. SMG Burst is gonna go a little wide, but yeah, they're gonna be able to pick up that kill, get some credits here, and probably look to get their next couple of buy-ins.
Yeah, no doubt I was looking at this and is like, yo, I saved you just now, man. What are you doing? Little unfortunate. I think a couple people from New Rise Kangwon actually ended up canceling their TP into the Rift. I guess the call out was just a little bit confusing for that moment, but it's alright. If it worked, then it would have been nice, but for Hwang, even if he dies, it's just a little bit of a time waste, right? That's all it is. The time sink really doesn't matter at this point, just because of how valuable this game has been so far to these guys. If they're able to recover from it, they should be alright, and I think they already have. Managed to get a kill off of the time that the Kadia was dead. You will definitely take that in exchange for losing out on that Rift.
Yeah, they're just going to slowly get their buy-ins as well. Down here in Chapel, you can see zones are going to be reopening. It'll be up-down reopening, and you can see these teams slowly start to trickle in for this box in Forest. I think we might have about 2 to 3 teams down here to play for this box. Actually, it is going to be Team Ready to actually going to be walking away to probably play for that Tree of Life there in Hotel instead. And we're going to have 2 teams down here in Chapel here. I'm surprised. I don't know if there's an objective dropping down here. Maybe it's like a meteor or a tree, or they're probably just opting to play for this factory reopen. But Team and Mystic is already there, and they're going to be able to get this meteorite first.
Let's see how fast they can actually utilize this meteorite. Are they going to use this fast enough so that the fight is actually going to be in their favor? They're starting to build up something now, and now Team New Rise Kangwon knows someone's around here. Are they gonna go for this fight? No, they don't seem to be interested in it at all. It's, if anything, it's actually Team Mystic that looks to be interested in taking this fight, but the items over onto Team New Rise Kangwon look pretty good already. There we go. Okay, the fight is actually looking pretty good. Flame Crusher does force out the blink from both of the backliners. If they want to continue this, Nimrod's Gate could be actually really big here, right? Because there's no more blink available for the backline trying to do it, but the backstep is still there for the Kadia. They're trying to recover as much as possible. Damage exchange over onto Noda now. Not that bad. Okay, in the Blitz, also doing some pretty good work. There's the Unleashed Power being sent over on the Papyrus. Cooldown does get reduced, but Hyunjin needs to absolutely book it. These rocket launchers doing way too much damage. Nice response from Team Uri's going. They're able to salvage a situation where both backliners use that blink very early against Narda.
Guys will be able to just secure all those walls on the bottom side for themselves as well. I like the angle from Team Mystic because I think they do recognize that they have like a pretty big item advantage into this team, but they can't really find anything as you know, Team New-Rise are just playing this front to back really well. Just able to just peel back and just play off of each other, and you can see their credit counts as well. I think Team New-Rise don't want anything to do with Team Mystic here. They definitely want to get their buy-ins to make sure they're not falling too far behind in this game.
The initiation was really well done though, right? The first Nimrod's Gate that allowed the Kenneth to actually get in and get the double Flame Crusher off to force out the double blink. Really nicely done, and I would have actually liked to see Team Mystic be a little bit more proactive and trying to take advantage of that, but they ended up taking a lot more kind of remnant damage while trying to disengage from that initial double blink invest from Team Uri's Gangwon, and because of that, they got a little bit hesitant over it, which is completely fine. You've given yourself the window to do things like that, but I think they could have capitalized a bit more.
Definitely a little harder to go in when the Arda isn't, you know, doesn't have the Unleashed Power at level 3, because yeah, the Nimrod's Gate just isn't, I think, long enough for Mystic to really have those angles onto the backliners.
Yeah.
As long as Team New-Rise is able to, you know, play around that Nimrod's Gate, I think they should be fine. And it looks like Team Ready to Die are all gonna jump into this rift here. I don't know if there's another team, but if there is, it is if I did that.
Do they?
No,
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I think it's free as well. Yeah. Yeah, I actually am looking at Team Ready to Die's comp, and do you think this is a team that has advantages in night number 3? I think they need a little bit more, especially on the Alex, because
in terms of items, no, but I think their comp is pretty good in the Rift just because they're playing, like, I think dive teams are more favored in the Rift just because it's nighttime and you have like those white lilies.
For how much priority they're giving the Kathy. Now obviously it's the pro player's choice. Maybe they're cooking something. I'm just a caster. I'm just sitting here looking pretty, looking at what's happening in these games. Ironclad on Kathy when you're running Dagger just feels so wasteful in my personal opinion, because the invisibility, the Ironclad duration starts the moment you press Cloak and Dagger. It's that part where you go invisible. It's not like you're gonna propagate immediately.
I think they're probably just, I think they just use it as like a reset, you know, instead. I don't think they use it to engage.
Oh, they have.
Would be my guess.
They have on the south side earlier when we saw them fighting in Warehouse. They used it to start the fight, so they wasted about 2 seconds out of that, out of the maybe 3-4 you get out of Ironclad. I don't know. I would have just preferred something like Amp Drone at this point. They have, I don't know. Hyde's had so many really good emergency surgeries where if you had the Amp Drone, you probably could have executed some people, but again, I digress.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just want to have like a tool to be a little tanky. If maybe they end up getting caught out, they can just press the button to make sure they have that tenacity and that damage reduction. I'm not too sure. But here comes the engage coming out once again. There is an Nimrod's Gate to get them on forward, but once again, Team New-Rise is able to play this front to back really well. Look at the damage from this haze.
Oh, first
able to get a lot of AoE damage here, and Freya is, or sorry, not Freya, but Mystic is all just gonna jump on out of there. Looks like they will be able to get themselves out. The one good thing about Team Mystic is all 3 members have a lot of mobility, so they're able to just get themselves out to safety if you know they ever start the team fight bad, or if they ever, you know, get caught in a pretty unfortunate like situation.
But this is the point that you were just talking about. Arda has finally hit level 16, which means that Unleashed Power is level 3 now. The Kenneth should have a little bit more leeway in trying to get the initiations in, not just from the range, but also the cooldown. I think it's down to 14 seconds now at max rank. With the items that you can get on skill haste, 40% on the Arda at this stage in the game. If you have 4 transitions, should give or take 12 seconds per Nimrod's Gate for that player. Should be pretty alright if I'm gonna be honest with you. Wait, I said 12. It should be somewhere around maybe 9 to 10 seconds for the Nimrod's Gate, assuming that I'm doing my math correctly. But yeah, it's still gonna be a bit annoying. I think at this point they don't have a bona fide frontliner. We also do see that the Irem isn't taking the gate at the same time as the Kenneth. They're being real careful about this.
They're definitely debating on taking it, but the Estelle was just right there at the gate, and you can just instantly stun you the second you take it in. And here comes engage, but oh my god, look at the burst damage in the front of the back. It just played so well by Team New Rise. They're just instantly recognizing and immediately capitalizing on the Kenneth jumping on forward there. The damage coming out from the Haze and the Kadi is just way too much for the Kenneth to really deal with.
Yeah, and I think also the positioning from Zero Gen, not Zero Gen, sorry, the Haze was actually perfect, because even without moving, the shotgun actually caught the Kenneth right at the edge of it. So Kenneth got stunned the moment he took the Nimrod's gate. Very unfortunate. The fight's going to begin. High trying his best to do damage, but up against the Jackie by himself when his burst is gone, that does nothing for you, my friend. Down goes the Kathy. Leishu should not stay. He just picked up the red box for himself. Leishu, oh god, this is not good. The Alex also falls down as well. The Jackie right behind her. Oh, I think he still has access to the parry as well. No, he doesn't. But the freeze, I don't think really means much when it's a Priya as well as a Jackie trying to chase you down.
Speed.
Does he get the White Lily in time? Yes, he does. But there's so many people hanging around. Run! No!
He's dead.
Ready to Die goes down. They're going to be the 7th place team for game number 2. What a tragic end. And a free red box picked up for Team Freya. They get another blood item.
Look at the crit counts of Overlord. They don't have enough to get their teammates, or they don't have enough to get their Alina back into the game, and that is going to be a disaster. Estelle is going to jump on forward there. The Priya is probably going to get caught out, but the Soul Sealer is going to be there for the side team Overlord to get themselves to safety. Gonna have to start farming up some credits here. Maybe look for the Lumi res. I don't think they're gonna be able to get the res off in time going into day 5 here. Trio walking back to try to get the no, and the Priya does end up getting caught by the side of Team Inmates, and I think Trio is probably gonna fall here very shortly as well. Soul Sealer is gonna be used. The Wisdom Bro movement speed is not gonna be enough to get themselves on out of the. And that is going to be it. Overlord going down in 6th place as Team Freya is going to be able to pick that one up.
I always forget about how Hack and Slash can now jump over walls. I was just about to say, hey, there's a new mechanic that if you forgot, you can actually do as a Jackie. It actually does give her a lot more versatility inside of school, but it just was not enough. Unfortunate for Team Overlord, but I will say still not a bad result for this team whatsoever, right? 7.5 points in game number 2 after your performance in game 1.
Oh, great.
It's not that bad. You do have a foundation to work off of for the remaining half of this series. But for Gyeonggi and 8, they still want to continue going. They still need to get some good placements going in just because their game number 1 went a little bit finicky. It wasn't that bad, but you might as well have a better result after that.
It was a little unfortunate for Innates for that final zone. It looks like they're saving for another blood here. Probably going to be that Nova Shield for that Haze, but they're definitely going to be on the weaker side right now as they don't have those extra items onto that Estelle or that Haze currently. So got to be a little careful. Team New Rise is looking pretty strong as well, already sitting on those 2 blood samples for their carries here. Looks like they don't want to really push into that team order, sitting on that double back line. That's Jenny and that's Acela. It's going to be a little hard to really play into that. So they're actually going to opt to tank Red Timer and come around into school. I do like this play from them so they don't get kept on the top side of Alley.
Also very smart because you could still get that timer back, right? It's only day number 5. You have a little bit of time to play with. 5 teams left means you also have a decent chance of being able to isolate yourself in that 3v3 fight just pretty clean. Nice use of the Nimrod Gate for Team Mystic to get out. But this team needs to start using these to go in, right? It's not a team that you can easily fight while running away, so...
It's looking a little tough for this Team Mystic. You can see their items as well. They don't really have too much in their name. They don't really got any bloods. While all these other teams, sitting on 1, maybe even 2 blood samples. You can see New Rise sitting on that wick buff as well. Freya can look for an angle onto the side of Team New Rise. They're just going to slowly start to push themselves to the bottom side here and try to take forest control. I'm surprised Team Freya didn't end up taking down a forest, but they're actually going to VLS onto the bottom side to maybe cut them off and take this team fight. as I think they know, they saw the items onto the side of Team Gyeong Innate, and they know they're a lot stronger than them.
Let's see how this goes. But the thing is, Gyeonggi Innate has a little bit more of DPS advantage when it comes down to it. Oh, actually, sorry, this is not Gyeonggi Innate. This is New Rise Kangwon. Both teams are running the Hellfire on the Haze. This is going to all come down to who can land more rocket launchers, at least when it comes to the overall poke. When's the next rotation of these rockets going to start to come out? We've got about 6 seconds left over on Riori. There's the Blitz coming out. Does that attack and triple? Nice shield to block the damage, but this does mean that the Estelle is going to take it. Soul Steal and pop by Chill. They're going to try to go for the fight. Damage output between the two teams not that bad, but it is going to be in favor of Team Freya. I also think that was the Burgundy actually procced from the Kadia from the side of Team New Rise Kangwon.
This is really good for the side of Team Freya because they get zone control as well, and when you are being forced to push into this Kadia and this Haze, it's going to be a little rough. I mean, the items, I think the item difference, Team Freya having, you know, a almost full built Estelle while Nodonal is only sitting on that chess piece, I think is definitely gonna swing the fight into their favor, as they are just gonna lose the DPS race. But it is gonna be Team Innate and maybe Team New Rise on the top side here. And what is going on there? Team Order, unfortunately, just gonna go down to the side of Team. Wait a second, the damage coming out from Shinonome is gonna be enough to kill this Kenneth. It is going to be a lot of damage. The playdead is still available, but I don't think Shinonome can really get out of here. There is the Kenneth.
Wait a second.
Able to get the knock once again, but wait a second, the carpet is gonna be there. Oh, the heal didn't connect. The heal didn't connect. That is going to be it. Team Order gonna go down to the side of Team Mystic. Is gonna get a clean 3 kills. They did end up losing 1, but it's not gonna be too bad. And oh my god, the side of Team Innates, they just find the targets. We're already getting chunked down first. Insane gonna go down, and it's gonna be a clean 3 kills. And Freya gonna look for the third party here, but the fight is already over. Cooldowns are still going to be there for the side of Team Innate, and they're just going to use the safety orbs here. The timer advantage is going to go to the side of Team Innate right now, but Team Freya will have zone control first.
And also the problem is they just decided to use all of their gadget points. Remember how expensive those safety drones are now after all the nerfs that came through to just try to deny these teams from constantly using these safety drones over and over and over again. Look at the damage from these rocket launchers. They need to push on these. They have no other leeway, trying to do what they can, but the damage over onto Ingu is just way too much. Down goes the Estelle. They're trying to exchange the damage as much as possible, but the damage over onto Chino is just too good. The Blitz not enough, but the timer will finish him. Pop goes the Weasel. Pop, 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 pop. Everyone from Gyeonggi Innate just turning into popcorn as Freya with excellent control over Forest Finals, over Forest Temporaries, and I apologize. We'll be able to maintain that control. The problem is Team Mystic has the Arda. They're going to get main control over that school final zone. This could be pretty difficult because of the Dyson Cubes. If Hyunji plays this correctly, this Arda alone could pretty much deny everything that Team Freya wants to do. You just need to pop that White Lily inside of the school building, and I think starting from there, it should be pretty fine, and they're already planning on doing that.
But I think the item difference is just too big for the side of Team Freya here. They have to find an angle onto these backliners, but you know, Team Freya, they've been playing this game, this front to back, really well. If the Stella is just able to be there to, you know, help peel, I don't think there's going to be any opportunity for Mystic to really jump in here. Looks like they're going to try. Oh, they're getting a lot of poke though from this Irem and this Arda, but the damage and the poke in response. Here it comes to Flame Crush. It's going to go completely wide. There's the stun and the lockdown coming out from the backliners of Team Freya there. A huge shotgun burst, and that is going to be the Irem going down, and I think that is going to seal the deal here. It's going to be a clean 3 kills probably coming from the side of Team Freya. Very nicely played, and a great lockdown on that Kenneth from that engage.
Yeah, real unfortunate because again the Kenneth getting stunned by the Estelle changed straight into the shotgun means that Furzy just had 0 pressure over the backline, and while all that was happening, Hwang is just pumping damage into both the Kenneth as well as the Irem. And then as I said earlier, there is no bona fide tank between anybody in the side of Team Mystic. They can't really outlast the damage out from this Kadia any longer. Eventually they get taken down, trying to go for something. I don't know if they're going to be able to find anything. Down goes the Kenneth, down goes the Arda. GG's. Called out to Freya as we will finish the first half of Group B with Freya taking game number 1 in game 2.
Yeah, nice 20-point game coming out from Team Freya here. Should definitely secure themselves in the first place position, as they had a pretty decent, I would say, game number 1 as well. So
Not that bad of a situation for these guys. Of course, we'll actually be able to confirm that when the score sheets does come through. But for Team Freya to have this stable of a game, I think, you know, their presence of mind in these games so far have been really, really good. The macro play they also showed us inside of Forest was also excellent. Not overreaching, not really kind of giving any space at the same time to any of the other teams that they're fighting up against. It was all mirror matches inside of Forest as well. They traversed that really, really well, managed to get control over the final zone, and then pushed into the final zone with the advantages they had.
Team Freya was actually on the, I think they were 7th place, so it's gonna definitely change the leaderboard by a lot, because Guardians, they were in first. Or no, they weren't in first, but they were in second. I think it was Team Order was in first. Team Order still had a pretty decent game as well, so I think they're going to stay in first place. But Guardians being in second, going down in 8th place, and then Freya all the way in 7th place, winning that game with 20 points. So it's definitely going to change up the leaderboard quite a bit. It's going to be really, really close. And I think it's still really anyone's game to make it into that even first place position.
A bit of an interesting turnaround for how the series is going so far, right? Game 1 and Game 2, completely opposite results as what we were kind of used to from game number 1. But that's what's going to happen when these lobbies are as hectic as they are. We saw it from game number 1, day 1, a bunch of people picking each other off, grouping up, and then finding that straggler over and over and over again. Seemed like the action just almost never stopped in some of these games. That is bound to cause chaos one way or another, whether it's from third party or maybe somebody making a small mistake that costs their entire team their lives. We see it time and time again. Overlord is so good at punishing this, but the problem is, you're kind of punishing teams that once you do it to them, the surprise factor is gone. It's almost going to be impossible, I think, for Overlord to try knocking down Yurai's Kangwon, and now DS Guardians with the same strategy they were trying to do at day 2.
I do think that these teams are definitely going to respect the Team Overlord a lot more now, because I feel like the reason why they just got wiped is because they probably just thought, you know, Jackie, Alina, Priya, we can just run over this team, right? But I ended up just paying a price with it when that Jackie had that Soul Stealer and just was able to just wreak havoc on these backliners, just and get so many resets, right? I think now that they got wiped by it, they definitely have to put some respect, for that team now, and very excited to see what these teams are going to be swapping to, because we do have the Estelle and the Hayes going to be banned out going into game number 3.
Right, Gyeonggi Innate especially is one of those teams. Whenever this roster is banned out, I always wonder, what are they actually opting to run? And now that we are going into a break, is that going to also cause some swap ups on the roster to come around as well, right? Especially if your first 2 games have been weak and your main strategy of attack is kind of banned out. I think for Yurai's Kangwon, that might be a factor, because their game 1 performance wasn't so great, and then now all of a sudden their game 2 performance is kind of on a shaky point. It could be grounds for them to start players out. Yeah, see, look at that. They're in 8th place right now. It's of course not completely over for them. It's only a 16.5 point difference from 1st to 8th.
Yeah, it's really close.
Yeah, exactly. It's very close, but if they're still feeling like something just isn't going the way, this could be the opportunity to try turning their face around, maybe substitute a player back in.
100%, because we are going to go to that break very shortly, so that means these teams can look for that substitutions with this ban coming in for game 3. I don't know if these teams are going to be swapping, or if they're just going to maybe just stick with their normal team comp, or what they're familiar with and comfortable with as well. But you can see Team Order still in first place with 27. Freya jumping all the way to second with 22.5. Mystic in third with 21.5. You can see how close the lobby is. Only a 16.5 difference between first and 8th place.
Mystic and Overlord also very much holding their own right now. These 2 teams, the newcomers of the ERCS scene, ERM scene, I apologize, ERCS, ERM scene, yeah, that. Mystic and Overlord definitely doing good. Overlord showing us a couple of very surprising moments with the composition that you normally do not see in ERM. Same thing for Team Mystic as well. I think they've been doing pretty solid for themselves. themselves. Yes, of course, you can just see it from the performance, but in-game as well, they've been a very solid team, looking to fight pretty much every single team and find some sort of success out of it. So pretty good results across the board so far for us, Super. But ladies and gentlemen, that was game number 2, and even number of games has been played so far. That means we're going to go to a break, of course, as we've been talking all this time. So we'll see you guys back in about 5 to 7 minutes. So until then, grab yourself some water, grab a snack, and go take a stretch. It's the last time you can do it for today's ERM. We'll see you guys back here for games 3 and 4.
Take care, take care.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이잖아. 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리. 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가니? 안 힘들어? 어디를 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제 기분 째지는데.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 걸 쪼개면 되나요? 짠. 흐이. 빨리 언니한테 보여주고 싶네요. 밤바다 좋아하시나요? 큰 파도가 올 땐 피하는 게 나아요. 물살에 휘말리지 않게 조심하셨어야죠. 제 얼굴에 뭐가 묻었나요? 아, 얼굴을 쳐다보시는 게 아니었네요. 저와의 여름바다는 충분히 만끽하셨나요?
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
좋아하는 걸 하면서 돈 벌 최고의 직업이지 않나? 비즈니스를 감정적으로 하지 맙시다 우리. 풀스윙으로 깨부숴주지. 나랑 일해볼 생각 없어? 꼬리. 나중에 뛰어갈래? 지금 걸어가니? 안 힘들어? 어디를 가려? 물은 답을 알고 있지. 언제? 기분 째지는데.
해변 같이 갈래요? 오늘은 저 혼자 왔어요. 다음엔 어떤 걸
Welcome back from the break, everybody. It is time now to find our final two games of the day for Season 8 Phase number 2, Group Stage B. This time around, we're staring to get into game number 3 out of the 4 games that we have so far, which means, of course, after this one, we have 4th that is going to be lined up. The first 2 games so far, pretty interesting of a result. We actually had Team Order ending up winning game number 1. And then game number 2, which one was a team that won it, Super?
It was team. I think it was team.
I'll be real with you. I forgot to. That's why I asked you. Look at me go. It was one of the Estelle Hayes teams. It was Team Freya.
It's Freya.
There we go.
Freya. Yeah.
It just slipped my mind all of a sudden. So I was like, yeah, Super, you probably got it. And then I'm sorry.
Freya, yeah.
I threw you under the bus there. I will apologize for that one, okay?
Well, I'm interested to see, their swaps, like what these teams are going to be swapping to, because we have Team Freya actually going to be swapping to my Lenoir, and then the Rio is going to be picked as well. So we actually have Team Neurize and Team Freya both swapping over to the Rio and the Mai, and we're going to have a Mai on Team Innate. So it looks like Team Innate are actually going to be playing Autoworms' team comp. I think we have seen this. Zero Jin on the Yawn. I don't think I've seen him on the Yawn before.
Yeah, this is a pick that I really haven't seen him on, quite frankly, almost ever. Very rare pick that we're going to be able to see from Zero Jin, but with this roster pick, we are going to see another ban coming through for the next game. It's actually going to be the Mai gone, because we have 3 teams that are going to be picking that. So all of a sudden, we say goodbye to the Estelle, and then the game after, we say goodbye to the Mai. There might be a little bit of a pattern going on here between Team Jurais, Kangwon Freya, and Gyeonggi Innate. Are they all talking to each other? What's going on?
I mean, my definitely the second best tank in line after Estelle, I would think, especially for phase 2. So it's no surprise that Mai will get banned the next, especially when we have N8 just swapping their team comp entirely to a team comp that's very familiar, I would say, right? Team Monoworm is playing the exact same team comp, so Team N8's gonna see if they could perform on this team comp as well, and we have Team New Rise and Freya both on that My Rio with whatever mage that's they ended up picking in their backline. We got a Lenore and we got a Justina.
Indeed. Let's see which teams are able to pilot this Mai before it gets banned for our final game of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3 is now underway. After this one, we got one more to go to determine where each of these teams are going to be placed in the knockout stage, and then we go to tomorrow to finish out all of the group stages. C and D are going to be lined up for tomorrow at 4 a.m. Eastern time. Make sure you guys are here 2 hours earlier than you did today if you were here since the beginning. We are not going to remind you again, especially tomorrow, because by the time we remind you, well, it'll be too late. So please do show up early tomorrow so that you can get all of your get all of your drops, right? Like, a lot of you guys here for drops. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it, so be here for drops. Fight's gonna begin. Insane doing quite a lot of damage, but G-Work is gonna deny that with a nice Nightfall combination. Nodanel in a little bit trouble himself. NCMB is just pumping damage at him with a green weapon. Nodanel will be able to eke away using that speed gate, but yeah, everybody just kind of fighting without purple items everywhere. Zerojin is the first person that I'm seeing actually fight with everything on his side being purple, whereas all the fights that we've seen so far until then, there's like greens everywhere, there's grays everywhere. People still need to build their items.
Work still sitting on those gray shoes as well, and is going to get cut off by the side of Team Overlord there. Looks like, tried to, or definitely looked for those early game kills in the hospital and then definitely delayed their build. So a little unfortunate, but they ended up getting caught out there. Gilbach is going to go down to the side of Team New Rise as they do end up getting a nice kill for themselves here. We do have Team Freya, looks like it's just the Mai in Cemetery, as these teams are going to slowly start to group up to maybe look for these early game objectives. NCMP, Zerojin combo going wide, but looks like it doesn't really matter here. As Team NA are all grouped up, so it looks like they will be able to get these kills, and so yeah.
Listen, if that was a Godiva, he would have landed it, okay? It's a little bit hard gauging the distance when you're playing a Yan, especially as a mage player. Alright, we'll give that one to Zerojin. Now he's in a little bit of trouble himself, trying to fight up against the triple melee. That's a little bit annoying to do. Does end up getting the triple wall stun, but yeah, there's not real much Yan can do at this point. Ing9 also trying to run away, or I guess I should say at this point, by the way, I know we've been saying Ing9 all this time, but I'm going to try my best to pronounce it the actual way you're supposed to pronounce it. It's Ingu. So if you want to try your best on that one too, Super, go ahead. Ingu doing what he can to try following up on Jino's damage output. He is doing it, but without the Yan, it's going to be a bit of an annoyance. He is spawned back in now. Rumex in a little bit of trouble himself, but the quick spin doesn't actually end up saving him. Ingu in a little bit of trouble. He's completely isolated. The trade is there. Jino, does he have the damage for this is the question? No, but he does get scared away as everybody else starting to pile on, and DS Guardian starting to jump in from the backside. Jino actually looking for a kill over on 2. Crew, but cannot find it.
Third party is here. Looks like it is going to be that Nikki, but looks like they're not gonna pull the trigger there, as the side of Team Guardians is just gonna play a little slow, isn't really gonna find anything, as the team fight is already finished. So a little unfortunate for Guardians, but it looks like there we go, all the farm up there in Temple, and here's their Echoes of the Earth, and a great double suture is going to go onto the side of the Catty, but the members are just going to go down. The Jackie's just going to do a little too much damage and have a little too much sustain for the side of Team Ready to Die to really deal with there, so the Alina is going to be forced to get themselves out of there, and it looks like Jino is going to go down with that checkmate, and NCP is going to be able to finish the job as well.
Both people standing right underneath the checkmate the moment that crash landed. Not a really good situation at all for anybody in Gyeonggi N8. Okay, Team Overlord. Look at that. G-Work just immediately decides to pull away. They know what happened. They got the PTSD from game number 2. Will immediately immediately pull off. Actually end up sacrificing Char and CMB in position to get the Tree of Life, so he's going to grab that, but does not want to get wiped this time. DS Guardians will actually give the respect over onto Overload and look for a different objective instead.
Great combo there from G-Work, a huge, but a great Domba skill actually going to be able to be used to actually block out on that checkmate damage, and G-Work is going to try to look for this Alex, but Alex is going to be a little agile here, but the ultimate coming out for the TMB with the Wolf Assault is going to be enough for that Alex to go down. So a nice early game pick up, and it's a day 2 kill as well, so it's going to be a full point going to the side of the side team Guardians General. Great jukes around here, great recognition and great dodges on this Alina. Is going to be 2 kills going to the side of team getting innate. Very nicely played by the side of the Subame, able to actually dodge out, and a great combo coming out from the side of team from the side of Zerujin there, able to get that Catty into the wall, and it is going to be an easy kill going to the side of NA, and that is 3 early game day 2 kills, so 3 full point kills. They have to be feeling pretty good about that.
They really need this too, right? The first couple of games have been a little bit shaky on these guys' front. Of course, again, I'm gonna say this, something similar that I said earlier, it hasn't been bad per se, but it's definitely not up to, I think, Team Gyeonggi innate standards, especially when they were running their bread and butter composition. Couldn't really secure too many points in comparison to what we would normally expect these guys to get on that Hayes, Estelle, and the Nadine composition. Whereas Gyeonggi innate, yeah, I mean, yeah, that might be the case, but they're still looking for opportunities still. Sorry, not Estelle, but Elena getting chased down by Ingu does not have the range for it. I think Quake was also invested, and now Ready to Die might look for a flank angle. I do remember that this player is sitting on that dagger, but Alex just booked it. Why is the Elena going in now? This might have been a little bit too late. She's still alive, but the EMP barrage coming in a little bit late. Down goes the Elena. Zero did just about to die, but it doesn't end up happening. Just a little bit too spread out for Team Ready to Die.
I think the dagger skill made the Cathy jump over the wall, and oh my god, it's the triple ultimate coming out from the Lenoir. Just instantly pops because they ended up using it on the Alpha, and the Alpha ended up dying. So the triple ult just ended up just instantly proccing. So it's a little unfortunate for the side of Team Order. But a great 2 kills going to the side of Team Freya.
We heckin' love Capriccio, baby. Yeah, I gotta be careful for when that actually pops, because it's not the duration that can be the only thing that pops it. Here we go. Fight between these players. Yurai's Kawan in a little bit of trouble as Ryori just gets absolutely obliterated. Mystic will finally win out on a temporary rift for these guys, and they will reap the benefits of it. Nicely done, as Yurai's Kawan just can't seem to turn their fates around. This is very strange. Does need a little bit of time. Good items onto Ryori as well. We got the triple chest, head, and arm piece transition you do want on the Justina at this point in the game. Might need a little bit more and a little bit more coordination on these fights if they want to try coming up on top of some of these.
Yeah, Team Freya, maybe looking for Team Ready to Die here. No, Insane is going to get caught out by this Kenneth, and there's the ultimate from Mind to actually keep themselves alive, and yeah, that's exclusive. Definitely gonna get themselves on up there, as New Rise, they'll be able to find a kill, and I think an objective spotted in Chapel as well, so not too bad of a start for them as they're slowly getting back into this game.
Doesn't matter if they ended up losing a couple of members here and there, it's okay. Doesn't matter if they lost a couple of objectives here and there, as long as you're able to come back, it should be all fine and dandy. 2 teams hanging around the western side. It's going to be Team Ready to Die versus Freya if anybody decides to walk into each other's zones. It's a meteorite. That's actually pretty alright, because it does give you the guitar. There we go. I think that's Heaven's Door that you do end up getting, which is kind of nice for Karabog. Does give you pretty good access over onto that Cataclysm, which is what Lenore dreams to have almost every single game.
Team Neraz gonna get a little cut out here via side Team Order. Oh, Insane is gonna get pulled back. There is the ultimate as well. Soul Steal is gonna be used, and Link on forward. That looks like the Mai is gonna get caught out. That's gonna be an early -200 for the side of Team Neraz. Definitely not the start that they're looking for here. It's a little unfortunate. They're gonna have to maybe blow some of their gadget points as well to get that kiosk down, and Mai is gonna get back into the game, but definitely gonna be in a rough spot now as Looks like Junho trying to get some damage onto the Jackie here, and like Division's able to keep themselves alive just barely, and the Jackie is going to go down, and now they're just going to look and set their sights onto the Spirit. The Spirit is going to go down as well. Maybe they can find the second last one, the Alina, but the taunt doesn't connect, so Alina will get out just barely with their lives.
Way too much crowd control that I think the Jackie ended up eating. I like, again, the aggression coming out from Overlord, but you also have to be a little bit smart about that aggression. Pretty much jumped into every source of crowd control just like that one. Nodano gets punched back in, takes nearly half his HP for it, but the Cecilia gets tagged with the taunt. She just gets obliterated. Shinonome gets taken down with the play dead as well. It's going to be a sacrifice in exchange for maybe Telasi getting out, but he's putting himself in a further corner. There is no way out. Beach is closed, as well as Warehouse being closed. Can they get the res off? Oh, they do. There's a fleeting soul. It does land over onto everybody. Can Nodano get its taunt? No, he cannot. The pot. Oh, what is going on? Astroburst is there too. Down goes one, down goes two, down goes three. 1 for 3 trade. So many points for Team New Rise Gangwon. They needed this.
Wow. And that is going to be Team Order, our first place team going out in 8th place. A disaster. I like the idea of the res, but yeah, they just ended up getting cornered there. They weren't able to really turn it and get their HP bars back up. So a little unfortunate for the side of Team Order. So we'll go down in 8. Yeah, the Zella getting caught out a little too early in that team fight, just mispositioning just slightly. And when you're playing a double backline comp, when you make these slight misposition errors, it's just so much more devastating, you know, than a typical front to back.
This is what I meant earlier when Cecilia is probably a good target when it comes to some of these fights. You can girl in the bubble all you want, but eventually you're going to come back down to earth, right? And at that time, you're a very squishy character that without blink or maybe even reactions, because your crowd control lockdown, you just die. You really just blow up, and we saw that just now for Team Order. Very unfortunate, but at least the foundation they built themselves in the first couple of games should let them a decent chance to place well in this. The only the problem is they're not going to be able to confirm anything. Okay, that's a good combo over onto Insane. Gonna try to look for some return fight as the Spirit Arrow lands over onto the backside, but Huang is just constantly pumping damage over onto Noda now. Down goes the Mai. Riori trying to run. Same thing for Insane. The auto attack just doesn't come in time. As Huang gets obliterated, the Astroburst is there for the kill.
Got the body as well.
Oh, this is weird. This is awkward. This is awkward. They can't get the res going through at the exact same time either. Noda finally dies, but that's too late. Can they at least stop the res?
Yeah, I'm surprised Insane didn't just push up and try to play the 2v2 with Riori there, because I feel like they definitely could have had it. Riori is gonna be forced to book it by themselves to try to get the res and try to get themselves into maybe a safe spot here. They will get the res down in Chapel, but yeah,
I think they're making all the wrong plays.
We're already having a huge play, like a huge outplay, but just, you know, Insane just didn't really believe, I think, in the 2v2, so a little unfortunate. Hyde has the perfect angle here. This is not a good spot to fight. That Kathy is looking for something. I don't know if Team Urize know that Kathy is there. There's EMP is going to be placed down, so they don't really see it.
They just see it.
Oh, that was a huge recon drone, able to actually spot the Kathy as the Kathy gets chunked down to half HP from that Justina. So it looks like they're going to be forced to back themselves on out of there.
Oh, very unfortunate for Team Ready to Die. Another fight on the eastern side as this time around is going to be Team Mystic versus Team Gyeonggi Innate. Good damage exchange between both of the teams. So far, Furze taken down at half HP, but look at the health bars onto Team Gyeonggi Innate. Double knockup coming from the IRM. Now Zero Jin in a whole heap of trouble. There's the cap on straight over on towards the Tsubami. Jino in a whole heap of trouble himself. He pushed him back over to the wooden totem, but that means straight into death. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 probably left for the mine. Not looking good. Fight over on the southern side. It just never ends, Super.
And you see the credit counts as well. They want to get that blood, but they're going to be forced to use it to get their souls back up. And a huge chunk coming out from the Mai, and a great follow-up from Riori to be able to lock down that Lenoir. Very nicely played by the side of Team New Rise there. Huge play from the Mai to get that nice taunt there. Looks like the Alex is actually completely caught out from the rest of their team. A lot of damage going to be traded into the Alex, but looks like they aren't going to be able to finish it. Alex, really slippery. A really slippery character, so it's going to be a little hard for them to catch them out here. Insane is going to be forced to be on the back foot here as Team Neraz. I think they definitely want to look for their next couple of buy-ins, but it's only going to be that Rio that has enough.
This is finally the Team Uri's Column that we wanted to see. They're finally starting to find position in fights. They're actually starting to get advantages in fights as well. But they're starting to get driven into a corner if they start continuously walking down where there's another team hanging around this corner as well. With that Seeker drone, yeah, I think Team Uri's Column knows the predicament they're under. Needs to find a way out of this, and they seem to have been given a window of opportunity to get out, especially with it being nighttime. They have a bit of space to work with.
Team Guardians are going to get Wick Line completely uncontested here, so that is going to be a huge pickup for them. Getting that blood sample, that gift, and it looks like it was a Tree of Life, so blood is going to be given over. I think it was to Nikki with that blood weapon on that Nikki, so they're going to be looking pretty strong here. And NZP also sitting on that blood weapon as well, so they have 3 bloods. And all three characters have their blood weapon for themselves. Teams definitely have to be a little careful. I think that Nikki can definitely get that one-shot angle in. I think one Peerage uppercut, and even just it doesn't even have to be a queen combo. Just a pawned horse combo should be enough for G-Work to probably finish the job.
I think he's also running Frailty, right? Yeah, he is. So pretty much anybody in this game he can burst, even tanks at this point. But we know DS Guardian usually does just go for whoever they can go. Let's see how this goes. Taunt over onto the backline. You know, in a whole heap of trouble. Is he gonna burn down? No. He's eating food. He's tagging food. I don't think he's gonna die. But what about the rest of his team? Zero Jin, down he goes. The Mai about to jump on in, but the third party comes in. Nodanel in a whole heap of trouble. Down goes the Rio. Insane is dead. Nodanel trying to run away too. He just gets tagged by slows all over the place. Down he goes, and there's another one as the third party from 1, 2, 3 in the 4th direction.
That is so unfortunate for Team Uri's there. The second they go for a team fight, there's just 3 different teams, all from different angles, and they're just gonna go down in 7th place.
They turned this game around too. From 0 to hero, they were trying to make it. 12.5 points though is all they're going to get. They get stomped out by the let's be real here, the politics of this lobby. That is absolutely crazy. Uri's Column, they needed this game. Look at the items they were on too. They were just barely starting to make a comeback into this game, but then immediately snuffed out by everybody else. 3 teams just completely ruining their chances at winning this game. 12.5 is all they get for game number 3. They need to turn it around in game 4. But how about this? Team Overlord duking it out up against Team Mystic. The damage output is looking pretty good. Jackie just constantly pumping damage, right-clicking, auto-attacking, looking pretty good. Down goes the cat, and now everybody else from Team Mystic needs to book it. Otherwise, they are going to have to deal with the wrath of this Jackie.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good engage coming in from the Lina, and the Jackie just able to just clean it up there. And here it comes in. No, onto the Kenneth, but the Kenneth is actually really tanky. He does have the Viking helmet, but is going to get caught in the middle between 2 teams. But Overlord, they don't want to send it in, and I actually really like this play because they know if they invest too much onto this Kenneth, it's just easy pickings for Guardians to be there to capitalize on that third party. But now they're going to be on the back foot here. They will use this VLS system to get themselves in past the side of Team Guardians. They definitely don't want to look for, I think, Team Guardians, as they can just get one shot on the backside here.
Really good map sense to just get the heck on out of there too. That zone's going to close soon. School is just going to completely close. Opts to use the VLS to get themselves on out of there, create a little bit more space to work with instead of having to deal with DS Guardians walking out of that zone. Gino though is in trouble. They have 1 second left as a Tsubami, and the prospects of trying to get the reses back doesn't seem so hot, especially with Lumi being inside of police station at the moment. If Gino isn't careful about this,
yeah, should rotate around into school, but the problem is there might be another team to intercept them. But Guardians has their eyes set onto the side of Team Frey instead here. G-Work is going to jump on the wall. It's a double queen! And it is going to be it. There's a Peerage uppercut. Is going to connect, and the checkmate is going to lock down the Rio as well. And Freya is going to fall. A huge play coming out from G-Work to hit that double queen onto the backliners. I think actually only hit 1, but forced out, you know, the blink or the electric shift from that Rio.
Yeah, you can only exclusive 1 person. If 2 people eat a full combo up against an Adela, you are looking cooked.
All right, it was
my friend.
exclusive. Yeah, exclusive. Pulled the Rio out, but yeah, The
Lenore is still there.
still got stunned up and yeah, just got one shot. So very nicely played by the side of G-Work, and the Guardian's gonna be able to get a nice clean 3 kills. Still sitting on that wick buff as well. The wick buff did end up just expiring, but you could see the item difference from Guardians and the rest of the lobby here. They are looking so strong and definitely looking to close out this game here.
And if anything as well, by the way, the exclusive came a little late because Adela's threat, yes, is the queen, but the damage on her kit comes from everything else. I think the exclusive came out after the damage that was already dealt, so the prospects of trying to turn the fight was just non-existent for Team Freya. Really unfortunate for those guys. They will fall down in 6th place, but this opens up opportunities for every other team remaining in this lobby. Team Mystic obviously gonna struggle a little bit. They don't have Lumi to get the res over onto that IREM anymore. Gonna be our only team sitting on 2. But outside of that, 4 teams keeping their dreams alive, keeping their hopes of setting that foundation going into our final game because of how close the leaderboard is. You talked about this after game number 2. Everybody is ludicrously close.
It's gonna be even closer because Team Freya already down. 2nd place team. Team Order went down early with only 2 points. So yeah, and Mystic as well in that 3rd place spot, already down a member. So all these other teams can definitely just swap their places on the leaderboard depending on how this game goes here. It looks like NA is just gonna full send it onto the side of Team Ready to Die, but there's a 3rd party. This is gonna be a 2-man though, but they are gonna send it because they have no timer left, and it looks like the oh my god, so the Tsubame gets completely soloed by the Kenneth, and once the Tsubame goes down, that's gonna be it. And a perfect 3rd party Overlord is gonna be here. They're gonna be able to get a couple of these kills. Ing9 is gonna pop with the Kenneth, and Overlord are gonna be able to pick up those kills, and it's not gonna be Team Ready to Die versus the side Team Overlord. I don't know if they have enough damage to kill this Jackie here.
This Kathy's gonna have to go absolutely turbo. You gotta land that one big suture and get the execution off before the parry comes in, because this is a 2-handed sword Jackie. She has access to the parry. They know exactly where the Kathy is right now too. All they have to do is play around it. This is a dagger Jackie on the backside. Sorry, a dagger Kathy on the backside. Emergency surgery doesn't do a single thing in the fight. All the Jackie has to do is sustain. All she has to do is right click, full HP the entire fight. Priya goes down, but who cares? Down goes the Alex. Hyde has no time left on his side. It's looking cooked, my friend. You can get the double suture all you want, but where is the damage to kill the Jackie? It just does not exist. This isn't even full build Jackie. She's missing her helmet.
Yeah, Jackie, and I think with the Priya shields, I think is a little too much for the side of Team Ready to Die. I mean, Jackie just one of those characters that, you know, once you get those auto attacks down, just has so much sustain as a character. And Team Ready to Die, I think they want to play for those drawn out fights, because they don't really have as much burst as, you know, some of these other teams do. They do have, you know, the Cathy with the Alex combo, but yeah, it's just not going to be enough to get this Jackie down in time.
The problem for Team Overlord is that they did all of that, but they still have the biggest boss of all. Look at the items on Team Overlord. Does it even compare to Team DS Guardians? I think not. This is gonna be a very hard trio. Two split on the backside, and the reactions are just perfect. That's how you kill a Jackie, and that should do it for the fight. Crew has no items. They do at least get the trade over onto G-Work, but the Elena is already dead. That's gonna do it. A 3-for-1 trade going in favor of Team DSGS. They're going to win their first game in Group Stage B. Congratulations, with 19.5 points to round out the game. But for Team Overlord, 18 points for that team. What a game. I'll take it.
Huge for Team Overlord. I think that should probably secure themselves in first place. I actually don't know what the leaderboard will be looking like here, because all these teams were relatively close, and we saw, you know, some of our top or our higher end teams are in, you know, the first or second place spot going out really early, and our bottom teams here, you know, having a decent performance for themselves. So the leaderboard will definitely swap and maybe turn an entire 180 going into game number 4, but I think it's still really anyone's game here to have a chance into that first place spot.
Yeah, it's mainly because of what happened to Team Freya and Team Order, right? If it wasn't for that, this scoreboard could have honestly made it a gap in a canyon, right? Scoreboard that's very close. If the first and second place team honestly takes it all the way, they can create a huge gap that is almost irrecoverable for our final game, but that wasn't the case. Our first and second place teams ended up going down. The ones towards the middle to the bottom of the leaderboard, even New Rise Kangwon, right? They ended up getting really unfortunate, but they still managed to procure 12.5 points, if I remember correctly, from this game alone. That is almost enough just from those points to push them all the way up in the third and fourth if we just consider the results after game number 2. The possibilities are endless with the score sheet. I'm really wondering what the difference between first and 8th place is right now. It is going to be very close. The final game will definitely matter.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be like less than maybe a 20-point difference between first and 8th, which usually doesn't really happen, right? Usually we have a front runner that has a big lead, and it's just dominating the lobby. But relatively speaking, all these teams, there's no real standout team aside from Team Guardians. But even Team Guardians, didn't really have. I think it was game 1 didn't really have a good. No, game 2 didn't really have a good performance.
Yep.
Because it did end up going down into, I think it was Team Overlord, right? That Jackie team ended up getting caught in Beach. So very excited to see, the leaderboard here, how close it is, because we do have Estelle and Hayes going to be back on the table for some of these teams that were playing that, to see if those teams will end up going back to that team comp.
Yeah, it's going to be a strange mix and match of every single one of these teams trying to find some kind of edge inside of this lobby just because of how close it is. If it's the team composition that does that, then so be it. If it's the communication that does that, so be it. If it's the team fights that does it, so be it. Let's take a look at what it is. Yeah, Overlord in first place. Amazing. This is not the result I was expecting to see after game number 3, but it is.
Me neither.
Yeah, what it is. 34.5 points for Team Overlord, but we scroll all the way down to the bottom. We have a couple teams that are tied as well at 30 points for Freya Mystic. New Rise Kangwon in 8th place still with 23 points, but that is an 11.5 point difference.
That's it.
That is nothing.
They can definitely still make it into first place. Like if they have a pop-off game
for game number 4, they could definitely make it in. But yeah, like you said, Team Overlord, they're definitely, showing us how to play this Jackie team comp. Jackie is one of those characters that kind of gets overlooked a lot in the competitive scene. But I think she can do really well. When you have lobbies like these, right? So when these lobbies aren't playing, all the front to back type of stuff. I think, especially because the front to back teams are slowly starting to get banned out, right? Like we saw the Estelle team getting banned out, and they're kind of getting caught out in these team fights. So I do think the dive team does obviously struggle into the front to back teams if the front to back teams are playing really well. But I think a lot of teams are kind of underestimating the power of this Jackie right now with the Priya, Soul Stealer, and the Priya movement speed and the shields. Pretty much the only times I've ever seen this Jackie ever be successful so far in these games is if the enemy team allows her to have those 1v1s. Nobody really wins against Jackie in 1v1 right now. Yes, her damage might not be that high in comparison to when she was first reworked, but she still sustains. As long as she's hitting you, she still sustains. Movement speed bonus is absolutely crazy right now still on Jackie. As long as she's got the bleed stacks on you and has all of her buffs online, she will run you down like an absolute hyena. There is nowhere you can run. If you let her do the 1v1, squishies are just going to die. Tanks are going to die. What is it? Like, what's that term? The tank... Bruisers?
No. It's like what Shoichi is, the ones that just kind of slowly burn out tank health. Oh, I'm forgetting the term here.
Drain
tanks? Drain tanks. Thank you. Drain tanks also end up losing to Jackie for the most part. Like even Kenneth can't really 1v1 Jackie just because...
It's because of her rework, right? And how she's changed to more of like a duelist now. Where When she gets those 5 stacks, you can't really fight her anymore because she's able to sustain so much and get so much HP back while also just dishing out so much damage. I do think the rework has definitely change the character in a way where we actually see her being played a lot more, especially in the competitive scene, because she's able to still build like a decent amount. She's still able to deal or be decently tanky while also dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, exactly. You can't really give her the 1v1s most of the time. If she does, she will win. That's what we've seen so far throughout these games. We'll see if any teams really allow that to happen one more time for Team Overlord. It's a last hurrah for these players before we start going into the knockout stage for these guys. Overlord in first place by half a point. Are they going to be able to maintain that lead? Let's see how it goes. Yeah. The only one banned out. Everyone's starting to go back towards that Estelle.
Yeah, that is the question. Will they be able to hold it out here? But you are correct. We're going to have 3 Estelles here. It looks like Team Freya and Team NA are going to be both on that Estelle. And Hayes and New Rise and Freya are going to be on the Estelle and Kadia. So we're going to have a lot of similar team comps, but no real team comp is going to be exactly the same. We got, a Nadine from NA. We got, I guess Freya's the only one that has a duplicate from both the other teams, while New Rise has, the Yusina as their mage, and Freya has one of each from both of their teams.
Yeah,
which is kind of cool, I would say.
Yeah, basically the mix and match. You got a puzzle piece all over the place with these guys, which is completely fine. But if we start putting Team Uri's Kangwon and Freya as well as Kyunggi and 8 into same knockout stages, it's going to get really restrictive on what some of these teams can actually run. Of course, we'll have to decide or decipher whether or not this Estelle is a meta pick, or even the Haze as well is a meta pick, or if it's just a lobby kind of thing tomorrow. But if this does continue to be a problem in terms of picks and bans for the next couple of groups we have to watch tomorrow, it could set up and force teams to learn other teams when we play the knockout stages, because it could be banned.
Yeah, I don't think Estelle got too many changes, and Estelle was already the meta tank for phase 1, so yeah. I think Estelle is probably still gonna be the same, but I'm interested to see if Hayes and like Kadia, I think Kadia was another pick, like another ADC that we saw a lot in phase 1 as well. I don't think she got changed too much, but Hayes is definitely a new addition, I would say, in phase 2 here that we definitely see a lot more teams picking up, but obviously it is still only the first 2 groups, so we have to see if these other teams are going to be on the same page as the teams in Group B.
If anything, didn't Kadia get buff since phase 1? I could have sworn I saw a passive buff where it increases her attack speed. Well, yeah, I don't remember exactly either, but maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. Regardless, it really doesn't change anything, right? Kadia, not exactly something that we would have expected to continue seeing at this point, but it is something that people are deciding to play. So let's see how it goes. Folks, this is the last game of today. Game number 4.
Have we ever had this close of a group stage before? It's usually, like, the group stages are usually always, like, one team that's dominant, but
yeah,
every single team is close here.
Especially in a lobby like this, right? Where you have a few very prominent KEL teams like New Rise Kangwon, DS Guardians, Kyunggi NA. You would definitely expect these 3 teams to just kind of run amok, but they've been neutered pretty much ever since the beginning, especially New Rise Kangwon, obliterated by Overlord, DS Guardians, obliterated by Overlord. Kyunggi NA just doesn't seem to be able to find a footing to really finish any of these games themselves. All of these compounded made for a very close series, and I'm really excited about that. I think you're absolutely correct. This is probably one of the more closer group stages we've ever seen in ERM history with this format.
Yeah, because, usually we have, like 1 or 2 teams that, didn't really have a great performance in like the qualifiers and just made it in. Or, a team that's just a lot more dominant than the rest of the lobby. Like usually, like FN Sejong or like Auto Arms, right? They usually just, win every game. But yeah, this lobby is really close. It's only 11.5 point difference between first and 8th. So it's really still anyone's game to make it to that first place spot. Shinome is going to get cut out here, but the members of the side of Team Order are going to be there, and now is going to be the side of Team Guardian is going to be the one on the back foot there. J-Work is going to get slowed by the Zacella. Great bubble to block out on that damage from the Queen, but Jailbreak is going to be able to get themselves on out to safety, as it will be just 1 kill going to the side of team order.
Yeah, pretty slow for our last game, right? We are still seeing picks, but definitely at a slower pace we've seen compared to games 1, 2, and 3. So, yeah, teams being a little bit more careful. They know that this is the end-all be-all, right? It's a really close game. Anybody has it. So any of these small early game advantages, any of these small early game disadvantages as well, it's going to start stacking up to become a big problem. Team Freya in a little bit of trouble themselves. Electric Shift from Insane. Do they have the damage for it? Yes, they do. It's going to be the Sharpshooter to actually knock down that Estelle. Really good kills across the board. Kyungkinade already sitting on 3 for themselves. New Rise Kawan on 4.
Oh, not able to get the jump over the wall, but Hyde is going to try to get some damage and is going to get Spring Trapped away, and yeah, not going to be able to chase the Lenny any farther, as it is going to be both the members of Team Order and Team Ready to Die, so going to be slowly split away. And on the other side, we do have Team Freya. Watching Hayes is going to get caught by the side of Overlord. Overlord sitting on 3 kills already in the early game here. It's huge, as they are in that first place position. Definitely want to try to keep that to themselves. Nearest Ganwang also sitting on 4 themselves, and they're in that 8th place position. So you can see our 1st and 8th place teams are slowly starting to either make the gap or slowly start to bridge away here.
From the pattern we've been able to discern so far, we know DS Guardian should theoretically be able to get towards that final zone. So whatever points Team Overlord is able to hold on to, they need to get early. Right? It's Overlord versus DS Guardians. The 0.5 difference is between those two teams. If Overlord wants to maintain that first place spot and guarantee themselves at least 200 or something circuit points to maybe get themselves a spot in the season finals, needs to hold this spot. This would be a chance of a lifetime for this team if they can maintain this lead they've been given. It's hanging by a thread, but it still exists. But this might not be the way to do it. Ing9, Ingu in a whole heap of trouble. Team Overlord, they need to find this kill, but the damage output in exchange is way too much because the Haze Rockets just stack up on everybody. The Jackie, no! Cannot get the last cannot get that last itty bitty of heal to keep herself alive. Very unfortunate. The hack and slash just not enough to keep her alive. If she got that kill, maybe there is a world in which that could have turned around, but nope, not going to happen. 2 members of Overlord fall down and they cannot get the objective, and put a big stopper on them trying to get the scale on up. This is not a team that has been able to snowball very well. They just kind of get their items as they go throughout the course of the game, but the pacing is just so much slower compared to everyone else, despite how lead ahead they are. This early game's not going to help.
Because they lost out on that tree as well, right? So it was going to be Team Gaeyoung and 8 going to be able to grab that Tree of Life and get that kill for themselves. And you can see the credits for this side, Team Overlord. They're not anywhere close to those 4-score binds. They're definitely going to be on the back foot here. But wait a second, Overlord, they do end up finding the members of Team Mystic, but no, it looks like they are just going to go down a little early. But Priya will be able to get one. The Arda is going to be traded off, and the ultimate is going to come down from the Kenneth. So Team Mystic is going to be able to get a nice 2 kills. Team Overlord losing 2 members once again, and they're not going to be able to get any farm on this rotation here. So they're going to get sent farther and farther behind in this game. It's a little unfortunate, especially when you're trying to hold that first place position.
There's a possibility that Team Overlord's strategy right now is just to get as many kills as they can during the mid game, because a Priya running in like that and trade 1 for 1 when one of your teammates is already dead seems a little improbable. I think they're just trying to get as many points as possible when they know they're at a point where they can kill people even without items, right? Look at how far away they are in comparison to the amount of time they have for these 4-score buy-ins. Trio is getting pressured by a couple of people right now too. Their 4-score buy-in timers are going to be absurdly late, assuming they can even get it before that Night 2 timer. They just want to get as many points as possible. In order to do that, just look for aggression, keep on right-clicking. While that happens, 2 people falling down, Yurai's Kangwon knocking down 2 from Mystic.
I think at this point, you probably have to try, just getting as many points as possible now, just because you are a little far behind in this lobby. Unless you can maybe get some nice, lucky RNG off of the Wolves or Bears coming up very shortly here. But yeah, it's not really looking too good for the side Team Overlord, as they're getting sent farther and farther behind, and they're going to be on the back foot. not being able to get their buy-ins, and even if they do get their buy-ins, they're definitely going to be playing down 1 or 2 items compared to the rest of the lobby here. And oh, Team Order going to be able to get a nice item off of that barrel. Was that tree, it looks like, and it was made into that glacial ice, probably for the Cicella, or is it that glacial shoes for, yeah, glacial shoes for that Cicella there, as they will be able to put those on.
Cooldown's pretty good nowadays, especially with skill haste being a new thing now. Fight's going to begin as Overlord trying to find that it's split over on the backside. Arda just completely useless. He is just locked down and freezes all over the place. 1v1 out by that Elena, while on the backside, the Jackie just refuses to die up against the Irem and the Kenneth. Absolutely crazy. Down goes the Priya, but who the heck cares? Irem just caught out in the middle of nowhere, wasting time at this point, doing nothing. As, yep, this is going to be an easy sweep coming through from Team Overlord. This is going to be a good way for these guys to hold their ground. Irem's going to go down. Priya will be brought back up. That's a Dimensional Rift, 1 out by Team Overlord in Night 2.
Huge for the side Team Overlord, and that is exactly what they need. They're getting a nice 3 kills, and they get the items as well. They get their buy-ins here in the Rift 2, so they're going to be able to get themselves back into this game here. You can see the items. Going to be 3 items on that Jackie and 2 on that Alina, so they're sitting in a pretty decent spot. And uh-oh, looks like the full combo, and oh my god. The Kenneth goes down once again. You see it over and over again, but you know, it's always kind of funny to see how fast the HP bar gets depleted from the Nikki Adela combo, and they don't really have the
this is too early.
But oh no, the Alina's a little too far off by themselves, and they're just going to go down. I think thinking maybe they had an angle in without the fairy uppercut, but still getting hit by that raw queen is just going to be enough to kill you there. And oh,
gotta die now. You gotta die now. Okay.
Yeah, the whirlwind is not going to lead the Priya to safety as they do end up going down. So nice 2 kills going for the side Team Guardians, and Overlord on the back foot once again. But it is those day 2 deaths, so it's not the end of the world, as it's not going to be any minuses just yet. But getting sent farther and farther behind as your tempo is definitely going to get messed up here going into day 3.
Of all the teams they ended up dying to, though, it's DS Guardians. Now those 2 teams are tied. Both teams are sitting at 39 points respectively right now. And for Team Overlord, that fight was just not it, right? The Elena going in by herself, where the Jackie and the Priya still has to walk around the corner, gets caught out by a single Night Fork, and then a Queen combination. I wouldn't call that the smartest of plays. And the Priya gets caught out, doesn't take the the sandstorm correctly either. It's just looking a little bit weird. Overlord has to focus, right? Just because they're tied now with DS Guardians, the game is not over yet. They're still pretty strong. I'm not gonna count them out just yet. It's just, look at their transitions compared to things like Freya, New Rise Gawan, DS Guardians. They're playing their own game, but it's just so much slower in comparison to some of these well-seasoned veterans in ERM.
Just look at the items on Team Guardians. They're already sitting on 5 items on G-Work.
Yeah.
They got 4 on the Nadine, and now they can start saving for Blood Sample. NCMB already sitting on about 400 credits, so definitely saving for that blood already. Even Denicky still has 2 items as well. Like, Team Guardians is looking so strong here. I don't think there's going to be any team that can really contest them until the later stages of the game, but we'll have to see, as we do have the next objective spawning very shortly. And there is the kiosk going to be used for the side of Team Mystic. They were able to get their item and I think get their craft off as well. Team Overlord going to try looking for the side of Team Ready to Die. It is that Jackie. Once again, I don't know if they have enough damage to really kill this Jackie. The ultimate is going to go down from the Alex's. They're just going to split off the team members here. Nira's Gangwon is going to try to look for the side of Team Mystic. Kenneth going to be forced to use the blink, and the triple Inner Blitz is going to connect. And look at all the damage coming out. Oh my god. The Arda already getting chunked down to about 50% HP. And Riori has the perfect angle here on the flank, but they're just going to use the ultimate Nimrod's Gate over the wall. I really like that for the side of Team Mystic there. And oh, Team Overlord is going to be able to get one, is going to be able to get 2. But wait a second, Alex is going to be able to find 1. But the Priya is going to be there. It's going to be... oh, the plant doesn't connect. The Overlord, they do end up getting 2 kills from Ready to Die. Ready to Die one of those teams that say, I don't know how they're ever gonna be able to kill this Jackie on the side of Team Overlord.
I think it has to be a full combination from all three of them. But once you do that and you maybe get the Jackie, then you really don't have that much left to kill the Priya and the Elena. Eventually, the Priya can theoretically kill the members of Ready to Die, because you have to remember this. The problem with Ready to Die's team composition is that everything needs to go right for them to kill somebody, and you can't do that over and over and over again. Shinonome, oh my god. Very close to end up losing that, what is it? Play dead. Doesn't end up losing it. Hwang taking very low themselves. Cho, I believe, had to force use the heli-tac stat. Now that means everybody from Order is still looking for blood. They can taste it.
This red box.
Yes, they can taste this red
Both teams
box.
want this red box here, and Freya is actually gonna be forced to give it up here.
Oh,
Order
boy.
is gonna be able to grab it for themselves, and what is it gonna be? It's going to be a headpiece.
That's
Can they use
really
this?
good. Yes, I think you can put it on to Jenny for the
Shinome doesn't
blood.
have.
For the blood crown. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, Shinome doesn't have a headpiece yet, so this is actually really big for the side of Team Order, as a blood crown is going to be a huge upgrade. As Team Order is going to look pretty strong for themselves here, getting that blood box.
Yeah, you would definitely.
Oh.
Would definitely look for a different item at this point, but you don't have that many options. As the Jenny, you'll definitely take the blood crown over the motorcycle helmet, so you were probably wearing up until at this point. Really unlucky for Shinome, but it is what it is. At least it's a DPS increase that you wouldn't have without it.
Yeah, it should be a pretty solid item, I would say, because obviously the racing helmet is one of Jenny's biggest upgrade, and it's really good. But the blood crown still providing that extra skill amp for that Tyrellian timepiece extra auto damage anyway. So
they just got the Tellurian as well.
Could be pretty good for themselves. Oh, actually a dash down forward, but a huge buffer coming out from Insane. Actually going to be able to keep themselves safe. And there is the damage. The front and back coming out from the side of Team New Rise here. And oh my god, Ryori is going to be able to get the Arda as well. I thought Insane was a little insane there for jumping on in, but I forgot about the Kadia buffer. It's just a really nice play from Insane to actually use that at the perfect time to dodge out on that knockup.
Yeah, I feel bad for Furze, if anything, because Furze has been constantly denied going in against some of these Estelle Kadia compositions. The moment he tries to jump in, he gets instantly stunned by the Estelle and denied by the shotgun. Overlord looking for kills, but this looks like a little bit of a shaky fight. Already blinked on in from the Jackie. They're just trying to run on in. They're just trying to right-click as much as possible. Down goes one. Hwang is dead. Kerbal trying to live, but they cannot. Down goes yet another. Overlord about to kill another team. Freya down this time around. 1, 2, 3 on the left side, all taken down by Team Overlord tonight. They are eating good. 10.5 points they're sitting on. Team DS Guardians needs to find somehow 5 points from this point onwards to even that out. What a game so far, and what a series from Team Overlord. They have nowhere they're looking but front. Team Gyeonggi NA trying to duke it out up against Team Order. They're trying to do something. Zerojin taking dangerously low, but the bubble has been invested. The Nadine is still there. Monkey Wire gonna be sent out. Gonna get cancelled out, but the electric shift is there. The Nadine and the Wolf! The Wolf! The follow through from hell. Down goes Shinonome. Down goes Telasi. The Wolf from hell. Jinho. Oh my god!
Yeah, I was just so well played from the Nadine there, and a clean 3 kills for the side of Team NA. This is exactly what they need. They are sitting in that 3rd place spot. They also are in contention here to getting that 1st place finish. Guardians did end up getting the wick line, and oh no, the IRAM does end up getting caught out, and that is going to be Team Mystic going down in 6th place here in the final game. You can see where they are on the leaderboard in about 5th place. I don't think they're going to get any more placements, but Freya going down in 6th place with 7th place with 0 points. They had 0 points in this game. I think they're definitely going to fall down on the leaderboard quite a bit here, and here's the damage. Uri is going to try jumping on back, but there's the damage. The Jackie's going to jump on forward. Are they going to be able to find anything? Not really. The damage from the backliners are going to be there, and there is a concert is going to be placed down, but the
Afterburst is
Alina
gone.
is going to come in.
Jumped it towards the backside. Jackie
finds it.
No!
Yes, he does.
She got
Ends up killing it. Oh my god, they're all 1 HP. Can we really find anything here? Ryori gets 1. Can he get 2? Let's get 2 with the laser. And I don't think the Alina can do anything else here. Ryori Can he get the reses? He does end up getting one. They are going to get a second one.
Overlord doesn't have creds!
Team New Rise coming out on top.
Overlord
able to finish the job.
Oh my god, Overlord doesn't have creds. The Elena is desperately trying to find some kind of credits to get the reses back, but it's day 5 now. Somehow this Elena needs to find that Lumi within the next 3 minutes of this game, otherwise their game is cooked. They get a couple of kills, yes, but New Rise Kangwon Riori with a beautiful laser tag onto 2 people to finish their health bars off. They got greedy. I see what is happening. You got the adrenaline flowing in on you, but your health bar is too low, and it's a late game, Justina.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to look for the 3v1, but yeah, have to heal up a little bit. But it's kind of hard because Riori has so much range, so Riori is just able to just finish off some of the stragglers there when the HP bars were just too low for the side of Team Overlord. So I think that's going to be lights out for the side of Team Overlord here. Maybe they can get 1 or 2 reses off. I don't think they're going to be able to get 2. You can see the credit counts. It's going to be a little low. Maybe they could sell some items off of themselves to get themselves back in and give them another chance. But yeah, aside from that, I don't think they're going to make it in time.
I see the Elena just kind of resigning themselves over onto that corner inside of Chapel 2. I think you're absolutely correct. At this point, they might just be going for placement and maybe somehow praying that they get that one open spot inside of these temporary zones. There's no more rifts that's going to open up anymore either, right? Unless there's one in night number 5 that I'm not remembering. I don't think there is. If there is, then they could try for it.
Honestly, there is potentially a chance Overlord can still get in first place if Team New Rise wins out the lobby here. Because New Rise is in that 8th place spot. So if New Rise wins their temporary zone and then Overlord goes down, then yeah.
Okay, Kyunggi and 8. Are they gonna find out the Elena? Yes, they do. She's gonna have to step into the red. Yeah, at this point, I think Overlord has just kind of resigned themselves to the fate of having to deal with just placement points now. I don't see Lumi anywhere in the map at the moment either.
Somewhere else.
Credits-wise, they just ended up calling a couple things, I think, for the camera. This is 100% resigning themselves to fate. Placement points is what they are looking for.
Lena can get 1 here. Should be able to. Oh, actually doesn't cut it off to get the res. Oh, it's gonna res in Cemetery here.
But they don't have anything to work with. No creds.
Oh, you're right. I didn't even realize Lena has nothing. Yeah, Lena's not gonna be able to get anything here. Probably just gonna play 4 of these placement points and see if they can get 1 or 2 more, because that actually might secure themselves in that first place position if Team Rise is gonna be able to win it out here. But you can see the items on these teams. They're looking pretty strong and pretty good for themselves here. Gaeyoung and 8 sitting on double blood on that haze. And you can see Guardians are really strong for themselves as well.
Oh, this is not good. New Rise Kangwon knows where Team Overlord is sitting. This is awkward. Very awkward. 5 seconds left now for a majority of these teams. It's New Rise Kangwon. I think they need to start stepping down, if I'm going to be honest with you. I see why they want to hold on to this spot, maybe go for the additional points, but if they want a chance to get maybe that 3rd, 2nd, even 1st place spot, they need to get points at this rate. Overlord, 5 seconds left on the Elena, and they're just walking into teams left and right. I think Rumex has run out of time. I don't know where this Elena can go anymore. We just used like every single one of our gadget points too. I think Overlord is out of time. They had a lot of luck throughout the entire course of the series, but it might have just run out. The fight is going to begin inside a cemetery to begin us off. Kyunggi pumping out damage. Jino just pumping out these wolves left and right. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, over and over. Well, down goes 1, down goes 2. New Rise Kangwon just cut out of the game. Riori is locked out and he's gone. New Rise Kangwon tried what they could, but it was not enough. North side of the map taken by Kyunggi and 8.
The damage coming out from the Nadine is just so much. He's just able to just sit there and auto attack, and the Estelle going down so fast, even with the shield up. You know, having that damage reduction is just not enough to live through that Nadine Wolf Assault there. And I mean, Akadi going down as well. We do have a team fight though.
There is a Guardian
there. The Queen does end up connecting onto the Alina.
Leshu is in lethal range. There it is. And pop goes Weasel.
Oh my god. The Alina is going to go down. What the fuck? Wait a second. He would up getting NCMB, but that
Their
is a huge trade.
cooldowns And their
Cooldown.
timers.
Yeah, timers are a little low. They're going to try looking for G-Work here. There is the full combo coming out for G-Work. This is the checkmate, and G-Work is going to be able to lock them up. And Guardians is going to be able to clean that team fight there. And I think that is going to seal Guardians and Innate spot in the top 2 here.
Not just yet. Okay. So DS Guardians is tied with Overlord at the moment. Either way, Overlord is guaranteed at least second and below. Gyeonggi Innate is still below Overlord right now because they needed 2.5 points. Currently, they only have 1.5. They just need at least 1 point to tie with Team Overlord. DS Guardians, they are tied with them. So whichever team wins this will get that first place spot. The question is, will there be any remnant kills that go around for the team that loses?
Yeah, because Guardians might not have more kills than Overlord, considering they won games. So, in terms of points and tiebreaker, I think Overlord might have it over them. But we're gonna have to see here, as
Overlord's been going kind of crazy these games, right?
yeah, there is a lot of traps and a lot of setup for the side of Team Innate. They're just trying to look for an angle in. Here is the parry. The parry is going to connect. Stun going to go a little wide. These teams are playing it really safe here. They know they have to watch out. There is the triple explosion drones to actually send them back in.
This drone position also really isn't helping Team DS Guardians at all, because here's the thing, Chart can jump over the wall, but for everybody else on this team, if they jump over, it is asking for death. Zero Jin pumping out these rockets, and even the bullseye from the Nadine at this point hurts a lot. Look at this, G-Work sitting at half HP, timer is taken, and this drone is going to be sitting here for 40 seconds. Queen is locked up. This is the chance for this team to go. They are going to Narnia, trying to lock down Zero Jin, but I don't think it's going to work. 5 seconds left. Can they at least get Ingu? No, they cannot. Oh, the initiation is gone. It's all down to G-Work, but these rockets are just raining true. I think that's gonna do it. G-Work has nothing left. Unless. No!
Oh, no!
They can't
Doesn't end up killing the Haze.
The trade. Oh, wait.
Does that count?
Does it count? I don't see the point going up. Yeah, look at that. It's still 16. No way.
I think that might mean Guardians is in third.
I think so too. Because it still sits 16 by the end. I don't know if the CSV actually counted it, but that one kill, if it actually mattered at the end there, maybe it ticked up by the end of it. If it did, then it mattered. That means Overlord is in third. We have to see in the final score sheet to see whether or not Team DS Guardians was actually granted that one kill. That is all they need.
So unfortunate. G-Work just I was like, it was like 10 HP or like 100 HP left, just not able to get the execute there with that checkmate, because the checkmate did end up connecting, but yeah, just didn't really go through. So a little unfortunate for the side of Team Guardians, but yeah, if it's a clean 3-0 for the side of Innate, then I mean Innate's in first place for sure.
Yes,
but I don't know if Guardians got that kill or not, because that definitely wouldn't matter if they get second or third, because I'm pretty sure Team what was it? Team
DS Guardians.
Overlord. I'm pretty sure Team Overlord has more kills than them, because Guardians won a game, so they should have more placement points.
Yeah, there were a couple of games where Team Overlord was just able to triumph over some other teams in terms of points just from the pure number of kills they had. So I absolutely think you're right. If it comes down to a tiebreaker, it should be Team Overlord taking it. But it all hinges on whether or not that one final kill actually mattered. Visually, it didn't, but maybe on the CSV file, it still does. Even if it doesn't, I think there is genuinely grounds for the admins to check over whether or not this is a manual +1 points to Team DS Guardians. Because for us, for all that matters, they got the kill. Right?
I don't know. Yeah, because they got the kill, but the game ended before they got the kill.
Yeah.
Right?
So I don't know what the ruling is here. This is the first time we've ever had this kind of a situation exactly. I know. I don't know if you remember this a long time ago, but it was like back when Skaz and those guys were here a long time ago. There was an ISIL and a Lennox that we had to like frame by frame check the fight inside of the old pun that also included stream. Yeah, remember right around the bear. Yeah, that's
because
like
they both killed each other at the same time.
Yeah.
on the CSV it said they're both at the same place,
Yeah.
right? They're both first place or second place.
Yeah.
So they had to do a check to see who actually killed each other first on the frame by frame, which is kind of funny.
Yep.
Which I guess
Literally
this
did
kind
it
of
on
reminds.
stream.
I guess this kind of reminds you of that.
It is the only time I've ever had, I think, in Eternal Return competitive, fair grounds for an admin have to check things on whether or not the final result is the way that the CSV works, right? Oh, this is gonna be funny. If if the +1 is granted to Team DS Guardians, what I personally think will end up happening.
Really? Yeah. I would think it doesn't, but I don't know.
You don't think? Okay. That's definitely
just
fair.
Just because, like, sometimes what happens in games is, you have like head pops at the very end because it goes down to timer, and I don't think those kills count, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, that could definitely be the case, because even if that end result screen comes up, your character still technically stands on. It's like a long time ago, before they ended up adding the whole the whole MVP pose and things like that. Once the game ended, your character just kind of stood there,
Yeah,
and as the zone closed, you eventually popped.
Yeah. Exactly. So I think with that, maybe not, but yeah, we'll see here very shortly for you guys.
Yeah. This is all speculation, and when it's said and done, right? It's all about what the actual scoreboard looks like, and I'm not gonna look at it either until it comes up on our screen. I'm just waiting for the KR site to confirm it. I bet they're deliberating it. I bet they're deliberating it. It's not an easy thing to decide as a TO, right? Because either way, you're screwing a team over, regardless of the decision that you make. If it's DS Guardians that you play in favor for, then Overlord is just not going to have it, right? They're going to have to play that extra series. They're going to be bumped down to knockout stage number 5, which, by the way, in and of itself is still a huge accomplishment for both Team Overlord today as well as Team Ninja. Incredible performances from two up-and-comers. But it'd be nicer to play in, knockout stage 6 for Team Overlord.
They already guaranteed some circuit points here. They had a really great performance, so I think they should definitely be pretty happy about how they performed today.
Guaranteed.
But I think you are right. I think they're still deliberating on it because there could be arguments saying that even after a team dies, they could head explode, but there can also be an argument that the auto attack from the person who was about to die still went off.
Yes, right? Exactly.
And that counts, and that should count because before they died, they got the kill, which in any other situation before the final zone would count as an extra kill before they died.
I don't think there is a specific rule on this either. It might be one of those situations where the precedent is going to be set now, because I don't ever recall remembering a situation like this happening pretty much in any global Nimble Neuron endorsed tournament. I think know for sure that something this specific is not in the rule book either.
I think the main problem is it does matter on who gets second and third.
Yeah.
So that is why it is kind of like a gray area right now where they have to decide on who gets it, I think. So
yeah, if it did it,
it's a little weird. If they did, like, I don't think they would take this long. They would probably just give the point or not give the point. But because it actually matters, they have to make the right decision.
This could all genuinely stem into a butterfly effect where, let's say, Overlord makes it into knockout stage 6 and DSG is knocked down to knockout stage 5. Well, maybe DSG would have won knockout stage 6, but then they get knocked out in knockout stage 5, and wow, the world goes crazy. Or the vice versa. Maybe Overlord goes in the... I don't know. You know what I'm saying? The possibilities are endless. This point, so all we can do is speculate until the official score sheets are still up. It's still not up, by the way, over on the KR side of things. They even showed the winners of the predictions that they do over on the KR side. Oh, I see what they're doing. Okay, I'm not going to see it. There you go. It's about to come up. About to come up. Super. Drum roll. Let's see what it is. What is the result? It is Team Overlord. That takes it. It didn't count.
It doesn't count. It doesn't count.
It did not count. That means with that, Kyunggi and 8, congratulations. We will see you next Sunday for you to play in the finals of phase number 2. And for DS Guardians, an absolute shambles of a tournament day today. That is not something you're going to be able to easily fall asleep on. But with that, Team Overlord will punch their tickets into knockout stage number 6. We'll see you guys next Saturday. Oh, same thing for DS Guardians regardless. Yeah, we'll both see them next Saturday, but for DS Guardians, they're going to have to do a little extra work to get to that season final. Or, sorry, the phase final.
You kind of have to think, what if we got 1 kill? What if that's a checkmate ended up killing? Unfortunately, just not enough damage there at the very end. But, I mean, still a pretty good performance for both of these teams, right? 2nd and 3rd place, knockout stage 6 and 5, so already securing themselves some circuit points for both of these teams. And for Overlord, a team that we haven't really seen, right, coming out in 2nd place here with 50 points. Definitely a solid showing from them, and they really guaranteed themselves in that top 12 spot.
Yeah, and plus as well with the highest KS out of every single team that played in Group B so far. Possibly, actually, I don't want to go into Group A because I know there were a couple teams like Daejeon Auto Arms that did pretty solid there. But out of all the teams in Group B, was the one with the highest kill score. So I genuinely think, regardless of what the result ended up happening, Overlord can be definitely happy about their performance. Now the question is, can they continue this kind of performance? Because we saw it in the last one. There was a miracle run by the Daniel, Yan, and the Elena team. But once we got to the knockout stages...
yeah, it was a little rough for them.
It's all ogre for them. It could definitely be the same case for both Ninja as well as Overlord here, but that does mean 2 of our newcomer teams are going to face up against each other in knockout stage number 6. I don't know whether that makes it easier for some of our National League teams that might be knocked down to the lower brackets to just kind of anticipate quote-unquote easier knockout stage number 6. But these 2 teams definitely deserve it. I think the performance they both showed today in both the macro play, the micro play, the teamwork, as well as just kind of individual character prowess was absolutely incredible across the board. Sets up for a very, very exciting latter half of the knockout stages for phase number 2.
100%. I'm definitely excited, especially for, like you said, the later stage of knockout stages when we do have, these 2 teams, coming and battling it out here, because they're playing 2 really different team comps as well, right? Like we have the Abigail Hyejin versus the Priya Jackie. So very interested to see, how those teams kind of shape up into each other. But unfortunately, I am not going to be here for tomorrow and Sunday for the first 2 knockout stages and the Group C and D. But I'm sure you got someone fantastic coming to help you out here.
I've got a friend in me. I've got a friend in me. Yeah, another weekend where Superior is going to be gone, but it's all right. Yes, as he said, we are going to have a special guest that is going to be coming around tomorrow. You definitely know him. If you've been watching around on some of the days Super hasn't been around, you might know who it's going to be, but that is a-okay. It'll be guaranteed tomorrow.
We'll be back for the later stages, knockout stages, and the finals. So yeah, I'll be back next week for sure. But
yeah,
I think you got some special talent coming in. So
we'll be able to hear this beautiful man again next week. But before we go, guys, we do have another code that's going to be popping up on screen there. There you guys go. Off-air coupon. I know drops are a little bit funky right now because of the whole change with the system into the drop token. Just do what you can, right? This is going to be overhauled when the new season hits. We're going to be able to choose what we get. It's going to be nice. So for now, just hang in there. But here is a code in case you guys weren't able to get everything. 0822UEJFE. It's going to give you 5 common season fragment vouchers. So fill out that puzzle piece that I was talking about earlier if you can, and an extra drop token if you weren't able to stay here for all 3 of the drop tokens that were able to get dropped from Twitch. And there you go, you can at least have 1 to open up a box for the time being. All right, so thank you so much, everybody, for hopping in on towards group stage today. I will personally see you guys tomorrow. Super will see you guys next week. But make sure you're here at 4 a.m. Eastern time. It's going to be it's going to be in UTC over there, but that is 4 a.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, 2 hours earlier, remember. 2 hours earlier. Keep that in mind.
Yep, 4 a.m. bright and early, peak hours if you're if you're a North American player or something. I don't know, all that jargon. Other than that, I believe there is also the Lone Wolf event that is going to be happening. A bunch of streamers are going to be streaming some. I think, is it custom games?
That's tonight. Yeah, I think that should be tonight. So if you guys want to see that for the North American side, make sure you guys go. I think it should be at 7 p.m. EST on this channel.
Something like that. Oh,
go over that again if you guys are interested.
Yep. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us here today. I will see you guys tomorrow. Super, we'll see you guys next week. But until then, have fun with the rest of your Friday. We'll see you guys back here for Eternal Return Masters Group C and D tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Sorry for some slight stream lag here and there. That was all on me.